Hey, how's it going?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. I'm not your buddy guy.
I'm not your guy, friend.
What's good?
Exporting videos. What else is new?
I'm scavenging my way through the unemployment system. It's a blast.
Mm-hmm. No, no, deserved penny unturned.
Yes.
You should come out with a course for this. That would actually sell.
Dude.
If you came out with a $5 course on, look, what to do after you get laid off in 2023. That would be worth a lot of money.
You know what I should do? Is I should see if I can grab the API key for the New Hampshire unemployment.
Mm-hmm. And then what you can do is you can go to all the employers and say, look, you're planning on laying off people, right? Yeah, I know. So this is what we're going to do. When you lay them off, give them my number, and I'm going to make sure that
They make it through the system.
when you
You'll
fire
never
them,
hear from them again.
yeah,
No,
right?
no follow-up, no muss, no red tape. It's not a horrible idea, really.
Dude, trust me, of the market of people who are either laid off or about to get laid off, if they knew there was an extra $20,000 to $100,000 sitting around for them that they didn't know about,
yeah.
you just made them a lot of money.
Oh yeah. I'll be right back. Hold on.
I could use some extra 20 or 30 grand if anyone.
That's Casey's Realm.
Whoop, sorry. I'm back.
All right, so we have our first prototype tester. It's Dan.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. You know what's funny?
Oh, man, I don't know what you get me into.
Oh, dude, you're going to love this, Dan. We're going to dive deep into your financial ass. We're going to pull out all the goodies and give you that literacy enema you've been looking for. It's going to be grand.
I love the way you started that out. We're going to get deep on your financial ass. Are you okay with that?
Don't worry. The lube is cold. We never warm up the lube. I just want you to rest assured it's always cold. No, I have a group of people on a list for beta testing, and yeah, but I'm down for more. Certainly down for more. So, by the way, had a pretty good talk with Mr. Weitzel, with Robert.
Mm-hmm.
Funny fucking guy. Did you do video conference with him or no?
Yeah, video.
Funny fucking dude. I laughed almost the entire time. Like, we basically shit on the marketing ploys of crypto. Made sure we were both on the same page that decentralization's a fucking fraud, and do we both agree? Like, we're not bullshitting each other. And we had a good laugh on that, and then kind of got down to it, and it happened pretty fast once we started. I ended up giving him edit capabilities on the Figma screen, which
dude,
that makes my balls hurt. Makes my fucking stomach weak. I'm like, I'm giving up control here. But it was good. We ended the call on, all right, cool. You take a look at it, poke around at it. Let me know if it's something you even want to spend any time on. And when we did like a kind of a verbal dive on it, but then ended it on like, check out the Figma screen, take your time. And dude, within like an hour, he was like, all right. So he's like, for me to be more than a sounding board, which I'm happy to be. He's like, I'll need you to dedicate this much time per week, and over the course of the month, we'll get your go-to-market squared away. And like, he's into it. He's down.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Wicked.
he's down. He really, I think he was blown away when he got into the Figma screen. I don't think he
Nice.
expected there to be that much.
Right. Yeah, he's usually having to build those out.
It was fun. It
Good.
was fun. Two parts. One, to watch his eyes light up when he got into the Figma screen, like, oh, like that was fun to watch that expression. And then on the other side of it, when I was just trying to be nice, it's like, hey man, I'm piss poor. And this has got to be something that you're into. And he's like, well, I'm always looking for a project that really tickles my brain. He's like, this one tickles my brain pretty good. He's like, this is a good project. I think you got something here. So I think based on the fact that he was actually interested in the idea,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
you know, so yeah, good times.
That's wicked. Yeah, I told you Rich to do the same thing. Talk to the guy.
Yep. By the way, have you poked into that Figma screen at all?
No, should I?
I think
A little bit.
I added you to it. I would, if this is one of those deals, like if you happen to have time to poke at it, I'd love
Ooh.
any feedback you happen to, knee jerk have. No big time. Just, it's a mess. It's messy.
The big thing for me is that you connected to Dr. Wetzel so you can figure out the programming side of things.
Yeah, his app
You know?
development routine is kind of like Matt's, but more strongly enforced.
How do you mean?
Matt was pretty loose on like, okay, well, we're gonna do this, and then let's talk about that. And Robert's just like, what is this? Do you have this? Okay, that's your homework. What's this? Do you have this? Yeah, what is it? Okay, go next. Like very cut and dry
Right.
machine fucking. It's a machine stamping, and don't get your fingers into the machine or I'll cut it
It's
off.
a production line. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
total product, which I
Mm-hmm.
like. I like that.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. No, that guy's the most accomplished person on Twitter.
It was interesting going through the Hellbenders KYC, like pseudo KYC, and I'd already been kind of aware of it, but going through it with him, I'm like, okay, here's the other thing. I didn't realize that he was the one organizing Stacky Robinson's platform. We had a good laugh.
He's behind a lot of projects that are popular. Look at his PSP.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So that guy, he might not necessarily be out in front of it, but yeah, he's been busy.
He's trying to make sure he's not bored. He's picking up projects he's interested
That's
in
it.
to just fill up the
That's
time.
the best part.
Yeah.
That's the best part. Yeah. So I'm introducing it to people across my network because the right people will know what to do with them.
Kind of a different subject, but the ordinals kerfluffle. Are you aware?
No.
So there was a boo-boo, and basically the order of Satoshis inscribed was wrong. And now the whole system's going through like, well, how do we fix this? Do we renumber the Satoshis? Do we orphan the ones that were not inscribed correctly? Following OrdComp, and he's just watching his tweets get progressively more disheartened. Like, if it's not protocol, then it's not a protocol. And social consensus, he's railing against social consensus. And then, like, the last one was like, ordinals are trash. The whole thing's done. Dude, if he's calling ordinals done, I'm like, oh, fuck, this is ugly. Because that guy is deep. So, yeah, there's a.
Amazing.
Isn't it, though? And do you know what's fucked up? When ordinals first came out, the first thing I asked was, could you reverse the inscriptions so that you're inscribing the last of the transaction instead of the first? And it turns out that call it, it's not negative op return, there's a phrase for it, but using the last Satoshi to inscribe verifies the order.
Because you know the transaction is being completed.
Yeah, it means that your transaction processing time will take a while. But it also means that it can't get fucked up either.
Well, I mean, the only if you can make sure that everything's on chain, and then have a final Satoshi reference everything else,
Exactly.
makes sense.
Exactly. So, interesting stuff going on. What's up, Ruckus?
What's up, dude? Thank you for your
Is
insights.
it- Yeah, was that nice? Was that good?
Yeah, I remember you were telling me that a while ago when we first met, so I forgot about that. But that is, yeah.
Oh, and by two things about that. They're not releasing a 40-year mortgage. They're releasing it's part of the
Modification?
yeah, it's the modification, not the refinance. So it's not a new loan, it's modifying an existing one.
From what I'm reading, I think that's coming too.
That's what it looks like.
That's what it looks
right?
like.
That's what the ads, the ad articles make it seem like, and
Yeah.
I'm like,
That's what I wanted to ask with you, both you guys in the room. So, given the balance of Ruckus's mortgage, would it be cheaper to pay it off with a line of credit?
no. Just two factors. One, the mortgage. Typically, most mortgages these days are still locked in at like sub 5% rates. And so you're not going to have a rate advantage on it. Two, because the rate's tied to the prime rate, which is variable, you don't really want to use that tactic unless your balance is relatively small, like under 100,000, or if you're using
Ruckus,
it.
you're under 100 grand, right?
We're under 100 grand, yeah.
Oh, well, still, I think your rate's pretty low though. What's your rate at?
2.5, 2.7.
Yeah, don't fucking touch that
Okay,
thing.
yeah, never mind.
But let's imagine Ruckus was getting ready to move, and he had enough equity in his house to buy the house he wants, or to make.
You ever
Right?
thought about downgrading Ruckus and finishing up early before the labor Armageddon?
We have, but we're not. Okay, that is like, we play with the idea, but there's no way I want another mortgage.
No, I'm talking about getting like a smaller place such that you don't have a mortgage.
We've thought about like maybe like an apartment or something in Mexico, like 15, years as like as an, where we can live off some retirement. You know what I mean? But nothing like a heavy debt like a mortgage.
You're not going to Cleveland.
Hell no. Nobody goes to Cleveland. Oops. Make sure I don't have any Clevelandites in the room. No one. Dan and I agree. He's in the room. He can vouch. Yeah, no one goes. We don't talk about that, Cleveland.
Yeah, we don't talk about Cleveland. You don't go. You basically don't go as far. You don't go past Mansfield. You know what I mean? That's the crossroads. Like you know what I mean? And then once you get to Cincinnati, you're staying there mostly for the riverboats, casinos, really great fentanyl, and then you go into Kentucky for bourbon. But that's it.
I do have a question, Casey. This weekend I met a friend, he and his wife. Now they ended up buying a house for his mom to retire. Like she was going to move into the house, and she was going to pay them rent. But she backed out, and they ended up buying the home. They took out equity in their home for the down payment. But they were also able to rent the place out that actually they're making enough to pay the mortgage and the second mortgage. I guess they took out the equity in their home. And so now it turned into an investment property. Is that like a good, what are your thoughts on that?
So if the primary residence that you're pulling from has enough equity to make that investment hold work on the cash flow, totally legit, totally viable, common, standard tactic, standard process. Sure.
Okay.
So let's say I have a $500,000 single family home with a $100,000 mortgage, and I see a little two family for $300,000. If I do it as an investor purchase, I'm going to be 2-3% higher than if I do it on my primary residence. Most people who are building a portfolio try not to do that because they don't want their home leveraged in case their portfolio goes down.
Yeah. And I think you mentioned that in our first phone conversation about buying like in the area I live in, you know what I mean? Like I thought I could, like it didn't make sense for me to buy in this area because I couldn't, why would I want to have the mortgage? You know what I mean? I don't know if you remember that conversation that we had.
Oh,
Yeah. That was kind of what I remember what you had. It sounds crazy because it means too high mortgages, right? But I guess it makes sense a little bit too.
Well, hopefully you're not doing too high mortgages.
That was what I
mean?
was thinking. Yeah, that's what my thought was. Is like, and they're a married couple, and they do have the equity, and it's a successful business. But I guess you're banking on the tenant. Like it could go south, right? And you'll be stuck with that mortgage.
Right. You're banking on the cost and maintenance to not bust your budget.
Correct.
Basically. What's up, Bonkers?
Yo, what's up, guys? Hey, I just wanted to ask you, did you guys hear about the news of FTX relaunching again?
I saw a little blurb about that. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, and the token is up 200% on that news. It is really bonkers.
Oh, man. That's awesome.
That's good though, right? That he magically found, or he found $7 billion.
The magic money appeared.
It's great for whoever manipulated that.
I feel like he was just waiting for BTC to 2x before releasing the news.
Well, he wouldn't know that was going to 2x, right? I mean, like he wouldn't have known that. Like no one would have known that. But
I don't know. I think there's enough data to say, while no one may have known that, many people may have benefited.
Does it keep him out of jail?
Like they were banking on it. They didn't know it, but they were banking on it.
Correct.
Does that keep him out of jail then? I mean, what is he looking at as far as jail time?
Yeah, I think he's not going to go to jail because the funds have been recovered, and apparently they're relaunching again. So, yeah.
That's.
And plus, he has his handlers.
He'll get a fine, right?
Yeah, slap on the wrist.
No, there's got to be more than that. There'll be something. There's got to be something more than that. But it's also the government making their move into crypto. So
they can't put the people in jail that funded the campaign.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think so. I can't.
Yeah, it's both sides got funded through FTX, Republicans and Democrats.
That's true. Good point, Mike.
Yeah, but we only care about the right, Mike. Come on, focus.
We're gonna do an episode where we make fun of the left. Well,
we could. There's not enough of that going around. That's all right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm curious why Mario wants me on his show, man. Because that thing is like the rightest thing ever.
I mean, you have the voice of a right.
I do have the voice of a right, but I'm clearly not.
I'm
right edible. I'm reader right. That's the thing. I'm not reader
You're
left.
read right.
What?
You know, read right.
I know read right.
Like a hard drive.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm read or write, but actually, I'm read or white. You can take it either way.
Yeah, because if someone heard your voice and then saw a picture of you, they'd be like, 100% that guy hates Bud Light.
That's true. I can totally do it, but at the same time, well,
I think we have an unexplored character. Right?
It really is.
You know?
You know what?
You play it
deep
so
down,
well.
there is a big old redneck racist in me. Thank you for recognizing that. It's a part of my heritage. And you know what's funny is I never really
you're like the first Democrat in your family.
Well, actually, when my parents had someone take care of them at home, was the first time that I noticed my folks probably had a twinge of old timey in them, whatever you want to call that.
Because of the ethnicity of the help.
I don't know. It was just, it was it's funny. You love your mom, and then you see your mom being real racist, and you're like, "Shit, ma!" Like, you know what I mean? But then you realize she wasn't really. She didn't mean to necessarily be racist. It was more of she's not familiar. She's not familiar, and she's in a position of disabled. Right? She is not able to take care of herself. So you're the subject. You know what I mean? So.
That happened in Sopranos. Remember when the Tony's mom, right, had the
Right.
nurse?
Totally. It's kind of funny though.
Hi guys. I just want to jump in.
Hey,
Because I never know. Okay, I never know when to like come in and say hi. You know. Oh, Paul just jumped out when I said hi. All right, Paul. I see you.
Arkansas.
Okay. Anyway, just kidding.
And
They're
No,
French.
this is actually
chicks before conversation. You know how the rules. Just come on
I
in.
know. Apparently, yeah, that's good, right? Hey, but I was okay. So this is actually interesting that you bring this up because I have a 21-year-old son. I made a conscious decision. How can I say this? To not brainwash him with my own perceptions of the world. Right? I was very sort of like kept him out of the news, like every school shooting, whatever. I didn't react to it at home. About anything was happening out there. Like I shut the fuck up inside the house most of the time. So he, you know what I mean. So I don't know. So, and I know like the whole thing about like having children, then you're able to like mold your own children into your own like view of the world, all this horseshit that they fucking teach you. You know what I mean about having kids. But I mean, I because maybe from where I'm from and from my own experiences, it is very dangerous. Right? So it's weird. So because I'm not gonna out myself, but you know, I consider myself very much because I'm also an immigrant, right? And I don't have like dangerous ideas or anything like this about how the world is, and I just have because I come from a different place and I live in another country. I didn't want to constantly spew how I see the world to my kid because I didn't want him growing up with the same view in a weird way, right? Because I don't know how to explain this. But now he's 21 and he's, you know what I mean? I feel like I've done a bit of a disservice to him by not sort of like teaching him maybe one way instead of just sort of being open. I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes
Well,
sense.
what's his perception now? Do you know his stance and where he landed
Yeah,
from that?
so he had a conversation with his dad like 2 days ago, and he's going on about like how like there's a America's over in 2 years. It's over. Like dollar's gonna collapse. Like you know what I mean? Yeah, like God, and he's 21. So I don't know. I feel I don't know. I feel like I fucked up maybe by not being I don't know, like I want listen, when he was young, I really wanted to move away and I know I say this all the time, but I really did want to move up to Maine and go off grid and go live that life, right? Um with bringing up a child. But I didn't. And I don't know, now I wish I kind of did.
Have you had this conversation with him? Like honest?
No, I'm going to.
Okay.
Oh no, it sounds weird, but
Yeah.
I was like, I need to talk to my friends.
No,
first.
I mean, he's 21, so this is a good conversation
Yeah.
to, have with him and see where he is. Have a pulse on what he's thinking, and just be honest and grab a
Right.
beer and margarita and have a seat on the porch and hash it
Yeah.
out. Or
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, because he talks because he's 21. He doesn't know either. But I mean, I'm listening to him because he's also out there as a 20. I don't know what it's like to be 21 right now and to look at the world as a 21-year-old. Fuck.
It's pretty fun.
Is it? Who's 21 in here? Who's
I am.
exactly? Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Bonkers, you're 21 for real? Okay, so you're okay. All right. So do you see doom and gloom in your future, or what do you see?
No, I'm in crypto. It's always gloomy.
It's always gloom. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, and I'm wondering if it's if that's just the, you know what I mean, the borderline for everybody at this age. Just like it's all fucking gloom and
I
doom.
mean, why at 21, what would you worry about like like 5, 10 years from now? You just like live in your present. I mean, that's what I do. I kind of just pause everything, like what's going on. Maybe that's just me, but like I just see it differently.
Yeah, and I don't think you fucked up, man. I think that's you shouldn't be thinking like that. Besides, you're assuming that you're assuming that the parents can actually influence their kids, right? I mean, there's a big assumption there. So
Well, okay, but hear me out then. You do, though.
yeah.
You do get spit out at like 17, 18, or whenever you decide to leave
Sure.
the confines of your parents and you know what I mean, and their like cult, like whatever it is, because each family's it's its own cult.
Yeah.
You do step out, and then you do become like your own
Yep.
person and all this stuff. I guess I just didn't want him to have a radicalized outlook of the world from a young age.
Well, I think
So
you probably are conveying to him that you're not radicalized and you don't see doom, correct?
well,
It's okay if you do. All I'm saying is that he's going to look up to you. So be the truest version of yourself. If you see doom, I guess you could confirm it, although that's kind of doesn't give a whole lot of options.
So wait. What
I
I
mean,
heard was there is a little radicalization, but you've held back from exposing him to it.
yes.
And now he's going through it, and you want him to know that you can empathize.
Possibly. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I mean,
I
is he
don't know.
having fun in life in general, like, or is he just
No,
gloomy?
he seems no. He's not gloomy. He's not gloomy. He seems to be a little lost, but that's okay, right? We're all
Yeah, that's. I
we
mean,
all
we're
go.
21.
That's
Yeah, you're
fine. It's
21.
totally
You're
normal.
21.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
normal. No,
But
no, no, no. I'm
are we
not saying
talking
that. That's
lost like Ruckus
No,
lost
I
or
mean,
lost like Michael lost?
if I were 21 and the dollar's going to collapse, I wouldn't. What? Why would I care? You know what I mean? It's like that's the last thing I would be thinking about
Yeah.
at 21 years old. 50, sure, it would be a concern, but there's so much to see in the world with music, movies, your friends, your peers.
Oh, I'm 50. Should I be concerned? What the fuck? What does
It's
that
not even a
mean? If you're
concern. I
50,
mean,
yeah, I definitely want to hurt myself. But 21, you're
yeah,
fine.
you're
Like,
absolutely fine. You're not. I mean, and the dollar's not going to collapse. I mean, that's because Americans live in a fishbowl. That's the problem, and it's always been about us.
Well, he thinks that China, like the rest of the world, is literally just gonna band together and America's out. You know what I mean? Like
No.
Yeah,
I mean,
like a popularity contest, like in
it's
high
not gonna
school.
it's not gonna happen.
no, he's radicalized. I mean, let him go through that then. I mean, he's got to go. Like right now, he's enjoying that trip, right? The trip, the conspiracy theory, kind of like China's gonna fuck us. Do you know what they're doing in Taiwan? They're changing the Twinkies. They're making it from a 2-inch thing. They're making it to a 1-inch Twinkie. This shit, our society is gonna end. I can't get into the church. Where's my parking spot? Like, this is the way we are today. Like, let him go through that shit so that he can then wake up to the reality of what does work, which is figure out which people you want to hang with, figure out what business you want to do because you love it, and then go find a good woman and get married, or find a man, or find a dog. Well, don't find a dog, because that happened in Missouri. Did you guys read about that? That was
Yeah,
terrible.
she was hot too, right?
I thought she was
She was
kind of, but
hot.
like, aren't
Like, why a
all
dog?
Southern girls a degree of hot?
Yeah,
I mean,
she was threatened, guys.
she's still hot too,
that's what I
right? We
figured.
agree she was hot. Like, why are you screwing a dog?
She was definitely threatened. That was a weird story, but a terrible
She was
one.
threatened by the dog. Like someone threatened her to have sex with the dog.
Yeah, allegedly.
Oh,
Yeah, the dog put her up to it.
okay.
Is
Well,
what he's saying.
we don't want to stray too far from it, and have a conversation with him. Just talk to him. You know,
No, I will. No, no, I'm going to. No, I just feel like uh, yeah, it's weird. It's hard. It's different. It's sometimes it's difficult to be a parent and just like watch
Can't
your child.
imagine.
You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, a
just
lot of
like, oh,
responsibility.
God damn it. You know what I mean? No, like, yeah, I guess it's just sometimes like and this is for people who have kids maybe in the room or younger. I guess I don't know. It's a weird thing. Like when they get older, you do wish that you've done, or you did. How can I say this? This is terrible sentence I'm trying to say. Um, you wish you'd done more or different things. I guess.
my
You know what I
my
mean?
son. I understand exactly what you're saying. My son one day,
Yeah.
we kind of like, hey, if these things happen, we'll address it. But if it doesn't, we're fine. And one day we're driving, and my son, he's like, hey, Dad, am I white? And I was like, wait a second, like we haven't had that conversation. What you are? And I kind of felt like you're feeling. I was like, well, no, you're not white. You're Blasian, and because he was surrounded by his peers, and so he didn't know what he was. We never really discussed it. So I was told, given the advice, before I had kids, um, you know, if they have questions, have answers for them, but also kind of have check-ins like a company. Like we have one-on-ones and we have check-ins, mental check-ins, just to kind of see where they are. And from there, you can, and one thing kids have today that we didn't have was the internet. They can find gobs of information and have access to that faster than I did. And they can get a little warped with it, but at the same time, just check-ins. If you see something like an alert, address it. If you don't, it's cool. But he's 21. I talk to my kid like he's an adult, almost. He's not stupid, but he's not dumb, but he's really smart. But you just have real conversations with him.
If you think China's going to take over, then learn Mandarin. Do something productive with the risk.
That's what I did.
I mean that is not a bad idea all around.
That's not a bad idea.
Like a trade, like let it. If you have an opinion, let it trade. I heard that from a trader, which is that's nice. So how are you going to invest based on that assessment of the data?
Absolutely.
I love that. See, there's always a question after with anything, right? That's where I'm always interested in. I'm not really interested in the first part. I'm interested in now what? Now. Okay, you have this thing. What are you going to do about it? You know what I
If you
mean?
really believe it, teach me Mandarin next week. Oh, so you don't really believe in that, because if you did, you would learn the Mandarin. You know what I mean? You could like have fun with it.
No. Fair game. And he has an answer. I mean, he wants to. He literally wants to go to Asia. So.
He should.
All right. Yeah.
Where in Asia?
He wants to go to Korea. Actually, he loves the Korean culture and the Korean people. I guess. Well, his very
Yeah.
first girlfriend, his first serious high school girlfriend. I mean, she was Korean, and or half Korean and half Japanese, and she had a Korean grandmother.
Wow, what a mix!
Yeah.
They
And
don't
he
typically
just
get
was
along,
like,
those kids.
Especially with their history, right?
right? So he was, and he had that girlfriend for 2 years, and he was very much, the family loved him and kind of like half adopted him. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think that stuck with him. You know what I mean? When I was younger. Yeah, and also no. To be fair, I mean, half his family's Asian, right? Of Asian descent. Is that? Can I say that? Is that good? I don't know.
That's fine.
Right?
What's his
Okay.
plan?
Yeah.
Like, supporting himself in Korea.
Well, volleyball.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's
Yeah,
going there to
'cause
study.
He wants to, yeah. He's looking at it. So I think it's just I think he himself has come up to, because again, like I've brought this up before, he's got that like everybody, like all these kids at his age, they have that COVID gap, right? We're gonna call it. So I think he's just getting back on track now. And which is nice to hear. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh man, like I don't know. I used to be so political, and I used to talk politics all the time. I used to be very political, and then I had a kid, and I don't know what happened. I just made that choice to shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I look around me. I don't know, and I see my other friends and their kids, and I'm kind of like half glad I did. You know what I mean? Because like I see other people's kids, and they're like just literally like mini me's of their parents or one of their parents. Mostly the loudest one. Um, and I'm kind of like, oh, okay, well, that's probably might be a good idea. You know what I mean? Because you don't ever want a mini me. You want an individual, and I think that's where I was coming from originally, right? I don't want a mini me. I don't think I'm that fucking great to like have a lot of problems. You know what I mean? To produce an exact replica of me and how I go through the world. It's almost like I had a child and I was like, oh, like let's try to do it a little different, a little better, maybe. You know what I mean? I don't know. And how can you do that unless you try? I should have had more kids. Because then I would have had like a real sort of like base of like treated them as slightly different and see which one worked. No, just kidding. Because people are individuals. But yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. At least for now, he's not, the opposite of what I believe. So that's at least something, right? Because you also don't want that. You also don't want like to bring up your kid, I think, in a certain way, and then he hates that, and then you bring him up reasonable. You know what I mean? And he's like, "Ah, fuck being reasonable. Go the other way." You don't want that either. So
But you're
I
in
don't know.
California. I mean, it sounds pretty
Yeah.
diverse too, right? As far as
Oh, super
yeah, with
diverse.
with
Oh,
philosophy
oh,
and
absolutely.
ideals and
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, especially where again, like we made a conscious choice, kind of, not self-segregating. Right? We're gonna call it. I don't know. Into a community that looks more like him. We just live here in LA. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's very multicultural. He grew up very multicultural. My kid. So yeah. I mean that's what I wanted too. You know what I
when
mean?
you say radicalized, like what do you
Not
not?
radical. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
But what do you
Yeah.
mean,
Sorry.
like
I just didn't want him to be like, look, I'm very sort of like environmentalist person. You know what I mean? I don't want him just to, I didn't want him just to think like I did, right? I just didn't, uh,
are you a tree
I don't know.
hugger? Or what? I mean,
Yeah, like,
okay,
yeah, I would say so.
okay.
I would say so a little bit. You know what I mean?
You
Yeah,
see
yeah,
a
yeah.
bug in the
And and
house and you
and
let it
here's
out.
the thing with ideas and
Do you
seeds
kill the spiders in your
is
house
that
or do you let them out?
I let them
Oh
out.
my
I don't kill anything.
gosh, jeez,
I don't kill
drop her
anything.
down the list, man.
No, you know what? I kill one animal, mosquitoes, because they have declared war on us. Right? Somebody said that in a space. It might have been this one. I can't remember, or another space. And I was like,
Yeah,
fuck yes. That's right. They kill more people than,
okay,
you know what I
fair.
mean, than any other animal.
That's fair.
So yeah, I will kill a mosquito. But no, I usually don't like to kill anything, honestly. No, nothing.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't like, yeah. Yeah, I don't like to cut down trees arbitrarily for no reason. You know what I mean?
that's
Things like that. Water is very, very important to
and
me. Dams.
he's
Dams are the reason we have dead oceans. One of the reasons we have dead oceans. I can go
so
on.
your version of radical sounds like maybe he throws away plastic in the garbage bin and doesn't separate its recyclables, right? Is that radical?
No,
Okay, all
no,
right,
that's
just
just
checking. Okay.
no. That's not radical. No, No. I just, it's like the seeds of how can I say this? Like what I just never wanted like I guess when you study psychology as well, you're very conscious about you try to be, I think, very conscious about what you expose your children to. And what what constantly like overexpose your children to, I guess. Yeah, I just didn't want him growing up to be a Timothy McVeigh, or not Timothy McVeigh, but
That's a bit extreme.
that's the
Yeah, it's a
opposite.
bit.
That's the
Yes.
opposite. That's very
Yeah.
extreme. That's very extreme. But I didn't want him to feel like I don't want him to feel like he needed to take sort of like a similar, you know what I mean?
I mean, how did he
path.
treat his girlfriend?
Oh my God, he's like a dream to girls.
Hey, there you
Apparently,
go. So he's not a woman beater.
he opens the door,
There you go.
like the car door. And I know it sounds like I'm in shock because every time I see it, I'm in shock when I see it because his dad doesn't do that. So he picked it up from somewhere. You know
Oh,
what
he
I
treats
mean?
people.
And he does.
Okay.
He treats people with respect.
There you go.
Oh, 100%. No, I'm very happy. I'm very happy with them. I don't know why I'm freaking out. I guess I just don't know how to approach like you know what I mean, like a very political conversation with my
And
son.
you may not have to if
But,
you just have a conversation, check in with him, and you may think.
I mean, he knows. I mean, he knows. I wax on him about like how awesome like everyone should have free, healthcare, at all times, things like that.
You believe that?
Free access. Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
You're like, ew,
No,
what's wrong with you? No, absolutely. Things like that. So I just, yeah. I don't know why I'm freaking out. I don't know why. Maybe it's, who knows? Who knows what? He's fine. I'm fine. He's fine. Everyone's fine. I mean, I remember being 21. I had such radical ideas at 21.
You're supposed to, though, right? If you're not a
supposed
liberal in your
to.
20s, if you're not a conservative in your 40s. So as long as you don't expect to agree with him, right? I don't think we're supposed to agree. I don't think we are experiencing youth if we're agreeing with our parents, right? That's part of the rite of passage.
Well, what about okay, so what about when you're older? Are you supposed to?
Oh, when you're older, of course you understand your parents.
But do you agree with them,
right?
though? Like, I don't agree with my, you know what I mean? I'm just saying I don't agree with my dad, and I don't agree on certain political things. But I did.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're probably both the same.
True. Okay.
Uh-huh. So when it boils down to it, you think the same way.
Okay. All right, fair.
Right? And the older you get, the more you understand where your parents are coming from.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But is that because they brought you up?
No, because now they have to work. Like, you have to work. And you're like, oh, that's why you're so. That's why you're so pissed off.
The perspective.
Yeah. You know what, Mom and Dad, I didn't understand why you were so pissed off. Now dealing with these motherfuckers, I understand why you came up and hit me sometimes.
Like, now that I'm in my early 30s, like, when I volunteer, these kids are literally like half I'm twice their age, right? Because they're like 15, 16. And so, like, they're calling me old. I'm not young anymore. So you get a different perspective when you're like, getting older, and these kids are calling you old now.
When the kids were telling me about how they like old school music and they were telling me about stuff from the 2000s, I'm like, what do you mean that's old school?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, that was 20 years ago. Shit.
My son called Jurassic Park a classic film. Like a classical film. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Michael Crichton was fucking on it. That guy was a genius.
Yeah, he was. He really was. Honestly, he really, really, really was. Yeah. Because I love how the fear factor went from like again, I'm gonna bring up Jaws, like sharks to like dinosaurs, because dinosaurs aren't real. Like you can't, like there's no, you're not gonna run into a dinosaur, apart from of course running into the old crocodile or alligator, right? You know what I mean? Those are pretty much fucking dinosaurs, right? They're just little. And birds. Aren't birds dinosaurs too? They're just little. We've just killed everything that's like bigger, you know what I mean? Bigger than us as well. I was just thinking about that too. About the whole downsizing of all our animals to our own sort of what's the word? I don't know, usefulness, I guess. Like cats. Just breed them like, and we keep breeding dogs down. Although there is a thing with breeding dogs larger, right? What's that huge ass breed of dog?
The Mastiff is pretty big. The Great
Yeah,
Dane.
Mastiff.
Great Dane's pretty big.
Yeah, but Great Danes are useless. They're lovely. They're fucking lovely dogs, but they're useless. But they're, the ones that are big and protective. Yeah. Those are super scary, honestly. If you've ever stood next to those big ass dogs, they really kind of give you a sense of like, wow, you could just take me out if you want to. Well, thanks for talking to me or letting me just ramble on a little bit.
You feel better?
I do.
Okay. That's what it's all about.
You really don't? I feel like we didn't resolve anything.
I know we didn't resolve anything. You just let me talk, and
right?
then you made me sound like no. You just let me like say it out loud, and then I'm like, oh, I'm a bit of an idiot. But sometimes, like, you know what I mean. You need to say it out loud to understand that you're a bit of an idiot, or like you need to like.
Totally. I mean, I was really into it for
so thank you. Yeah.
I was mostly into it for Ruckus's, kind of ASMR, question, kind of behavior. It's really breathy on that right now. So we're really heightened on voices lately.
I'm also looking at properties in Newfoundland. Is there some sort of like weird rules or laws? Does anyone own a house in Canada here? No? Okay.
Canada? Are you doing investment property?
I'm sorry?
Investment property?
No. Not really. Like a movement like a moving. Possible.
Okay.
A possible. Yeah. I figure if you buy a house in the country that you possibly want to go live in, it's probably you might be I don't know, better off. I'm not an American, so that does add sort of like bonus points, I guess, to going to Canada, right? I guess. I don't know, Michael. You're the Canadian. I don't know if he's able to talk to that.
Say again.
No, I said you're the Canadian.
Uh-huh.
Is there any sort of like is home ownership in Canada very difficult?
The market's changing. A lot of the people who bought homes are finding it very hard to hold on to it given the change of interest rates. So sometimes buying houses at the wrong time is the most difficult way to own a house. Does that make sense?
Why are they having a difficult time holding on to it if they already paid for it?
Isn't because it's a 5-year, right? Instead of 30-year over there.
What?
It's more that, when interest rates change and you have a variable.
Oh.
Think about someone who couldn't afford the mortgage to begin with. What do you think those mortgage terms look like?
ARMs? What is the ARM rate of it? I mean, what do you guys?
You understand?
Yeah, I get it.
It's a bloodbath. But the other thing that happened too is that imagine that there's so many new homes being built, and the people who bought homes 2 years ago want to sell their homes now. The problem is they bought at the top, so the builder is selling houses that are similar for $200,000 less.
I have noticed the properties there are quite cheap right now.
Yeah, I was thinking about having a vacation home in the States, to be honest with you. Put $100,000 somewhere and you have like a fully sized house. I'm okay with living in the hood.
Where are you going to buy a house for $100,000?
I was looking at reports
In
actually
America.
because it's getting harder for the people who try to buy and sell to sell their homes. There's a lot of TikToks that are following specific properties that are dropping precipitously or can't find a buyer. So I was like, just have a little something in the middle of nowhere, because we're in the middle of nowhere-ish. So I find us slowly, moving along that spectrum.
Eldorado.
Are you guys into like tourism investment properties? Anyone?
You mean like a timeshare?
Yeah, I was going to say, timeshare much?
No, just
I was
like
hoping you'd give us a timeshare pitch.
No, no, because I've been just traveling around and I was just thinking on investing in real estate in Bali. Have you guys been to Bali?
No, I've been seeing things about it though.
Yeah, I have,
Yeah.
but can you buy if you're not?
Apparently yes, but you just need to. So the way they is, you truly don't own the land. You just have to. It's like leasing it for like 100 years, and then you can extend it again.
That is way too risky to me. Because I don't know. Only because of the they can just switch the laws or you know what I mean? Be like, oh, you don't
But
own it anymore.
that's for the foreigners. I mean, you can truly own the land, but by marrying someone in that country and being a citizen. But like as a complete foreigner investing in it, you have to do it through a local person.
Again, another reason to learn Mandarin.
Yeah, I picked up on Mandarin just because of that whole global thing. Because I was like, this is gonna, because as we're moving towards globalization and just learning multiple language will be like a really good thing.
I'm looking forward to United States, Canada, and Mexico becoming one country.
Oh my God! Just like, did you guys see that
A union.
show? The show, the Philip Dick show.
No.
They have a whole. Oh my God! It's like sci-fi thing. They call it what do they call it?
NAFTA?
No. So it's Canada, America, and U.S. Right? So it's Mexuscan. Mexuscan. That's what they call it. Mexuscan. All three countries. So Mexico, Canada, and then U.S. Mexuscan. That's the word. You know how they have the whole like tri-county like names. Yeah. Anyway.
No. So, well,
sorry.
that's I think we're more headed that way than not. I mean, look up the word.
You think?
Yeah, look up.
Okay, I hope so. No. I hope so. But with the division of within America, though.
No,
Like,
it's already happening.
Yeah, it's already happening.
Manufacturing is going all towards Mexico, and you see Canada is just more like in a tech type of base, software base. That's all going, and minerals. That's all in Canada. All of the outsourcing is already happening, and it's been happening for the past couple of years.
I was gonna say, hasn't for the past over 20 years, really. I mean, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, friends over in Canada, they're doing like automation with like robotics and stuff for car parts. So all the car parts come from Mexico, and they just automate it and they set it up.
I mean, Americans are retiring in Mexico in large numbers as it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a Amero. I was actually looking it up this weekend. NAFTA was in 3 parts, and the money was called Amero, AMERO. And like to Jake's point, it's been happening quietly, or maybe not quietly, but it's going to mirror the European Union. Yeah. So, and with BRICS, I think that's going to be, it's even more incentive to, get it started.
Regarding BRICS, I don't really believe in BRICS because of how unstable all these governments are.
Right?
It's just like gimmick to me, and I don't really even think dollar is gonna go anywhere. because you're gonna have like Russia and China like being charged of like their own currency when they don't even know what's happening, and the report they file literally is like untrustworthy. Like how is the world gonna trust that? It just makes no sense. So
Yeah,
it's
the
just
countries that are involved in that,
it's
right? It's like, how long is that going to last?
yeah, all of this is just gimmicks. Like, I mean, just you'll be good if you just think dollar's just gonna be up in the future.
Yeah, that would be nice. Not having to use paperwork and all that. I remember when the EU happened. It was awesome. You didn't have
Yeah,
to like stop every 2 hours to show papers. You know what
but
I mean?
the
But then at the end of the day, like, I don't know if
but
yeah.
the real threat are the CBDCs. Like that's something I'm extremely scared about.
The what?
They're digitalized currencies like dollars.
Yeah,
Have you guys
yeah,
heard of
yeah. I think
CBDCs?
ours, United States, kicks in what, June,
Yeah,
and they
I
can print
don't
it.
I don't
They could
like
just
that
keep making it,
because
right? It's like,
yeah, I'll just give you an example. They're doing this in China, and basically what they're doing is they're putting an expiration date on the yuan. So you have like 3 months to spend it, and if you don't spend it, your money is just expired. So there's no savings, nothing, and you can't even buy gold and stuff in China because they have banned it.
Oh my God! They've literally turned it into that movie in time.
Yeah, it's
A lot, a
happening.
lot of a lot of people don't like they always brush that movie aside, and I always bring it up because Justin Timberlake is in it, right? But that's like you should really you really should be paying fucking attention to that movie more than like, oh, I don't like it because that fucking guy from NSYNC is in it. Who gives a shit? You know what I
The,
mean? Like you have to like look at the message. You have to look at that. That's exactly what's happened. It's so scary to me. That's complete control.
yeah, the more and more
A
we
hundred
move
percent.
on in the future, it's just looking like Black Mirror. You guys watched
A
Black Mirror?
100%. 100%. And it's so scary. Like so, there's just the division between the rich and poor just get more and more, and then the poor division is all about control and about what like how are you spending your exact moments of every second of your day, and it being recorded. It's ridiculous. Oh,
what's the name of the movie
I
again?
hate life. In
Black.
In
time.
Time.
Oh,
Oh,
the show is called Black
No,
Mirror.
no,
yeah, the
the
show.
one where Mexico and Canada and
Oh, that is called. It's under the Philip Dick series on. Let me check.
I remember
I
the
think it's
In
on
Time movie
Netflix.
with Justin
Yeah.
Timberlake.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Let me
But
check to
that's okay.
see
You can, if you could
where
send
the
it to me,
Philip
that'd be
Dick
great.
stuff is. Yeah, I will.
But In
Yeah,
Time
yeah.
was
I'll look
good.
it up. Yeah, In Time is scary. To be
Yeah.
fair, I mean it's a good. It's like whatever. It's a fluff movie, but I mean you have to look at you always have to just look at what they're actually saying, like what the message is. A lot of times, and I like it. It's worth the watch. I don't know, to me, it's like watching Strange Days. Like, yeah, you know what I mean. But then again, I'm always so hopeful when people watch media because I think, oh, this is it. This is like a way of getting the message through, and nobody gives a shit. You know what I mean? At the
Yeah,
end of the day.
everybody just wants anarchy and chaos, and that's
I
where
I think they
it's
do. They think they do until
and
until until
and
it actually is fucking like that, and
and
then they're like, "Oh my
and
god,
they're like,
all
yeah.
I want to do is be controlled." It
So
sucks.
yeah,
Ugh.
so they say that, and then have you guys read the book called Lord of the Flies?
Yeah, that was mandatory when
Yes.
growing up. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's exactly what's gonna happen if that happens.
Yes, that's exactly what's gonna happen.
Actually, but the
It
kids
is
got along
happening,
on
but
the
that's how
island.
we live right now. We live
But,
Lord of the Flies now.
but hold on,
You
the
know.
kids got along on the island. Did you hear that they made up the whole book, and the kids were actually friendly?
Wait, really? What?
Hmm.
Okay, I did not hear that. I guess my childhood was
Blew my
a
mind.
lie then.
It's all a lie. Can't make a book about kids getting along until their parents show up. There's no art. I mean, people think they want anarchy until they recognize that vacuums of power are always filled.
Yeah, there's obviously going to be someone on power when the anarchy is there, like the resurgent leader or something. It always, there is someone who's in charge. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
like if you
exactly. The people who are like always like, I want it, I want it, I want it. What the fuck do you want it for? You're the one's gonna get squashed by the big fucking boot that's gonna come down on you. You know what I mean? Like, God. But then, I don't know. It's very frustrating to me, the whole like people wanting this
yeah,
and wanting that. I mean, we need change, yes. But does it have to? I mean, here's the question. I mean, and this is the question of all time, right? Does it have to collapse completely? Maybe it does. Maybe it does just all have to fucking collapse completely. You know what I mean? For us to build something new. I don't know. And that's terrifying to me. I don't want to witness that. I want to I want to live in the world. I want to live in the time where it's prosperous and safer. I don't want to live in
apparently
this
we
like
were.
downward spiral. Yeah,
No,
we are
we
living in this right
were.
now.
Yeah.
We are. We are. And I think
Uh-huh.
that's the problem, is that we are living in it. So anything less than this is terrifying. When you're terrified, you make stupid fucking decisions because you're panicking.
You have more. You
You know
have
what I
more
mean?
people.
Which with just
You have
yeah.
more people. My thought is you have more people consuming, more people who want their lattes, more people who want their Nikes than anarchy. As long as you have that, you're fine. You know,
That's true.
yeah,
We all want to sit home and put on our
we want
Netflix.
to,
and
yeah.
You know what I
the,
mean, at night, so to speak.
and there's like this saying called "easy times create weak people." Uh, that thing is just happening. Like it's becoming more and more reality because we are certainly right now in like extremely easy time compared to back then. Even though I'm young, but I see like people like 50, 60, 70 years ago, their lives were like much harder than it is now.
Ooh, real quick, Ruckus. It's on Amazon and it's called Electric Dreams.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. Oh, and then there's episodes, and that episode is, I don't know, it's one of the episodes. There's like 8 of them or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's the last episode. Yeah, it's episode 10.
Is it okay? Is it kind of like Black
Yep.
Mirror, or is it just
It's called Kill All Others.
all
Yeah.
others? Okay.
Philip Dick's Electric Dreams. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about anarchy. Again, you have too many people, at least in America, who want to consume. And our anarchy, look at I mean, look, Jan 6, that was, you know what I mean? Like, it just shows you what Americans want to consume. We like our boats, we like our beer, we like our Gucci, we like our lattes. We like,
I think it's most not just Americans, to be fair. It's human nature, right? I think once we have these things, like, you're not going to give them up.
yeah, it's true.
Like, you're really going to, you know what I mean? You're really going to go backwards to renting videos from the video store?
Yeah, no.
You know what I mean? Never gonna happen, right? So it's almost like we're gonna protect that at all costs, like we protect fucking oil fields at this point. You know what I mean? Our technology.
Yeah,
So it's yeah, we are. So you know what I mean? Wars are probably are not wars, but protection built, just like in the oil, for technology too, because that isn't going away. It's too much money. They make too much. Everybody makes too much money from this technology, from media, from digital, from zeros and ones now. From 20 years ago, think how everything has shifted to the zeros and ones. It blows my mind. You know what I mean? It just keeps getting more and more as well.
yeah, I think influence has like a huge part to like all this stuff, and the Western soft power is insane, and it's because of that I feel like a lot of things have been adopted by other nations, or like in a global scale.
Our whole our almost our it seems to me, our infrastructure, not our infra, but how we buy things, how we like how we make freeway overpasses, right? It's almost been copied and pasted, all over the world as well.
Yeah.
And Yeah, so it's live in a strange. I mean, I guess people have always lived in a strange world as long as it's been changing. We're gonna call it strange, right? I mean, and at this point, I think it's just gonna, I mean, when is the next time like civilization is gonna just sit stagnant for a while?
COVID?
No, because even no, are you kidding me? Even then, we were like, people were learning about crypto. No, 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 no. That was innovation going on there. You know what I mean? I mean, I mean, it took a long time for us to go from, traveling in carts to a car. Like, that there was but then once we got to the car and once certain technologies come on board, that was it. We took off. There's too much innovation was just it's endless. It's always been endless, but it expedited. And I guess with this technology and all the technologies just keeps getting faster and faster. It's just like it's I don't think unless a total collapse is going to happen or an asteroid comes down and or an impact for the whole fucking planet is going to happen, like we're never going to be it's not going to be stagnant for a long time, at least not for us here, right, in these countries that are solely dependent on technology. I mean, I don't know. I was watching this thing called Dangerous Roads, this BBC documentary. So they send out like two comedians in a car and drive the dangerous roads. It's fascinating. It's amazing what they make them drive through, to be honest with you. I'm like, holy shit. But there's one episode that happens in Madagascar, and you just realize that, holy shit, like there are some places on the planet, like if there is going to be, say, a wide wipeout of like an asteroid or something like that, like those people there, unless it hits there, those people there are going to survive, right? There's like zero infrastructure there. Everything is broken down. All the roads are fucked. Like, but people are just living. They're fine. Like there, yeah, maybe change doesn't happen so fast there. But for us, change is happening every day. You know? Oh boy. Okay, I talked a lot. Sorry, guys.
Um, do you guys and does anyone surf?
Like in the water
Yeah.
or channel surf? Like surf the internet or
Yeah, I was gonna.
what?
In the water?
Yeah, I do.
That's dope. That's dope.
Fuck yeah.
Thinking of picking up surfing.
You should. Where do you live?
LA.
Oh, you do? Oh my God, you should
Yeah.
come. I live in LA.
Oh,
Do you have a
for real?
surfboard? Yeah, for real.
No, I haven't. I just think it's interesting. I want to pick
Oh,
up
okay.
on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, go hang out. It's really fun. You can just go up to Malibu Point. Go up to Malibu there or Sunset, or just hang out in Venice by the pier. That's where I go a lot. Not right now. It's fucking cold. The water is really cold, and I'm a
Yeah.
pussy when it comes to cold water. A little bit. Like if I don't have to go into it, I won't. Like, and I don't have a really thick wetsuit, so I only have like a summer wetsuit right now. So I just wait. I just kind of wait for the warmer. Although the water temperature this year is gonna take a while to heat up. I think I'm just gonna have to just get in it at some point. But yeah, if you're interested, you can keep tabs on me. DM me. You know what I mean? And when it starts getting warmer, I'll take you out.
Sounds
And
good.
kayaking too. I kayak. I love to kayak. I love to go out in the bay and kayak as well. So
That's dope. That's dope.
where in LA are you?
There's a town called Cerritos.
Hmm?
I'm based in Cerritos.
Okay. I'm in Northridge, which is not close to Cerritos.
Yeah, the traffic is just crazy.
Oh, it
Can't
fucking
even.
sucks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
dude.
don't even think how they can solve the traffic issue.
Okay, well, I'm not going to go on another rant, but I don't know how to either. Honestly, it's pretty without either double deckering. You know what I mean? Or really just going, doing the whole like making a kind of a train along the side of the freeways. I don't see it either. Oh, Zach has a
I mean,
point.
there's already trains along the side of freeways. We've seen those.
Yeah, but they don't run. They don't run 24 hours. Here's another thing. They don't run the trains here 24 hours. Oh, here. Hey, Zach.
Oh, you guys can finish the LA conversation. I was just putting my hand up for a shift in topic.
Yeah, shift.
Yeah, go ahead.
Anyone see the news about FTX coming back?
Yeah, and their token pumped 200%.
Yeah.
We are back in the bull market, baby.
Could you imagine, like, they come back? What happens with the VGX sale? Like, does that go back to being going through? Like, I'm like so many questions right now.
The reason why the whole pump happened for that crypto bull run where Bitcoin went to 69K was because the main reason was FTX. And why it was FTX was because they were using synthetic products and they were spoofing orders to push price of Bitcoin up. So, uh, that's what I think.
Is that an opinion, or do you have any like facts to back that up?
Yeah, there is. I have to go back and find it. Give me 1 second.
I mean, how is that different from just like pure leverage in DeFi? Because you can just
That is a Bitcoin take that I had never heard before, so that's why I'm asking. That's an interesting one. Um,
Sorry, what were you saying?
I said that's a take on Bitcoin that I had not heard yet, which is why I asked where that's coming from, because I think it's an interesting take.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because I'll find it for you and I'll just pin it here. But someone was saying something about DeFi.
no. I was just saying, like, how is that different from like just like leverage, like on chain, right? Because you can just stake at
No, I
what
was
is
just
it,
wondering what everyone was working on
collateralized asset
today.
on Ethereum, and then borrow against it.
Yeah, so what like essentially from what I read, it was basically they were like putting buy orders, like huge buy orders to spoof off like a buy pressure. So that in terms led like the price to go up. Like FTX as in exchange was behind it. Sorry, Alameda was behind it because that's their trading desk.
I mean, they do that all the time in regular finance.
Did Spaces rug again?
No, we're here. This is the silent part of the show. What are you guys up to in the background? I'm editing videos. I think I just exported around 30. I have another 20 to go, maybe?
I am squashing accessibility bugs on a website. It is super boring.
Nice. How is week number 2 going for you as a
Oh
digital
my gosh.
shaman?
The partner agency we work on, like my manager warned me that they're like really slow and they were supposed to deliver something today. And guess what? They delayed it until tomorrow morning. So marketing's not happy, but you know, there's nothing I could do.
I mean, I think that has to play out, right? There's nothing you can do about that.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like they totally get it. Like they were trying to make sure that.
That's why they brought you in.
This is a regular thing, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, who better to solve that problem than somebody who has agency experience like yourself, though, right?
Who the hell are you talking to? Because I don't hear anyone except you, Mike.
Oh, you don't hear Rocky?
Hello?
No, I don't hear anyone.
Yeah, I can
Classic
only
Hear
hear
me?
you.
Can you hear
Onion.
me taking a hit? Hold on.
That's it.
Yeah, and I'll smoke too. No.
I will metaphorically, I guess.
Did Spaces rug
did,
again? I can't hear anyone now.
No,
Oh, shit.
Michael, you have to tell him to get out to jump out
sorry,
and come
Jay.
back in.
I think you have to jump out and come back in. I don't think you can hear everyone.
Dude, I swear, ever since Elon took over Twitter, it's just gone downhill.
It has.
What the
No,
hell?
it's a slow rug.
Zach, you might have to
Spaces.
drop down to listener, or maybe
Me
be
too.
kicked off the team and then come back.
Who, me?
You may have to be kicked off the
Okay,
team.
okay, I can hear you guys now. What the heck? Dude, this is ridiculous. It's just been like getting progressively worse ever since Elon took over.
It's because Spaces is bandaged code that they acquired. That's why.
Well, they also like shut down Periscope. Things were running great under Periscope.
What do you expect for this to get better when they cut like so many employees and they don't have a ton of people sitting around doing nothing, waiting for small little things so that they can improve minute details for experience?
I like the new Twitter. What do you guys like? Do you like previous Twitter or new Twitter? I like new Twitter.
It's the same fucking Twitter to me.
but with all the
I like
It was always problematic.
I like the Twitter with that Doge logo.
I like all the accounts that were brought back on.
I don't like having to see like Elon Musk tweets, but I get it. It's just like the MySpace thing. You know what I mean? How what's his name was your friend? Tom was your first friend. You know, now like Elon's your first friend. You know what I mean?
Did you guys see the part where Elon had a meltdown because Biden had more impressions than him, and then he went back to the office and then he told everybody to make sure mine goes first, and like he's now number 1 because of that.
I don't know if I believe that.
I mean, I want to believe it because I know he kind of like there's a good part of him, but there's definitely a douchebag inside. Like, and you can't avoid not being a douchebag when you have like disposable fuck you cash. Like you can basically spend 500 million and not really care about it. You know what I mean? You can spend $500 million and not give a shit because every time you launch a rocket, you can raise another $1 billion. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like the guy. I think it's hard for him to have true empathy of anything on Earth. I think it would be. At the same time, he is sort of the new CEO of our age, right? We used to have Jack Kessler. We used to have the GE people who used to look up all the time. We used to have Steve Jobs that we looked up all the time. He's just the current celebrity billionaire hero to look up to because no one's looking up to Jack Ma or anybody else, right? He's the icon at the moment, and he knows it. He can feel it, so he's giving the audience what he wants, what they want, really, which is just Right now, it's more spin. Not so much doom, but everybody just loves the new sort of constant, obviously fucked notion of things, I think, to some degree.
Yeah, I agree. If anyone gets a pass for being weird, it would be Elon. Most of the time, I feel like he just says shit so that people make a big deal out of it and actually like discuss and talk about it.
Yeah, he's a fucking troll. In a way. You know what I mean? Like the whole Twitter titter thing, that's troll fucking behavior. It adds nothing. It
But
adds
he's kind of,
nothing.
but he's mimicking.
It's just fucking trolling. That's
but he's
all it is.
mimicking
Fun
the
and
very
entertaining, though.
Twitter followers. That he's mimicking the very behavior of the people that are on his own platform now. I mean, he was a fan of Twitter. He understood it. I mean,
I'm on Twitter. I don't act like that. Like, you know what I mean?
I
Like,
know.
come on. Like
But
like that act alone, I actually seriously was like, I'm fucking out. But I have too many. This is gonna sound, but it's kind of the same thing as the reason why I'm not off Facebook. All my family's on Facebook. Yeah, it's just really convenient for me just to like send one message to everyone or like show a picture to everybody. Like a lot of my friends are on Twitter. No, but this whole Twitter titter thing, the whole trolling aspect of his personality, like I'm done. Like I'm fucking done. I'm only here to like get on spaces to talk to you guys at this point. And a couple of other photography spaces because it's just horseshit, honestly. Like
we
it's
have a
embarrassing.
we have a thing in
It's like
crypto
he's
and
Britney
Web3.
Isn't it?
Spears. You know what I mean? And I love Britney Spears. Like I feel for her. But like get a grip. Like he has to get a fucking grip. Like it's not cute. I don't it really shows you that when you do get up to that level, like you're on your own. Because he you know what I mean? He needs to get reeled in and no one can do it.
Well, I mean, he's been wealthier than most people for more years than most of us have ever been alive. So, like, I think his grip on reality is probably swayed by that. And
There's a lot of rich people out there that aren't trolling. You know what I mean? Like
it's
I don't know. I feel like he's like there's something going. I don't know if there's whatever. Maybe it's not even him tweeting. Maybe he gave the job to someone else. You know what I mean?
He's also been knocking you out of the park for fucking 2 decades.
Yeah. And
he must gain some sort of ego.
Yeah, and it's also like studies have shown that people with ego that don't care end up being more successful than people that are overly empathetic and care about what everyone else thinks. And then number two is I think when he did the whole like remove the W from Twitter's logo, I don't think a lot of people realize that coincided with it not being called technically Twitter Inc. anymore. So it's X Corp now. So
There's a thing in Web3 and crypto that we use engagement farming and shit posting, and Elon is literally doing all of that, and he's just getting massive amount of engagement and
no, exactly, and
shit
it's
posting from that.
annoying. To me, it's annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying to me. That's all it is. It's so annoying that like I stay off Twitter, like as the feed mostly. I'm off. It's just like that for me personally, and whatever. Anybody, everybody has their own opinion. But to me personally, like I was like, oh, okay, like this is not like, like I'm not like. It was a hard time for me telling people I was on Twitter to begin with because I used to get fucking yelled. What the mean? What the hell you use that platform for? You know what I mean? And now it's just like, I just stopped directing people to Twitter. Honestly, like I don't know.
So,
but where else?
where
What's
do you
better than
direct them
Twitter?
now?
He's trash. He's just trash.
Where do you direct them now?
Just my own.
Where do people go now?
For what? Well, it depends what they want, right? I'll direct them to specifically to certain things. I mean, it's not like I'm a person that people come to for a lot of things, by the way. You know what I mean? But if for NFTs and things like that, I have there's other sources out there.
Where?
Like personal people that I know, like myself, like I will give them like people's names and numbers, and they can reach out to them and talk to them about it. I mean, I don't know. I'm just like, that just annoyed me. You know what I mean? It just annoyed me personally. Whatever. And who cares? Like, call it being triggered, call it being whatever. It's just at some point,
I mean,
like,
it's a
I was
very
just like, I'm
California.
done. I'm done.
It's
I'm
a,
done with this high school fucking horseshit behavior. That's
but
what it is.
it's very a California, right? Because California is kind of
It's got no. This is not California. This is
yeah. He left it,
this is like this is
but
Beavis and Butthead, and I guess I just don't want Beavis and Butthead. Like it's just depressing to me. Like
Do you,
that the person, you know what I mean, that everybody looks up to, that he has all this power and all these things. Like this is how he's acting. Like it's just disappointing. I guess that's maybe where it is. I'm just like, ugh, disappointed.
do you think if he acted differently, other people would think that he's just being like acting like he's better than everyone else, and that he's like,
No.
okay, I'm just,
Let people think that. That's better than the other way.
is it, or is that
Honestly.
just
Yeah.
okay?
I think so. I don't know, like when you have that much power and money, I don't like I think you're smarter to shut the fuck up a little bit. You know what I mean? And be less than be more. That's all. That's what I think.
oh, you'd like him to be more like Jeff Bezos,
Yeah, like not say anything.
but he said stuff through Washington Post, though,
I
right?
was just about to say, and just be evil.
What's wrong with
And
Bezos?
just be evil behind the scenes.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's evil either way.
Yeah,
You
but the
prefer
evil,
your
But this way he feels like he's trolling everyone
the
with
evil
his
you
with
know
it.
is better than the evil you don't.
But it's all evil. Just assume it's all evil. Go from there. Like I'd rather just like stop trolling. Like it's evil. Stop trolling us. You know what I mean? like it's just it's just horseshit. It's just billionaire fucking games.
I think it's gonna be funny when he finally like starts, everyone that says like something bad about Elon in Spaces, it just automatically like they get banned from the platform, and he's just like,
Oh, Zach's for real. Like I've totally been like, oh my god, when am I gonna get booted out?
his only tweet will be like, if you want to complain about me, do it on somebody else's platform. That'll make me laugh.
For real, that's coming. That's coming next week. Hot off the press. Oh, Zach, that's funny. But yeah, that's probably a reality, though. As not funny as that is.
Nah, Twitter doesn't have enough.
No way.
Twitter doesn't have enough employees right now to try to monitor it. But
yeah, fair game.
they're probably trying to build a Chat GPT bot to do it right now. That's a total joke, Lord Elon. I love you and praise you every night. So I just want you to know that I was being facetious.
Gosh, Lord Elon.
I mean, that's why he bought 10,000 CPUs, right?
We did see his
Thank
name
you
like
for
off
you're
more
so
than 3
huge.
times. You know, we are probably in jeopardy here.
I think you need a specific net worth or following count, and then if you say his name 3 times, he appears.
That'd be wild, though, right?
Or you just need
like,
to be or you just need to be a mainstream media source that can't find a single fact when asked.
Yeah. Right? Yes, exactly. Oh man, no, I again, like I don't know. I was just I guess it's the disappointment. It's the same thing, you know. It's just disappointing to me. That's all, and I don't know why I'm disappointed. I have no right to be. I've got no reason. You know what I mean? Like I've got no right to be disappointed, even, right?
I was just gonna say,
not my
I feel
kid.
like if you're
He's
if
not my
you're
dad. He's not Robbie. He's not my relative.
yeah,
Like
if
I've got no right to be disappointed in it.
I feel like when people say things like that, like, oh, it just makes me feel bad or it makes me feel disappointed, I think that you're giving that individual more power, and that's in turn making you feel like they have more power. Because if you just ignore it and don't let it control your emotions, then they have no power over you. And so you feel a lot better about the whole thing. That's just the way I approach it. Is like he's gonna do what he's gonna do, and his understanding of reality is tainted because of the fact that he's been a millionaire longer than most people have been alive, probably, and
Right.
a billionaire longer than most of the people in this room probably have been alive. And
Mm-hmm.
he's made decisions that affect more people in the world than we will ever do combined, probably, right? Like, and I don't think as much as he tries to be a regular human and not I think not show that he is different than everyone, the way he does that is by going overboard on the human aspects, like trolling, right? Like,
Sure.
if all you do is just only professional tweets and you're worried about the PR of the situation, then, people are going to look at you and say, oh, yeah, well, you're just saying that because you're a billionaire and you don't want to get sued. Now we're saying that he's saying these things and he should set a better example. But then we think that people who are setting a better example are all fake and doing it just because they don't want to lose money. So I think he understands there's no middle ground. So why try? I mean, I bet you he faces more lawsuits in a day than most people face in a lifetime. So at some
Oh,
point,
absolutely.
you have to
No,
just stop
and you're
giving a
right. You're
fuck.
right. We don't. No, and you're right. You're right. And absolutely. That's a very good way of actually approaching things, especially things like this. As I said, like it's weird for me to even have an emotional reaction to this. And I have thought myself, I was like, this is weird that I'm even having a reaction. I get, what I mean, because I try not to, especially with people, especially with anybody I don't know. It's like, yeah, you're right. That is the way to go through life. And yeah, and there are, you can explain everyone's behavior, to be honest with you, about how they, about how they see the world and how they operate through it, um, as well. So yeah, yeah, I guess, yeah. Anyway, yeah, we can't. Sometimes I trigger a little bit, and I have to. As soon as I do, and I'm very self-aware now. Like when I have an emotional reaction to something, I immediately like try to figure like, ugh, stop. Like one, stop, and then two, like where's this coming from? You know what I mean? And all this other things. So, and coming here and being able to talk about it and talk is very is nice too. Honestly, it's important. I don't know. Thanks again. Thanks, guys.
Hey, no
Thanks,
problem.
guys. Yeah.
My hourly rates on my website, so just let me know. Just kidding.
Yeah, I'll just catch you here, Zach. No, this is why I'm here. This is why I won't stop, right? Thanks, Elon,
No,
I guess.
no
See?
matter
Look at
how
that.
much.
You turn it
See,
around, Zach. I
there
thanked
you
him.
go.
I thanked him. See? It's just all perspective. Ooh, actually, Michael asked a little while ago, like, well, what were you doing in the background? I actually I'm looking at this one website called windy.com. So it gives you all the like wind direction and wave direction and wind gusts and rain and thunder, all the weather, conditions. It's fascinating. It's like Google on steroids. You know what I mean? It's like Google Maps on steroids. Oh, it's so good. Freezing altitude, humidities, dew points. Snow depth. Ooh, let me put that layer on. Anyway, if anybody needs any sort of like, this is a really good, actually, one of the best ones, I think. Windy.com. Oh yeah, for the new surfer in the room, if he's still here. Oh, he left. Okay. Has anyone driven down the arm of Mexico? What's that called? The Baja Strip? Yeah. No? Just thought I'd throw out a random question. Can you guys hear me? That's my other question now.
Well, that's fun. I just got word that there's an
Yep.
active bomb threat.
Oh my God, where?
That base here. To the NSA, who's probably not listening, that I said that. I just got a message from my unit command, and I'm just waiting on word.
Good luck.
Does
Does it happen often?
No, but to be honest, if you think about it, like across the country, how many times a day do you think something like this happens? Probably across the entire country, probably a lot. I'm gonna Google that now. So I try not to. How?
I'll Google it. You want me to Google it?
No, that's fine.
Or, oh. We had one in our high school one time.
So the only data they have is from 2019, or the most up-to-date data I think is 2019.
That seems a bit lax, don't you think? Seems a bit. That's a while ago. Or do they just do it every 5 years? Do a data dump every 5 years or something? No,
I don't know.
That would be more. That's.
I would say that it probably went up during COVID.
Oh, here we go. Bomb incident report. Bomb incident report in schools. Oh, yeah. Well, this seems like a strange website. Oh, it is org. Okay. Yeah, you're right. This one's only from 1670. It's only in schools.
This is the annual explosives incident report, reviewing bombing and explosive related incidents. And let's see, explosions, recoveries, suspicious packages, bomb threats. It's on page 13. The fact that this is such an accumulated thing. 2019 had a 33% decrease from 2018. That's good to know. In 2019, there was 1,089 bomb threats. So what is that, 3 a day?
Yeah.
Ish.
That seems about. I don't know. That seems low even.
Yeah, but then you take into account
Country's
that
huge.
I live in one of the largest, I don't know, top 5 largest cities in Texas. I don't know. I'm just trying to do the math, and the idea that it's happening is not that odd to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. Interesting thought.
Well, there's an NYC NFT going on right now. A lot of my photographer friends are out there. They're showing all these. I don't know what's wrong with me. I guess my work got really crazy and just emotionally. I don't know. There's a lot of bullshit with my work in the last couple of months, and I wish that had been over with like a month ago because I would have submitted some work for NY NFT, but maybe next year, right? Maybe I'll get my wave photo up there next year. Maybe not. Maybe it's still around. Who knows? There's a cyclone happening off of Australia right now.
I think the U.S. has a bunch of like fires going on right now. There was a fire that burned down like the largest cattle ranch in someplace in Texas, and there's some
Holy
Indiana
shit.
plant there's a fire at an Indiana recycling plant, I think, that all burned to the ground and toxic fumes are
Yes, it
going all
started
over.
yesterday, right? Yeah, or
And
something like that.
then
I think it's.
someone like burned down an entire neighborhood in Toronto, apparently. Like an entire community of $2 million homes in Toronto all got burnt to the ground. So I'm just like, all right, what's going on? It's like,
Holy shit. Is Alf back? That's crazy.
again,
That's some
I'm
shit.
wondering if it's like, the what is it? Not availability bias, but there was like one fire, and now all of a sudden the news is hooked on fires. And
Like they did with the trains.
yeah, right. Like
Yeah.
people thought that train derailments was a bigger problem and then looking for a place to blame, and so it became big news. And then you Google it and find out there's 2,000 a year in just the
Right.
United States.
Right, and
So
because it's up to this point, they don't really cover him unless it was like a commuter death one, unless it's like a big one, which
yeah,
those apparently are rare. Yeah.
I was in JBL in Washington, and I was probably 200 yards away from where the train in Washington State derailed and all the people died. Like we literally could like walk from our house and see it over on the road, and we were like, oh shit. But I don't remember it being like a new train derailment every other day when that happened. But
Yeah.
again, that was a part of my life where I didn't have the news. I just had Netflix.
I know. Well, now Hulu, if you have Roku, if you have the Roku thing, or if you have Hulu, apparently they have like live. I've been watching news again a little bit, like the morning news, local news. It's quite interesting, local news. I haven't really watched it in a long time. Uh, it's it's especially in LA. It's quite interesting. Although I like it for the mostly for the traffic, to be fair, and the weather. I'm always like, because the traffic is such a big thing here. You really could just talk about two things in LA, like traffic. If you go to a party and you just talk about traffic, you could probably skate through. It is a huge topic here. I notice like people from LA bring it up even on Spaces as well. I'm like, oh, they just talked about traffic. You know what I mean?
What do you do in traffic? What's the longest time you've ever sat in traffic?
I literally sit. Oh, where'd Zach go? I literally sit. Oh yeah, bomb threat. Duh. I was like, where'd Zach go? I literally no. A lot of times I'll sit on Spaces and listen to you guys.
Yeah, but what's the longest time?
I've sat in a car in traffic.
Yeah.
To get somewhere.
Yeah.
Like from A to B.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like probably like 4.5 hours.
What sat? You've like been stuck in a car for like 4 hours.
Oh, like sat.
Yeah.
Like standstill.
Yeah, standstill.
Oh, in one of those situations? Oh God. Oh well, that happened in Tennessee somewhere on the road.
Well, I'm just talking about in general. For me, like the longest I've ever had to sit maybe is like a car accident, maybe 45 minutes. But are you
Yeah.
talking like, no, man, I
Yeah.
have to sit 6 hours sometime. Like that would,
Oh
yeah.
no. I've only I've no, and usually the traffic here isn't standstill. It's very rare that it
No,
stands still.
okay.
Yeah, you may be like crawling ever so slightly, but once in a while you might stand still, but the standing still is maybe the longest, maybe a minute or
Hmm.
two. It depends, you know what I mean? It depends on where you are,
Yeah.
if there's an accident and if they're clearing it and whatnot. But yeah, it's usually just like a wicked slow crawl, just a bit faster than you can walk
So
sometimes.
hellish for anybody in a stick shift, probably,
Oh
because
my
you're
God,
always
the
going.
worst.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you don't. I had a stick shift when I got here. No, you don't buy stick shifts in LA. You buy hybrids, and not because we're like socially,
Yeah.
conscious
Yeah.
of the thing. It's mostly because I have a hybrid. I love my hybrid for this reason. I don't when I'm in really bad traffic. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I just look down and the car's just running on electric. You know what I mean? As long as I keep it under 25 miles an hour, I'm running on electric. It's nice. So, yeah, so I don't really complain. And I have to shift my perspective about sitting in traffic here in LA. Like, you really can't. If you want to shorten your life, just get weird and road ragey here, because you're just going to be like that for hours in one day. That's not good for your cortisol levels, and all this other shit. So, and your dopamine, it's not good. So I have to learn to just chill and be like, okay, what can you do in a car for 2 hours? Say, if on average, like, I drive an hour and 10 minutes to work and 2.5 hours home, right? So I'm in the car almost 4 hours, we'll say, with adding extra shit every day. So what do you do for 4 hours if you can't go anywhere? You know what I mean? And if you have to drive, I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you.
You do Kegels. You do you do you sit on spaces. You guys are like, oh my God, now I know what you're doing when you're in the space here in the car. No, but you sit on spaces, you listen to people, maybe you book on tapes on radio. You call your mom if you can't. You call your parents, you call your family, you call your friends. Like, I've really had to like shift, like, what can I do productively, because I can't, as a lot of times, even whatever job I have, like, if I'm working as an artist assistant or even in the weed world, I'm using my hands. I can't use my phone. I can't text anybody, and I usually can't sit on the phone and talk either. So I'm like, cool. I just use that time to make phone calls, to reconnect with my friends. You know what I mean? Because I don't see them very often. Or, yeah, he said, learn a new language maybe. I really want to learn French. I mean, I know I have the basis down because I did French for like 9 years, but I'd like to get back into it. Mm. So yes, whatever. Positive, trying to do positive shit instead of sitting there and going, oh God, why, my life. You know what I mean? Because it was rough there. A couple of times, my first like 2.5, hour drives back from my new job was like very soul searching, and I almost like just like got home, like grabbed my backpack and like left the house. It was like, I'll see you maybe in 6 months. Like, it was very much like, and that's another thing. Like, it's very difficult a lot of times for me not to do that as well, because I know you can't. That's the thing about doing cool shit in life, is like hiking for like months, is that you learn that you can actually do that and just live and survive. So when stuff gets in life, like real life gets like really shitty or just like mundane, you're just like, oh, but I could just get on the trail and run away. Run away. No, I can't do that. Ugh. That would be crazy, right? You have to do it the right way. You have to leave a note. I'm just kidding. Anyway, but yeah, Kegels.
Eagles. I'm with you.
Kegels. I don't know.
Oh,
Do men do
Kegels. You're
Kegel?
doing Kegels, right? You're doing Kegels on the car.
Yeah,
I
because
guess
you
it's
can't.
not bad. You can take a gummy and just get high in a car. I wouldn't drink, obviously, because that's
Mm,
bad. You
yeah.
know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you look into people's cars in LA,
Yeah.
I mean, they are uh, I really need to write that short story about me being a valet driver like in LA. Because especially in Los Angeles, because Los Angeles your car is another room in your house.
Sure.
And it is treated that way because you spend so much time in it. So people really, their cars really are personalized on the inside, like like crazy. You know what I mean? No, if you look over sometimes, if you're in a high enough vehicle and look over, like you'll see people like sipping their scotch and a cigar, whatever. You know what I mean? Full spread. You know what I mean? Because we know where we have to sit in traffic for 2 hours. So people just like chill, man. You literally smell the weed sometimes. See the smoke, smell the weed. You're like, oh, hear the music. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know. But no, but the inside of people's cars here are fascinating. They really are. Sometimes super gross too. Other people's cars are weird. But so because you feel like you're literally stepping into someone's bed when you're valet parking. Uh, sometimes like you're stepping into their under their comforter. You know what I mean? Like you just got into their house and you set into their bed. I don't know. It's a weird feeling sometimes. Well, no, because you have their personal music is there. You know what I mean? Like it's very bizarre. It's a very bizarre thing when you think about it. If you think about it, if you've had that job, especially like it wasn't so bad when I did because we did a lot of like high end private parties. That was okay because those cars are different. Those high end luxury cars, people aren't treating them like their rooms, right? These are a lot of times rented brand new cars, lovely, right? They have the nice car smell. But when you get the account of doing the Renaissance Festival and you have to park everybody's car, that's a whole other experience. That's like cat hair and dog hair and like vomit and like cups of whatever. You know what I mean? And it's like people's underwear, trash, drawings, photos.
Mm.
It's dirt. You know what I mean? Like as I said, that's when it gets personal. That's when and it's hot. It's really hot in Southern California when the Renaissance Festival happens. And you're getting in and out of like literally one day. I mean, you're getting in and out of hundreds of cars. So it's pretty interesting. I remember one time I stepped in a lady's car. It was a Honda Element, and I stepped in it. She got out. Her and her whatever friend jumped out, and I jumped in, and I jumped in, and it was pretty hot, and I was like, "That's a weird fucking smell." And I started driving, and I look behind me, and it's like the Honda Element. You can take out the seats, and it's just one big bucket of you can spray it out. Anyway, she had the whole back. It was all just McDonald's trash. Just like literally up to my knee. Like if you were to measure it, it was probably like two like a foot of McDonald's trash. Just in the back. I guess this lady just all she did was eat McDonald's and through like thing that that's very personal. It's very weird. That's what I say. Like and then you think about that person's home and you're like, wow, I wonder what their home looks like. It's yeah, and then some people's cars, like you get in and you're like, you're like, ooh, I wonder what they're like in a good way. Like, ooh, their home must be like fucking so cool because they have this and this in their car. It's a weird thing. Getting exposed to so many people's personal innards, I don't know, inner sanctuary, I guess. Anyway. Oh, hey, Rocky. Is Rocky leaving? Yeah. We have a listener down there on computer. Maybe it's Elon. No, maybe it's not. And what do you do when you have to drive? Or when you're stuck in traffic?
I usually, I'll do audio journal typically. I'll just ramble to myself. Imagine that. Imagine Dan being able to ramble to himself. Oh my God, that's impossible to imagine. Yes, I'll do that, or listen to music, or sing. Sing is
Yeah,
good.
singing. Yeah, okay, that's good. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't. I tend to not listen to music because if my job usually I'm always like exposed to other people's music.
Mm,
So it's almost like like the sanctuary of my own car. It's
yeah,
like no, like a lot of times no music, even
yeah. I
the
get
music
that.
I like. Yeah, I'm like, oh, silence. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes
because if you're
sense.
forced to listen to other people's music all day, it's silence sometimes is better.
Yeah, I can totally see that. Listening to you fight for like a level of peace and zen, I always feel bad when you're like, sometimes I get a chance to breathe. Yes, you do. It's okay.
And when you say you travel 2 hours, what kind of distance is this?
The distance is 67 miles, like 65 miles from my house. It takes me 2.5 hours to get home.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, and it takes me like an hour and 4 minutes. It says on the map, right? An hour to get there because there's no traffic, which is fine. Like in the morning, it's all good. I'm just waking up, whatever. But yeah, it's the getting, So again, like it's a weird thing. If I've got 2.5 hours, and the sun is also staying up later now, so I thought, okay, I'm gonna start taking my kayak. So maybe go kayak before, and then maybe drive up home. I don't know. There's a lot of things like you have choices. If you don't have to be home, like I'm lucky, I don't have to be anywhere after work. Like no one's. I don't have. My kid's grown. I don't have anyone waiting for me at home. So it's just like I kind of sometimes I go home, sometimes I don't. You know what I mean? So that's good. That's good. I mean, I know a lot of people, have responsibilities and they have to do this and they have to do that. So like, and that's what makes all these people be on the road. You know what I mean? At the same time. So, but yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Mm. So, is there any other transport? I mean, I don't know.
You could take the train.
Uh-huh.
You could, but I would have to. It would take me. Hmm. To where I am, I would have to take a train. If I caught that train, I might be able to catch the other train to my house. And if I don't, then I'd have to catch like 2 buses and a metro to get home. It would take me about 3.5 hours, I think, to get home, or 4 hours to get home instead of two. Yeah, the public transportation system here in Los Angeles is the pits. Um, so, and they don't run, and again, I think I mentioned this earlier, they don't run 24 hours. So if you miss the last train, and the last train is at like 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, I think it's 5:30 or 6 o'clock from downtown. That's it. I have to then, take either 3 buses or like one, maybe like an underground metro and then a bus, 2 buses, yeah, to get home. So yeah, it's a real pain in the ass. You kind of have to have a car here in LA. It's no joke. Unless, you're rich and you can just Uber everywhere. And, no one's Ubering, from where I live from the valley to say Santa Ana. That would cost you a lot of money.
Wow. I sometimes complain sitting on 40 minutes in the traffic.
Oh boy, that's a dream to me. 40 minutes. Oh, like even my drive to work isn't 40 minutes, yeah?
My drive from home to my office is 16 minutes, and a bad day 22. And sometimes when these idiots drive like idiots, then we don't have the luxury like you guys have, like a 6-7 lanes. We don't have them, but that's where things get stinged, and you sit there for hours. The ambulance comes, and if it's bad, then you get police comes and will take all those pictures, like one in the Matrix films, the 360 degrees, and before they open the road and things. But yeah. I mean, driving here to France is take what? Here to border, 1 hour and 40 minutes. Here to the border to the other house, pretty much is 3 hours and 3.5 hours, pretty much. So a bit of a stopover. So within 4 hours in France. So that's pretty good drive. What do I listen in the car when I'm stuck or even not stuck? Probably podcast most of the time. I don't listen to any of these silly radios. That's complete waste of time.
I do love how podcasts are out there now, and it's a thing because it really does help um, when you're in the car, if or on any sort of transportation. You know what I mean? It really it does pass the time. And to be fair, like a lot of times I'll sit on spaces. Maybe I talk, maybe I won't. Like right now I'm able to because it's kind of cold outside and I don't have AC in my car. So when it gets hot, I have to roll down the windows and I can't I can't talk. And I can't talk on spaces. It's like a big wind tunnel. But yeah, I'll be listening sometimes. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's good. Yeah, I hope to one day not have a commute that long. You know what I mean? But until then, maybe one day, not soon, but I know I'll be going down there hopefully at least for the rest of the year. I don't know. Maybe I'll change my location and move closer. You know what I mean? Instead of having to drive, that would be nice, actually. But it's very expensive where I work in that area. It's very very expensive. So it's very fancy, fancy, fancy.
Yeah, I did in my previous life spend a lot of my money on traveling, as in commute. Then I get in my pockets. That age is kind of gone. So I do spend previously when my student age travel. Yeah, go sometimes get.
Yeah, yeah, it's almost like you have to do the math. It's like, well, is it worth it for me to move because I am going to, like I am going to use this much money in petrol, but like, and is petrol going to go up or not, right? So, probably. So I'll be just spending more. So how's that gonna, you know what I mean? Maybe it is better for me to like move, but I have a pretty sweet deal where I am. You know what I mean? So it is. I guess at the end of the day, it's a math equation. Um, all right. It's one big math equation that I haven't really done, and I don't really want to do at the moment because thinking about moving, ooh, is not something I want to do.
Yeah.
Where do you live?
I'm in South Coast, England.
Mm. Mm. Lovely.
Right.
Like the south, south, south?
Yeah, 20 minutes from the beach here.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
I heard there's great walking paths. I guess that's what they call them there, over there, along the point. The Cornwall, is it
Yeah,
Cornwall?
Cornwall
I
is further
think
to
it's
the
Cornwall.
south of the land.
Away. Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm near Portsmouth and Southampton.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at the map right now.
So the Portsmouth, you got naval base, and so the support, and so the Southampton. So I'm 20 minutes from the Portsmouth.
Did you ever go to the Isle of Wight?
Yeah. Have you been traveling this way?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no, I grew up in Aberdeen,
Are you?
Scotland.
Oh my goodness.
Well, not Aberdeen, Stonehaven,
Okay.
actually. But yeah,
Right.
a lot of people, nobody knows where Stonehaven is, but a lot of people will know where Aberdeen is.
Yeah.
No, I grew up in Stonehaven. I was there from the age of when I was 2 to 17, and then my parents moved to Norway.
Wow.
Then I was in Norway, Stavanger, for 2 years, and then I came to America.
Right. You pretty much multilingual then.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I'm Dutch, so yeah.
Yeah.
I'm definitely multilingual.
Wow.
Yeah. My parents emigrated from Holland. They're Dutch to Scotland, and then because my dad was like, my dad didn't want to live in Holland, so he had kids and was like, yeah, we're out of here. Let's go. So he left, and ended up in Scotland and Norway, and and now I'm in America, and they're in America too. So
Yeah. You're pretty much lucky in weather-wise, I bet.
yes, yeah, definitely. Well, you mean in Norway
No,
or
even Scotland,
growing up?
really.
Oh yeah, because I was in because we're in the rain shadow,
Yeah.
what it's called over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was quite mild, as in the rest there, and then Stavanger is also sort of because of the ocean currents. It doesn't really, it was snow and things, and it is dark and rainy mostly, but it's not like the north. It's not like Bergen. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or even when you go even a little bit more north.
Right.
Or inland, like if when you go inland, Norway, you know what I mean. That's very hard. That's harsh, beautiful, harsh, but yeah. I mean, the temperatures it's cold. I mean, but not as in not too terrible, I guess. When you think about temperatures here in America, when you live in like places like Montana or even like Ohio, to be fair, in the winter, fucking nasty. The middle of the country is pretty nasty here too. So yeah, at least it's coastal, right? It's a whole different vibe.
Yeah, I pretty much fancy going cruise in Norway.
Yeah, man, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
You should.
And I don't know whether you know that there's a story. There's a lady was living in cruise for entire her life because it's much cheaper to live in the cruise than living in a care home. So she lived in a Norwegian cruise for entire 7 years or something like that. That's not a bad idea.
No, that's not a bad idea at all, by the way. Not at all. Not at all. I myself am definitely on the path. Well, I plan on eventually getting my own sailboat.
Oh, wow.
And
how does that work? Is that
living on a
you
boat.
just need to go licensing and stuff?
Actually, you don't need a license.
All right.
I'm going to. No, you really don't. The only time you need a license is to if you want to pay, if you want people to pay you. You know what I mean, to transport things. So you need like a small one. I am actually getting my 6-pack license. I'm studying for it right now, and then I have to get all my hours and shit. And that allows you to take people on. You know what I mean, up to 6 people onto your vessel, and they can pay you for cruises or whatever. But no, you actually don't need a license. You don't even you don't really need to know how to sail to buy a sailboat. You just buy one, I guess, and just go at it if you're stupid enough. If you don't know anything about sailboats, no, you really do. I mean, you kind of do need to. If you're gonna go out in the ocean, yes, you need to be a little bit more. I mean, just for your own personal safety, know what you're doing. But yeah, no, I 100% want to live on a sail. Want to live on a boat at least for like 20 years. You know what I mean? Live that life for 20 years. I think that would be
So you mean
fascinating.
like off grid stuff? Pretty much.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Travel. Just like travel the world.
Hmm.
Get on a boat. You can. It costs you like $300 a year to cruise the Caribbean. You can mostly stay off anchor if you want, as long as your boat's sound enough, and if you have a water maker, and there's nothing goes wrong, which they will. So you know what I mean. And you're best to be in sort of like Mexico area if there's something wrong with your boat on maybe somewhere hopefully not too humid, so repairs are easier. But no, there's a lot of oh, yeah. I'm moving towards that, right? That lifestyle, we'll say, more and more.
That's interesting. It is getting a little bit fashion here, and there's a chappie who's doing um, caravan
Mm,
living.
that's big here,
Yeah, and here,
and that it
yeah,
really took off. Yeah,
yeah, here people doesn't like even you have a caravan parking of in your driveway. They just like give you like a bit of a look. Come on, get this out of
yeah,
your way.
yeah, yeah. No, they have laws here in cities where you can't park a vehicle over 22 feet in a residential area.
All right.
So you have to pay for what's it called, like storage then. Or if you're not going to live in it, right? If you are going to live in it, it's very difficult here to live in anything larger than 22 feet because you can't really park it anywhere. I mean, there are spots here, obviously in LA, where you can, but it's really shitty. Like they've made it quite impossible to live in an RV here, like in the city. But in the West Coast of America, there are lots of places where you can live for free, in your off the grid, in a van or in a whatever, actually just on the land. It's called a BLM land.
Hmm.
You yeah, but these places are never near places where you can get work, right? So most of the people who live on those lands are usually people living off the government, you know what I mean, or just really just on their own,
I see.
just bartering, trading, selling, you know what I mean? That's a big communities out here all over the West here in America. And also the reason why you can do it here in California mostly and in Oregon is because these lands are usually in super dry areas. So, you're not going to come up against like a lot of bugs and a lot of, you got to haul water and things, but that's about it. Yeah. So yeah, it's a huge, huge thing here. There's a whole movement, I think.
Yeah, yeah. I think it is kind of catching up in here because the things are getting silly expensive, and the youngsters to get
Yes.
onto the like a mortgage ladder is getting sillier and sillier. And all the twists and turns in down payments is silly. Sometimes getting like 30% plus down payment just on a 400,000 decent house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm looking at that here in America. You know what I mean? Look, if I have $50,000 cash, I'm gonna buy I'm gonna buy a $25,000 boat or $20,000 boat. Still put $10,000 into it, so you know what I mean? Because you have to when you buy a boat. Get it all set up. That's 30,000, and then I have 30,000 left over for oh great, I'm gonna buy myself maybe a van and live that way instead of buying a home. And everyone's like, yeah, boats cost money. So do homes. Homes cost a lot of money. Upkeep, insurance all the time, uh, fucking maintenance. You know what I mean? So to me, I would rather take it's not even a risk for me. I'd rather just live that way. I mean, I mean, this is gonna sound morbid, but I mean, also, how long like how long, you don't know how long you have on there. So I really don't want to spend the time owning a home and living in one spot and being stuck in one spot. And then, or and I don't want to be an owner. I don't want to run an Airbnb. I think they're evil. Oh God. I think that's one of the downfalls, here in the housing market is the whole Airbnb market thing. So yeah, no, you're not going to catch me owning a home. I'll help my son buy a home, if he wants, what I mean. But for me personally, I'd rather be a little bit more mobile and live the life I want to live, right? I mean, it may not look pretty or nice, and I get a lot of like pushback from a lot of my friends. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? What the fuck are you doing? Like, but I look at them and go, look, nobody like none of my friends have ever like long distance hiked. They've never pushed themselves out, you know what I mean, off to the edges of society. And when you do that and you like it, that's where you want to go live. You know what I mean? You want to go hang out there. You want to go live in that sort of like that area. And for me, that's the sailing community. It's a little bit, it's, I don't know. Yeah. I guess just find your people, right? Whoever they are.
Yeah, the good old fashions. I mean, I'm sure you're familiar. Within Europe, they all have like coastal houses, inland, and then they all rush in the summer. They spend the
Hmm.
entire summer in somewhere and things like that. And before Brexit, then people did have houses in coastal Spain and things like that. That's
Yeah.
getting more difficult now. It's just all this paperwork is getting sillier. You spend lots more with the lawyers than actually buying the damn house, which is
Right. Right. Yeah, I think it's getting more and more difficult in that way, which is to be fair. I mean, I always thought foreigners shouldn't be able to buy land in your country. You know what I mean? They should only be able to visit. And I mean, that's how I see it. I don't I think you have to be I for me personally, it's another reason why, we have problems, with housing as well, is that PU, especially here in America. I don't know what it's like there. But, in America, they allow anyone to buy a home. You don't have to be even a resident. You don't have to be, you know what I mean? You can be a complete foreigner. You can be a complete foreign entity and buy property here. Like that's not, that's not good too. So that that the market here just to buy a home is you're up against corporations at this point. You're up against bots, right? It's like a free list. It's like a free mint. And you're up against the bots, to get a free mint. That's how I feel about the market here. And it's just ridiculous. Everything is just so overpriced. And I don't know.
yeah,
It's too much.
it's pretty much the same, especially in UK. It's the same in cities,
Yeah. Yeah.
like you say. Um, yeah, they always find a loophole to invest in these things and buy them through the different routes. And we keep on hearing all these corporations and buying these things, and sometimes nobody lives. It's a few £1 million flat, and nobody lives. It's just a complete waste. And again, the locals have a mind about that. Nothing we can do.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing you can do apart from, I mean, the people now, there's certain communities here in America, that where they have like homeowners associations and things like that, where it's like you're not allowed to, or certain cities are now passing sort of laws that you can't, you know what I mean? And to me, I always thought it was weird that Airbnb was legal in the first place. You know what I mean? I thought, because I don't know, but this is America, right? You do it until you get sued. You do it until you get sued to tell you can't. So, but in the meantime, meantime, I don't know. It seems to me it's really decimated the housing market and drove prices up ridiculously for no reason. And there's just so many empty homes out there now, where, especially in vacation areas, right? In where there's locals and then there's tourists. You'll find a lot of homes empty there that used to be, maybe owned by locals.
Yeah, I hear before pandemic, one of my work colleague just bought a farmhouse out of a credit card. It's 25,000 euros, somewhere in the middle of nowhere in Spain, and the transactions and that was fun. Obviously, it's got lots of work to do, but I'm just saying, people do some crazy stuff. Out in the middle of nowhere. I said, what the hell are you gonna do with this? Oh, no, don't worry. I just at least go and sit there when I'm having a holiday and things. But now we pulled out of the EU thing. Things are not straightforward unless you get pretty competent lawyers. Go through all sorts of paperwork and stuff. But they are making difficult, like you say, if it's non-residents to buying properties and things, they are making it very difficult.
Yeah, because I think it's a delicate balance between wanting to have foreign money or money come in to help the area, but it's also like, well, if it depends who's buying it. And I think also when you own property, I don't know, this is one of these conversations where it like drifts into my own like fantasy reality scenario. You know what I mean? How I wish it was versus how it really is. And I understand that it really is this way, but how I wish it was, I wish people were more stewards of their own land and cared who they sold to instead of just selling it. But then again, I also understand people. People a lot of times are selling their home out of desperation as well, out of need. But you know what I mean. Like who are you selling your land to? Like what are they gonna do with it? There's not enough of that going on, I think. And I guess at the end of the day, people at the end of the day really don't understand or care what that really means. You know what I mean? Know who you're selling it to. I don't know. I get a little salty because I love. Okay, I've invested interest in this small area in coastal Maine, and what I've seen there is just sort of like what I've been talking about, just happening in that level. But I've seen that all over Maine as well. Where people sort of like people with means are able to come in, throw down their credit card or throw down their credit and just buy properties. You know what I mean? And then not sort of like take like the people who are living on there, they're not living on the land. They're they're not cultivating their own land. They just buying this area and then letting others come in and out of it, like transitory way, which doesn't really, no, it doesn't add value to the community.
Yeah, you're supposed to bomb them first, right? Like there's an order of
There is
operations.
an order. Damn it, Michael. There is. 100%.
Haven't you checked the standard operating procedures for buying land in a port?
Yes.
And then make them buy it in your currency, so it's not worth a goddamn.
I don't know. I just seen like I don't know. It's sad, but then again, change is inevitable, and things are gonna change, and nothing stays the same, especially here in America. I think we went over this earlier. I was rambling about this earlier. Anyway, but yeah.
I mean,
God, I've just been talking this night.
You're not the only exception in terms of things are changing. I mean, I go to the places
Everywhere.
where I was living in London. I can't even recognize it anymore. And then,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Right. Nothing is like the impermanence of Los Angeles is astounding. I mean, it's like, and you're saying London, and London is a very old city, and even as you said, like even that's changing and changing and changing and changing. I mean, and that's also inevitable as well. Cities get built upon cities, built upon the city, get built upon the city. It happens. It's been happening for centuries, right? There's an old London underneath London. I guess this is just the newer London being built on top of the older London. The skins become different, right?
yeah,
Different skin,
I mean, even
same place.
suburbs, you wouldn't see any like multi-story building and things. Now suburbs, we got this ring road, it's got M25, so that runs through suburbs. So I gather they're going to introduce something like a high polluting cars can't go through those ring roads in this summer sometimes. And then the other bits, yeah, it used to be the case of where you got all the cottages and things in suburbs. Now all has gone. Everywhere you've seen pubs and restaurants is gone now. You got multi-story buildings, and everybody at least got 2 cars per house. And where are you going to put them? And it just in the 9 o'clock in the morning, they're all parked in the street. You can't move anywhere. A to B, you used to be the case of you go here to there within 20 minutes. It take hours. Just getting silly. And it's kind of overcrowded in many ways. I don't know. I hate going there. And it's just, even if I do go anything, just go to trains or public transport. Just get the hell out of there as soon as I can. Just, I hate it.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah, I haven't. I've only been to London one time, and I'm assuming it's just like every large metropolitan area. A lot of people, a lot of traffic, a lot of noise. You know what I mean? And some people love that. Listen, I have friends who are just like who love the city. They can't. They dislike being in quieter places. They don't get it. You know what I mean? They don't find it relaxing. They like the noise and the bustle. It makes you know. Yeah. It's not for everybody though. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I must say there are some parts of this London is okay, hustling and bustling and clean and whatnot. Now they introduce like congestion charges. You don't have the lots of cars coming in because you have to pay for it or get the permit and things. And then now it's even harder. All these like polluting cars that can't come in and things that make a little less of a traffic within the inner London that is moving further to the fields, which is good.
So you have to pay to drive in London?
Inner London, yes.
See, it's just like that movie. Where's Ruckus? Damn it. Hopefully he's watching that movie. It's just like that movie in time.
Yeah, I mean the congestion charges is
In a way.
introduced quite a while ago, and
Mhm.
then that kind of expanded a bit outwards. So you got the inner circle of the London, which is like 206, which is inner circle, and there's a major outer circle motorway go around the whole of London, which is M25. So what they were planning to do from this summer, any high polluting cars can't go in. You will end up having to pay to get into the motorway and to cross inside the circle, which is good in a way. Just take the whole of traffic out of the
Yeah.
system.
No. It makes sense. Yeah.
Um,
How many rings does London have now? So the inner ring and 1, 2.
Yeah, there's
Then they have.
there's a 3 rings, but it doesn't qualify as a very inner ring, which is like a city of London. 206, which is inner ring, or 406, and then M25, which is the massive. If you look at it on the map, and you can see.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, M25 is a massive. So that's pretty much, you got 32 junctions, and things like that. So yeah, so when that come in force, that's a hell of a lot of cars can't go in,
Oh, okay, I see it now. Yeah.
which is good in a way. Which is good in a way.
Yeah. It's a lot of people.
And then now they're introducing more cross lines, which is cross rails. So you got multiple line cutting across London and things. So people can travel from outside to inside within 40 minutes of commute, which is good.
Oh yeah, when you pull back, you can really see the rings there. They're massive.
Yeah, it's massive. On a busy day, it's a kind of car park. Before pandemic, this is. Now, the good stretch they got like a 60 mile an hour. Some stretches is nothing, it's farms and whatnot, land, so you're okay. 70 and plus. And whereas you could probably see near Heathrow and Gatwick, especially near Heathrow, you get like 40 mile an hour.
Oh yeah, well it's like here, like whenever you go near LAX, it's like it's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare, yes.
It's just a nightmare. You're just like it's always bad.
Yeah, when they build the Terminal 5, it even get worse, where on a busy time, that's it. Yes, they say 40, but nothing pass through that. Yeah.
I love how you were able to just jump on Google Maps. I love Google Maps.
Oh yeah.
I could just stare at Google Maps. Wow.
I couldn't believe the other day I put the Apple map while I'm driving on the M25 where this junction exited to Heathrow. It shows me stay in the which lane, because you can get lost and confused on that junction. It's unbelievable, and it tells me it's like the Thames estuary, which is the near to. If you look at the Google map, you can see that there's like reservoirs, and it's pretty scenic. If you look at it on the Apple map, and have you seen an Apple map fly over through London?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
Oh.
I don't use Apple. No.
I see. They made it pretty good, which is quite nice.
Yeah, I would like to go to London, back to London, and check it out again one day. One day I'll go back. One day I'll go back. Oh, I see Casey's popped up. Casey.
Oh, bruv. Listen, bruv, mate.
What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Have you been drinking?
No. No, that's
You're like, no.
no.
Damn it. No, I'm just kidding. I've been very talkative today, Casey.
Good.
I don't know why.
It happens. We all need it. We all need to do it.
It does happen.
You can hear ourselves talk.
I know. Well, as I said earlier, it helps. What's up?
Nobody gives enough weight to the listening aspect of spaces. Communication's a two-way street. So
Okay, thank you, Casey. Oh my God. Thank you, everyone who has
listening
been
is half
listening to
of
my
part.
rambling
Yes,
for
been
the
listening.
past 3 hours. And you're welcome. I've literally cleared the room like 6 times, so it's okay. And you're welcome.
Dude, I love listening to like super high tech, in depth conversations interrupted by somebody expressing emotion or relaying their day. Like, wait, hold on.
Wait,
We're
what?
talking about quantum physics over here. You're talking about your dog taking a poop. Why? How? You know.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Uh,
Oh my God, I love it. I know. I always come in here and probably shit all over your room, all over your intellectual fucking conversation.
Good. We need more of it.
Hey, don't
So
call it
good.
intellectual. How dare you? I take offense to that.
I know I don't know if I did it today, but I know I definitely have in the past for sure. But yeah, but thank you. Again, thank you everyone for listening.
You're sitting.
No,
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
no, like there are certain people like um that like I'm talking about clear room. Have you seen someone clear a room from like it's like 15, 20 people to 2?
Yes.
Yeah, there are levels to turning people off.
Oh, for sure. No, no, no. I know. I've been in this room and seen that. Oh shit. And I've left probably. I was
Yeah,
probably one of them to leave. And I've come back and there's like 2 people, 3 people like, yeah. Was right to
I
leave.
like how Dan has weaponized the monologue. Like when someone's just bullshit is just too thick. All right, let's tee up a good 5-minute session on this one. And as soon as they try to interrupt, we'll add 2 minutes for every time they try to speak. Like it's fucking great. It's awesome.
It is pretty good. That's when I know I need to shut the fuck up when Dan comes in and does a monologue, actually. Like, it's actually a good sort of like self
Dude,
awareness
totally
tool.
right. It's like your social gauge. Oh, I've got too far.
Like, I'll just keep blah, 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 blah until Dan comes in and like trolls me, and then I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, all right, I'm done. Yes. It's true, but it's very funny. I think it's perfect.
There's a great utility
Uh,
in that, you know.
there is, though. There certainly is. There
Dan's
certainly
got
is.
more. You say Dan's got more utility than most of the NFT projects.
Dude, Dan absolutely
I
has
agree.
100%. Honestly, I can't think of an NFT project that has more. Honestly, or even gets close. Dan is my like antidepressant.
Nakamigos,
Honestly.
community, Nakamigos. All about the community, yo, for the culture.
Oh God. Oh God. No, no, no. Okay, now you just triggered me. No, I'm just kidding. No, Dan is my personal antidepressant. He's one of them, at least. I've got a couple. But Dan is definitely one of them. When I feel sad, I'm definitely like looking for Dan on Spaces. I'm like, God, I hope he's like, doing his.
I like that he's really stepped up his animation game. His images are really like a lot. He's definitely taking steps forward.
Well, I would be worried if he wasn't, because he's been doing it for you have been like down the rabbit hole on this. And I agree. I think they're actually very. I love his. Yeah. Again, I think I brought this up before, and I think I shared it. The yellow girl with the helicopter, like that aesthetic, that whole animation look. I love that actually.
I like the whole like 80s Akira vibe. You know, it's punk rock cyber twist. It's good. Now we just need him to do all
I
the
know,
work to get that.
are we coaxing him? I know. I feel
Yeah.
like we're coaxing him onto speaker.
Come on, Dan. Tell us
Come
all
on,
your
do it, Dan.
tricks.
Dan, and if you can hear us and you're speaking, and we're obviously speaking over you, then you might be in
No.
that
He's
hole.
on
No,
listener.
he's
He's
not.
on listener. No. He's on
He
listener.
is. He's
Sorry.
listening.
We
Oh,
have
he is because
this is
he's speaker with me.
Oh, really? He's a listener
Yeah,
for me.
he's
Interesting.
speaker with no talkie thing happening.
Interesting. I've still got him on the listener on mine.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Well, then let's definitely, especially if he can't say anything, we should definitely talk about him. You know what I mean? Like that's a
Well,
prime
my
opportunity.
policy is if someone can't hear you, though, you can, I only say nice things so they can't rebut. Yeah, which
I
we've
like
been doing.
I like talking shit to my friends in front of them, saying nice things behind their back. Like that's
That,
just
that's who I am.
yeah, you know.
That's who I am.
If I give you shit, then I like you. If I'm really
Yeah.
fucking nice to you all the time, nope,
Nope.
nope,
Nope.
nope.
Absolutely not. Oh boy. Anyway, what was I gonna say? So what are you doing this fine? Is it Wednesday? I forget. Yeah, it's Wednesday, right? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Wednesday.
yeah. Just been hanging out with the fam, doing family stuff. Went to the park, flew some kites with the kids. Um, it was a moderate success and a moderate failure. Hunter was terrified that his dinosaur kite was going to be gone and lost forever. He kept reeling it in every time we got it in the air. But yeah, no, it was good. It was a good time. It was a good day.
No, that's good. That's good. I'm actually picking out photos to print because I got myself a printer, and I have a friend of mine who's gonna give them to like production designers for movies and TV. So maybe I can get some of
Whoop
my
whoop.
artwork up on, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Like, a certain show or something. Well, it
Excellent.
all depends, right? So hopefully the strike doesn't happen, which it will. But fuck. I can't believe it too. Like like I'm really annoyed and I'm really mad, honestly. Because like with a strike happening, like it's like financially everything falls on me. It sucks. I hate it. So thank God I have a new job. Get fired. But still, yeah, strikes are no fun. You know what I mean? But apparently they're necessary. So
I'm not flying. When you say strike, what kind of strike is this?
there's a writer's strike happening.
Ah, okay.
And then right after the writer's strike, there's I think the directors are planning to strike, and then right after that, the actors are planning to strike.
Wow. I was under
So
the impression that
it
you
looks,
guys are on strike.
yeah, they strike. Everyone's here in the union, and they're demanding more money for streaming and whatnot and things like that
Hmm.
because they fucked up on the last contract in 2008 when we all had to fucking strike then. And then they don't get me started. Yeah.
Yeah. Only thing we.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just annoying. It's annoying to me. It's very annoying to me because when it happened in 2008, like a lot of people lost their homes. A lot of people left. You know what I mean? You can't live here um, without being paid. Like there's like you don't get, even if you're on unemployment doesn't cover cost of living. So it's really, it sucks pretty much to strike here, and you have no choice, right? If the union says you strike, you strike. So uh,
Yeah.
it's kind of, yeah, and it's weird because like it's contentious because on one hand, you're sitting here and you're like, well, what the fuck? Like you're fucking with my money. But on the other hand, without the unions, the movie industry would just look, I mean, it would really be bad for people who work in it. It would be so much worse because it's not, it's pretty, it's good, it's all right if you're on a full union ride show, like on the lot, like on Universal or on, like, on these big lots, then you get treated accordingly. But if you're like even on a union, like a union movie, or something with not not on a lot, like the violations are gross all the time. So like a lot of times when they're like, well, you have to strike, a lot of times you're like, well, what the fuck do you do for us?
Yeah, talking of strikes, and here there's a junior doctors walking out. Well, they already started midnight from Monday, and this carries on all the way to Saturday, I believe, which is first in the history of the National Health Service here. It's kind of a dangerous move, but it is what it is. But the public is supporting it, to be honest. But I do. It's not fair on these guys. Getting £14 an hour for being junior doctor, which is silly. On top of what they pay us, their loans and student loans and stuff. It looked like a Twitter having another moment. So I invited to speak to anyway. What's you're up to, Mike?
I don't know if I'm really up to much of anything, man. Just kind of chilling. I'm trying to reduce tabs in the browser. Like I got,
Are you in the
like
Chrome
700
or
tabs
are
left.
you a Firefox fan?
Yeah, I'm a Chrome guy.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and I got like 900 tabs, and some of them like I never want to close because there's some
Really?
reason why I want that.
900?
Not really 900, but an awful lot.
Okay.
An exaggeration of.
You,
It's Wednesday.
yeah.
I don't know. After 5, things get more out of whack in terms of scale and notion of truth. You know what I mean?
Mm.
You ever feel like that? Like the truth arrives maybe in the morning, throughout the day, and then sometime in the afternoon, like, man, things just get really easy, I don't know.
Yeah.
Something to think about.
It was called sobriety.
Mm. I mean,
Well, I mean, it could be called.
no, I kind of not a big fan of Chrome. Keep my things with the Firefox. I mean, yeah, the sometimes Chrome sucks all the resources out of your machines. That I hate. Go ahead.
I didn't want to be rude because it's off subject a little bit. Dan.
Pretty rude versus quiet, which is actually
Way
more
creepy. It's
rude
like
than
goes
rude.
over from rude to creepy at that point.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of like, why are we here? All right, now go ahead.
So your image generation lately seems pretty honed into anime genre character development. Um, it looks to me like
A dark and twisted
say again.
thing. A dark and twisted thing.
Yeah, like I can Is that the direction that you're intending? Because that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, it's just I kind of fell into. Well, I mean, they came out with the new Mid-Journey anime style, so this is all Knee
There we
Journey.
go.
Yeah, this is all Knee Journey 5 stuff I've been playing with probably for the
Okay.
last 2 months.
Okay.
And a lot of it actually is coming from blends. Like I'll come up with the style of something I like, and then I've been learning sort of how to use the blend function within Midjourney to basically, take a picture of, like,
And
for
again,
example,
just to be
take
clear,
Emmy's
when you say
face.
blend, you're photo mashing,
Yes.
right? Okay,
Yes,
cool.
yeah,
Cool.
it's image mashing. It mashes up to 5
Ooh.
images into one style. I usually smash either 2 or like up to 3, sometimes 4. But you can
And
sort
then you're
of
using that
cast.
as your seed image, right?
Yeah. But usually I've made images first, and then I'm using this kind of blend as a
Okay.
master
And it's like
mutator.
affect it's an end painting basically at that point, right?
Kind
Yep.
of. And you use whatever. You kind of don't know which image is going to win the pot in terms of being either the dominant image style or the dominant pose. Like the computer kind of experiments,
Has your
and
prompt
makes a
engineering
style in the middle.
has your prompt style pretty much stayed the same, or are you altering your prompt style?
Well, what's interesting is when you blend stuff, it strips all that prompt out. So you don't know what the new prompt is. But what's cool in Midjourney, they have the new description feature, which you can feed it an image and it generates 4 scripts or 4 prompts that it thinks the image is comprised of. So then I take those prompts and I go back to the Midjourney and re-render stuff, which doesn't usually meet exactly what I actually put in, but it does a layer of coolness. And what it does, what's cooler, is it actually cites artists that I would never know. Like I wouldn't know that it was Hakari Shatato. I would have never fucking known that, but it knew that, right? So it's well, I mean, hats off to
Wait a
Midjourney
minute.
for
Wait a
making a
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a
continue.
minute. Wait. Wait.
Yeah.
Wait. Your workflow
Yep.
is generate, mash, image to prompt, prompt to image.
I'll walk through my flow. I don't know if it's that. My flow is Midjourney, start with prompts.
Yep. Image generation.
Yep. Build in Midjourney. Usually the next step though is then either experiment with blending. So blend stuff I have made or
Prompt,
haven't made
blend,
with stuff I've made.
IE mash. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Prompt
Yep. And
mash. Yep.
then I try to get that stuff described to a prompt, so then I can go to Kyber and use a prompt that's similar to what I used in Midjourney. It's not the same style, but
So
it's
yep, that's image to prompt. Yep.
right. Yep.
Yep.
The other thing I'll do sometimes is start in Midjourney, and I'll make like 30 weird images that represent a new style I'm trying to do, and I'll go to Runway ML and I'll make a new style. So I'll upload the 30 in and actually force like a new style that I'll create. And then I'll spend time in Runway making a bunch of typically like backing images. They aren't typically, the finished, the cool stuff, but they create really cool textures or backgrounds, or just it makes really good stuff to be used with Midjourney and the blend function, because the blend function in Midjourney is like its own program completely. It's making those images that you see there, um, a lot of them at least. And the other thing too is, like, if I find a style I really like, I'll just double down on it as much as I can. Like I'll try to give it more fuel, more chaos. I'll try to hone or sort of redo the prompt. I'll try to experiment with the prompt and do things like, okay, that's a close-up shot. What's a wide shot look like? Are we going to lose the essence of the macabre that's in this, or what happens next? And then the other thing I'm kind of doing now, which is I don't know. I just kind of started doing it mostly because of 11 Labs and these voice programs, but I'm actually recording character voices after the render's done. So I'll like create that image, and now I'm sort of reading a character line for that character and sort of like making that piece. Just because I'm like starting to get a feel for what these characters are and everything. And there's not really there is a couple songs I have that I have some music videos I want to make. Um, but most of this anime stuff is kind of coming out of, I don't know, it's kind of a love for a couple different shows at the same time. Bubblegum Crisis, Serial Experiments Lane, um, just the really like Perfect Blue. There's a lot of, I don't
Dude,
know.
we should hold an anime space sometime.
Oh, totally, man. We should do a Discord on the Syndicate channel, Syndicate Discord, and like we should do movie night. You know what I mean? Like
Mm.
let's fire up. Like I was watching Terror in Residence. That's a really cool anime series from the guys who did Cowboy Bebop.
Ooh.
It's just and it's just what's interesting is there's a lot of anime right now that reflects the current uh, advancements in tech and all that kind of stuff. I don't know how to do it. Like I know like I want to figure out the movie platforms where we can just share one screen and go, because it seems like a lot of them like we all have to buy the movie or some shit like that, and some of these things are just they're on YouTube. Let's just go find them and play them.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
down with that.
Yeah.
Oh, cool stuff, man.
Yeah, man.
Cool
I'm glad
stuff.
you're liking it.
Oh yeah, dude, you like the animations I did
Yeah,
of
totally, man. Totally, it's very
they went
really
together
cool. It makes
easy.
me think about making a richer NFT or ordinal or something like that, just because like I have
So
so much art, man. I have like 50,000 images. I mean, I should at least have probably 50 NFTs. Let's go create 50. You know what I mean?
well, so you know what's so wild? Not only is the ordinal protocol kind of not holding water,
Is it really
but
not?
yeah, they had to fuck up with the order sequence. So now there's like a batch of them that are orphaned, basically.
Oh my
And then,
gosh.
yeah, it's all kind of fucked up right now. And some of the people who've been the deepest into it are like, ah, fuck, it's trash. I'm like, oh.
God,
So,
that's like, I mean, that was like it was, dude. It was like the savior 90 days ago. Like,
mm-hmm,
wow,
mm-hmm.
wow. All
So,
right. Well, NFTs were always your first love.
yeah, whatever. I mean, the next one's around the corner. There'll be some next thing coming up. So,
Yeah,
at
totally.
any rate, though, not
Yeah,
only that, but there are people still making use of kind of the older style of inscription, and
yeah.
they're doing a whole bunch of 3D shit.
That's cool.
Yeah, yeah. There's whole 3D tabs being added on to Ord.io, and
Yeah.
I don't know,
Have you been keeping up with the spatial stuff? I just saw they announced cars. They have vehicles now.
they
They-
are rapidly making progress. I
yeah.
I I I sense trouble. Okay, so it's awesome, right? So first off,
Right.
it's awesome. It's awesome. I see the cars, the activity, it's picking up, the foot traffic's picking up, the utilities are picking up, crashing like a motherfucker.
Mm,
I was supposed to be part of this simple fucking gallery, and this poor lady spent all this time curating it, and you can't even get the fucking thing to load, and it's just shit show. And if you have more than 10 people at a time in there, you're likely to have issues.
fuck.
Because every avatar that comes in, especially now, they're like, yeah, now you can have your custom avatar with, whatever. Dude, you're
Right.
adding in the count, the pixel count, not the pixel
Yep.
count. You know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Dude, the data load
Yep.
per avatar goes through the roof.
Yep. And it's the other thing is second is Amazon and all the server providers are jacking up the price now
Mm.
on a lot of the higher, especially mostly because of AI and GPU, but they're just starting to like like infrastructure for startups that are doing well right now with growth, but maybe not on the model just yet. They're burning cash. So spatial is just incinerating cash, right? You know what I mean? So it'll be interesting. But they raised like 11 million, so they're probably gonna burn 2 million of that before they get on the other side of profitability.
What's really weird? What's really weird is that like I go into the spatial spaces, the Twitter spaces.
Yep.
And I'm very polite, but every time I get up on the stage, it's like he's like, "Hey, Casey." It's like, oh, like I'm pleasant. I'm nice. I don't poke him in the ribs. I did last time ask him like, hey, I heard rumors of Glue VR being integrated where we could build something in spatial and then take it off platform. And that was a really strong no.
It's funny how these people get sensitive about shit like that. That's cool. It's all good.
Yeah.
Well, you're also a respected player at this point, probably in the space. So
I don't think so. Maybe amongst this tiny crew here, but
yeah. But I mean,
I'm so far out of the loop though. Like I know how far out of the loop I am. That's where I'm at. I'm like,
yeah, that's usually the sign of somebody who knows that there's at least a game going on. The recognition of the game and where you are in the game means you're part of the game. You know what I mean? So
fair, sure, still part of the game, but not an active player. I'm no longer
closer
building.
to the flame than a lot of us, man. You know how to get out of the club. I don't even know how to get out without getting murdered. You're like, follow me, Dan. I'll get you out.
Hey, come on, buddy. Let's go.
Right.
Yeah. No, it's
I can't imagine the guy from Spatial was upset that you wanted to take the assets outside of Spatial. I wonder why he would be so opposed to that idea.
Yeah, people are so sensitive.
Come on, you guys say you want to monetize it. Make it into a forge, a smithing station to build shit and sell. Come on.
I mean, honestly, if it was Fortnite, they would do it in a heartbeat, right?
Oh, dude.
Depends on the partner.
Right. Yeah. Good times.
Oh, that's cool, man. So are you still on the hunt? Where are you at?
Dude, still on the hunt, and like I have secondary efforts going on some of the ones that I really want in on.
Okay, cool.
But I'm like, I'm in a weird spot. I don't know. I'm like, the benefits have kicked in. I'm kind of floating the boat with that, and it's like, okay, we're floating the boat. But what the fuck am I gonna actually do?
All right, so it's double down on KC time. I know that game.
Yeah.
You have Wetzel now, so there's no excuse.
Dude. He was very clear in his methodology and what he expects. There's no shitting around. It's pretty nice. There's the app development, which honestly, Rocky kind of like rocked my world a little bit. We were talking about repetitive use APIs and what that means for cost. And if I have my app constantly accessing bank accounts and credit services, like that's quite the expense. So the theoretical budget for this keeps on getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So I'm a little nervous about that, but
it's time to publish the course on navigating benefits. That's the course. It's just an hour long kind of thing, or like a half an hour thing. I think a lot of people would be interested in watching that. And then, on the back end, you can onboard them, or
That's a funnel right there. That's a viable funnel.
A lot of employers would be interested in availing themselves of that course. Trust me. Look, I know we're laying you off.
For employers or for people who recently get laid off?
Well, both, right? Because the people who are laying people off have this whole outplacement process that they have people go through and contact you know.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, if you know it and you can speak to it, yeah, I'd make that video. Well, I'd buy that for $1. I mean, I'd buy it for more than that, but you know.
How about 10% of your unemployment check? Yeah.
You know, that's the new way to sell, though. People can't. Everyone's doing revenue share deals right now. People are doing 5% of revenue, 4% of revenue, 3% of revenue.
Get the goods now, pay later. Pay later. Yeah. Pay later. Yep.
Yeah. I'm considering it. Of course, I don't know. I mean, that's
All
just.
right. Hey, I'm gonna go do family things. You guys are awesome. I'll talk to you soon.
See ya. Gonna do family things. Hey, everybody, I gotta go do family stuff. I got a family, motherfucker.
I don't know whether I asked you before. Are you doing anything with the IPS Fest?
You're listening to the Syndicate, whereof we cannot speak when we must pass over in silence. Wittgenstein. You guys know Wittgenstein?
Sounds like a Nazi, but I don't think it is. Just because it's Liechtenstein. I mean, I like Roy Lichtenstein. I think that was a great artist, but I think he may have been a Nazi. I don't think so. It's kind of cool to say that nowadays. I think he's a Nazi. I mean, it's kind of like normalized. You can say it now, like a coffee shop, anything. You can be like, "White mocha? Yeah, that's mine." No, man, I'm not a Nazi. Like you can say that in front of people now and just get like a. No one really even looks at you. That's the kind of stuff I used to do all the time when I spent about 2 years working at a Starbucks. I was between jobs, and I had insurance. And I didn't have insurance at the time. And so I was like, I'll work part-time, get insurance. I don't know. At that point in my life, I was in my 30s and I didn't have insurance, and I was like between career breaks. Career break number 684, right? Whatever. So, yeah, man. And I remember, yeah, a good friend of mine, we would get into sort of like improv scene generation. So when people would come, we would just sort of act out a scene, just within earshot, so they could just sort of like have that wonder of what the fuck are they talking about, and then walk away. At least that's our assumption, is that they would walk away with some sort of fragment of the joke. Fun.
Do you pull pranks on April Fools, Dan?
Yeah, well, it wasn't really April
No, but
Fool's.
I mean on April Fools, do you?
No. In fact, I was really bummed that there was really no April Fool's jokes this year. I think society rejects the holiday of something that they live in constantly. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like every day is April Fool's Day in America. Yeah. So all the more reason why they can't celebrate it. It'd be like a movie of like what happened when Christmas became every day,
It'll be
and
like
they
the
they
year
just got it, but they don't celebrate it
2023 was the
anymore.
last time. Yeah, no, it's true.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you have like Santa comes down from the pole, and he's like, "What's going on, guys? Hey, I'm back." And no one recognizes him, and the elves have to like be DoorDash drivers,
Mhm.
and it's kind of like, just like your son said, it's the end of days.
See,
Yeah.
it's the end of the day.
Full circle, and
It is
full
full
circle,
circle.
full circle.
Bum, bum, bum. Excellent. Excellent. Oh man. Oh God. Oh, you know what I've done? So I edited a bunch of my photos, right? A bunch of like the ones I
Yeah.
like, the ones I'm like, oh, these are the good ones. I edited those, and then and then I was like, okay, this is how I wanted to look. But then I got Capture One, so then I went into Capture One and I took out, I had to undo all the edits and go back to Capture One and redo the edits in Capture One, so I could export whatever in a better fashion and whatever, get a better workflow going. But now I'm trying to create this book, as I mentioned before, and of course all the photos I'm picking are the unedited ones because I'm just doing it straight out of this other program. And oh man, I'm just like going back and re-editing, and because it's been a long time, I'm like, oh, this is a way better. So now all the photos kind of look a little different, of course. Like if you edit, editing, right? You're right. It's not. It's a fluid thing. Like if you see it the next day, you'll edit it different because you usually edit due to unknown moods and circumstances and pulls, right? It's not a scientific thing. It's kind of like how you feel or how you see it. So now I'm like busy re-editing like all of these photos that I should just pull the edited ones. But I think, I don't know. When does the editing stop, right? When should it stop? I don't know. I guess when the check comes, that's when it should stop.
when it stops, and it stops when you decide what you're going to barbecue next. What's on the
Dude,
next
right? I've
barbecue?
been like killing it this week with the barbecue. I
Mm-hmm.
did some smoked apple not apple pies. That was last week.
Wow.
And then what did I do this week?
So you actually had smoked apple pie?
Yeah. Like
Huh.
I smoke it in the
I never
barbecue.
thought about that.
Yeah.
That's kind of low.
Yeah. And actually this one I didn't even do it in the Traeger. I did it in my gas one because my wood one is broken, or my charcoal one is broken, so I can't use my real smoker, which is very sad. But I will get a new one this summer. But I smoked it in the grill one where you put the whatever, like the chunks of wood in sort of like an aluminum basin type thing, and then I just smoke it
Hmm.
that way. It's not as
Cool.
smoky, and it doesn't give me the right pull of smoke over the food, I've noticed. But it's, it'll do. I guess it'll do.
Nice.
It'll do. Yeah, I love barbecuing, man. I cook everything in that thing. Why not? Yeah, why not? When was the last thing you barbecued?
Gosh, it's been a long time. I haven't barbecued in a long time. Probably the last thing I did. I always do like wings.
Yeah.
That's a good old fashioned. But I kind of want to do other cuts of beef and sort of work on like the variety of like different. Not like I almost like want to do like a roast beef. I don't really want to do a brisket. I kind of want to do other cuts of meat. I like doing lamb. Lamb's a lot of fun.
Lamb's lovely,
Um,
actually.
yeah,
Yeah, lamb's really nice on the barbecue.
yeah, super tasty. Corn on the cob,
Mhm.
always good. Makes me think about those peppers now. I got like hungry for those peppers. It's just,
Cook anything. Anything you cook in your oven,
yep,
cook in the barbecue. Like
yep.
throw your lasagna in there. And indirect trust me. Like for
Yep.
real. And you don't even have to be all fancy and make it. Like this is the best lasagna you'll ever serve anyone. You just indirect heat it on your use it as an oven, indirect heat, and again I'm gonna use the smoker, but smoke it. So cook it with smoke. So
Hmm.
just smoke your lasagna, and you can even buy the
Hmm.
Stouffer's one in the grocery store if you don't want to make it. You
Hmm.
make, and I love using the white sauce one too. So the veggie white sauce one, and smoke that in the barbecue in direct heat for hours. Trust me. Trust me.
Nice.
Hmm. Yep. Anything. Quiches. Make a quiche. You like making quiches? Quiches are delicious.
I love making
Make
quiches. No, wait a minute. Do you smoke quiches?
Yes, I make my I do a smoked quiche.
Now you're just fucking with
Check.
me. Yeah, I
No,
get
dude.
it.
Check. I post about it. Yeah, dude.
I need to do that now. See if that would change it for me. I'd live on the deck if I could figure out how to do quiche.
Now
Quiche. I even said it
like
wrong.
indirect heat, or put it on the second rack up, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
get a rack that sits up off of the rack. Like don't ever
Yeah.
cook anything on the fucking rack, right? Don't ever cook
Yeah.
anything on the rack. You have to get a
Yeah.
secondary rack.
Yep.
This is the thing that people don't tell you. Get a secondary rack so heat is going. You're not doing the
Yep.
direct, and yeah, just do it that way, man. Quiche, heat 25 minutes, and you know what I mean. You can even a lot of times with
Mm.
smoking, don't do it so hot because it's eggs,
Yeah.
so it doesn't matter. It'll take a while, but it's fucking
Yeah.
delicious. The crust will be
Yeah.
just smoky, and then just the out. Oh, it's fantastic. I'll change your.
Sounds
I just
good.
changed your world, by the way. Go, like make a quiche and cook it on your barbecue. You'll just be like, holy shit! She changed my world.
Like it.
Yeah, yeah, man. I cook my tofu on my barbecue. Like, You know what I mean? Because I'm kind of like I'm not. I can't say I'm a vegetarian because I'm not. But I'm definitely more. I'm definitely more of a pescatarian. So I have a fish side on my barbecue. So, like literally a section of where I only put the fish, and then everything else, goes over. No, but I make muffins. Actually, I should probably go make them right now. I make my muffins in the barbecue.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
hmm Yeah,
Yeah,
as
I
soon as
feel
you
like
wrap
once
your
I
head
get
around
the
indirect
charcoal
heat,
going.
just wrap your head around indirect heat in the barbecue, and you got it. You know what I mean? The taste, it'll blow
Yeah.
your mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I always feel like once I get the heat going, I just want to cook more for that day because you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I feel like
I do.
that's the thing sometimes. But yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, but get in the habit of just like firing up the barbecue for like an hour or two, not even a long, long periods of time. Just be like, oh, this is my
Yeah.
cooking method. I'm gonna go outside and cook. It's a nice day. You know, I mean, I'm lucky. I live here, so pretty much, you can barbecue whenever you want.
Yeah.
Um, but
That's
yeah,
cool.
it's. I mean, listen, I lived in New Mexico. I've lived actually all over this country, and I barbecue in shitty. I barbecue in the shittiest weather. I also like to test it because it's fun. Like, if it's really cold outside, it's a difference. Stuff takes longer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the cold is like attacking the barbecue at all times. You know. Like, so as I said, there's a science behind this shit. Not really. I wouldn't call it science. Maybe that's good. That's maybe going too far. But no, and also, and to be fair, like I barbecued for 25 years without a thermometer. Once I got an actual meat thermometer that I could stick in, and it was like digital, and it would tell me on my phone or whatever if I wanted to, or just on the thing itself. My whole cooking, all my food changed. Like everything changed. Like it just got exceptionally better. Um, once I really knew what was going on inside. You know what I mean? Instead of like, it's weird because I kind of taught myself. Like the food I was cooking was good before, but this way it's kind of like ninja now. There's no guesswork. I mean, you know what I mean? There's still magic in it, but it really has helped me to be like, okay, take it off now.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And really see the difference between of like my own timing versus, you know what I mean, an actual like temperature timing. So yeah, and it does. I will say since then, like not everything is a hit, but yeah, I hit it out the park a lot when I'm paying attention. And also, I had to also overcome the fact like every time you barbecue, you don't have to drink as well. So,
Oh, yeah.
but yeah, so
That's
when you start
difficult.
eating your
I didn't think
barbecue every
about that.
day, you know what I mean? You're just like, no, 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 no. Okay, back off. Like you don't have to have, you know, it's not a party every time that you turn that knob and you hear the click, 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 or you know, that's not party noises. That's cooking noises. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
uh,
I could see that because I mean, barbecue is in a lot of ways it is beer. So I mean, I get it. That makes sense.
it's
Like
art.
barbecue and beer.
Honestly, cooking on a barbecue is art. It's
It,
kind of like it's kind
it
of like
is.
on that level of creativity, right? So why not
Hmm.
get smashed? How many people have a drink or two to write? You know what I mean? It's kind of the same thing, right? How
Hmm.
many people have a drink or two to cook? Literally, had like three-quarters of the people who cook on the planet, and every single chef, unless they're AA, you know. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it all goes hand in hand, right? I don't know, until your liver says no.
Yeah, I think I just get a little stoned. I'm not. I haven't been mixing drinks as much as I used to. That's
Me
what I was saying.
neither, which I'm loving, which my body is loving, I think probably
Yeah,
should say. Which in
yeah. I
turn
think my
I'm
body's
loving.
loving it
Yeah.
too.
No, for real. I definitely not that I had it's not like I'm talking like I had a problem. I definitely did not have a problem. But I did notice, like, I feel better without it. Like, obviously,
Yeah.
I mean, there's very few people I think who can continue drinking and drinking and then not feel like shit the next day, or you know.
Yeah, definitely. It's like super hard for me.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, I do suffer, not suffer, but I battle like major depression issues and shit. So
Mm.
you know what I mean. Staying off the sauce is definitely like helped the bounce. You know what I mean? The bottoms
Yeah,
aren't so
and
fucking
I
bottom.
do have to be
You know what I mean anymore? Like the bottoms aren't as
yeah.
bottom as they used to be. And I'm assuming that's because I'm giving my body a physical chance. You know what I mean? Instead of
Give it a
just give
chance.
me a chance, man. Just give me a chance.
Come on, one more
I
time.
can do it.
Well, I think that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the pool to open up. I'm gonna be doing a lot of swimming this summer.
Nice.
Gonna try to use that to kick my ass and lose weight. We'll see.
Dude, swimming is honestly, it is one of the, and I mean, I know you've heard this a million times, I'm sure, but it is one of the best.
Yeah.
It is truly one of the best low impact, best cardio like shit you can do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm starting to swim too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As well. So it's, you know,
Come on, Ann.
uh,
You're the surfer with the camera. You're the
I
one
have. This
who
is
will
why I'm
like
swimming.
totally.
This
Yeah,
is
like
why.
you're the one who will kill themselves to get the shot. You need to stay flexible, Ann. That's
I
important.
do. I do. I need to be able to. Yeah, it's rough out there. Out there in the. I cannot
Mhm.
be panicking or be. No, I'm definitely. I guess it's training. You should say. I could say. But it's also training to stay
Mhm.
alive. No.
Oh
Like.
yeah. I mean, nowadays we're defaulting on stay alive first, and then if it's fun after that, then it's a cool activity to do. But you err on safety first, I
Yes, I,
think.
I think so too. Yeah. So you see this here. This is where I am. Where I'm like, which one did I pick?
I mean, in fact, even if you take it two steps back, it's like identify a person, are they Republican or Democrat, based on like any notion of either or, choose to like decide,
Uh,
should you even, are we even, should we even be messing with other humans? You know what I mean?
yeah, that's
Like
true.
maybe we, yeah, it's just
Listen,
waste of time.
each species at some point, that like through their own fault, none of their own fault, they made a choice a long time ago that really determines their path of extinction. You know what I mean? Um,
Well, wait a minute. So, I mean, I know we're headed toward a degree of extinction, but I did not see the terms surface. Did you? I mean,
no, as I said, that decision
where's
was
this
made a long
contract?
time ago. That we're just riding. We're on the train. We're just on the train now. You know what
Okay.
I mean?
All
Yeah,
right.
no, no. uh,
I hear you.
shit. You know. I mean, who else? I mean, we can put ourselves out, I guess, or we can put extinct ourselves, I guess, as, as we have done to multiple other things. But to be fair, like cats really have like cats are really quite destructive. They're very they're what was I reading? They're the cause of. I have to get that number. A very high number.
Wait, are you saying cats
Yeah,
are?
of birds. Like they've made many, many,
Oh,
many,
well,
many, many, many species, like
okay.
different types of like species of bird. Oh, with this photo. Um. Yes, extinct. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go extinct one day. I'm sure. At some point. You know. I mean, not tomorrow. I don't know.
Catching up on the news here, just wanted to restate what we think are the current American themes. So the current American themes are, number one, shoplifting. Folks are shoplifting. Hard times and inflation has created a new sharp rise in shoplifting. Is that a true statement? Is inflation causing that? Or is it a new crime wave? Or is it a sleeper cell in the U.S.? A new group of ISIS? Let's see. Random acts of terrorism are happening. First, we had attacks on power plants. Then we had lots of derailments. Now we're having lots of fires. Do we have a new heightened sense of awareness on these related events, of which now we're creating a better sensory net to capture these stories? Or are these actually new stories that actually are showing a true rise of what we could call sabotage in the U.S.? Do not know. Third bizarre trend, TikTok banning. Government wanting to shun and ban more and more and more foreign-related investment / foreign-related startups / foreigners / China. That alongside with the heightened new export control rules, which is preventing technology from leaving the U.S., and it's going to cause a wall to come down between American and any foreign investment, not just China investment, or any foreign investment. So, all you people down there in France trying to work with us, you in England, hold there a second. We got a lot of stuff going on. What's another weird trend going on in
Without
America?
Chinese investors, we wouldn't have had any of the companies we have. Without foreign companies,
That's not true.
yeah,
Come
every
on.
cybersecurity startup in the U.S. was founded by an Israeli.
Well, Israelis own the world. We're not talking about the Israelis. We're talking about China.
So,
I'm just
yeah, but
talking about the general trends happening.
so who
They're just
funded
more
WeWork,
interesting.
right? SoftBank was behind a lot of companies. I'm just going
Yeah,
to
they're
turn off
dissolving that
that.
chapter. Did you see that today? They're
Well,
dissolving that whole division.
but
SoftBank is cute.
where are we going to get that money from
Well, you're not
for
going
all
to
these
get it
startups?
anymore. Not from SoftBank. It'll come
But
from
you know what I
somebody.
mean? Like that whole idea of turning off foreign money is a farce. You can't turn it off.
Well, I mean, they're definitely going to. Well, they're putting scrutiny and control on it. They're going to put monitoring on it. I mean,
here's a factoid for you. Canada owns 10 times the amount of land in America than China does.
But how many Chinese investors own property in Toronto and Vancouver?
I don't know.
They had to put a law in Vancouver to stop Chinese people from buying condos. That's how fast they were buying things up.
I bet. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you.
We're addicted to the fentanyl of funding.
Fentanyl is another trend. What was the other trend I read today? Oh, yeah, there's a new trank. There's a horse tranquilizer that you can now mix with fentanyl, and that is the new sweeping drug. Let's see. Still have polarized politics. That's still a trend. The notion of corrupted Justice Department, that's definitely still a trend. QAnon, is it still as popular? I don't know. I don't think it is. I feel like it's...
Hang on. Are you saying people are now mixing fentanyl with ketamine?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Not this ketamine is something else. There's another drug I was reading today on my favorite site, the Daily out of England. Man, they're just so good with stories. I don't know. It's another.
Is that the Daily Get Your Drugs Here site?
Yeah, probably. No, Daily Mail. The Daily Mail just has the most, just the greatest sort of like gaslighting stories you can ever want to read. But yeah, fentanyl. Let's see, microdosing. Oh, California is going to ban Skittles. Skittles are going to be banned
Why?
in California.
Well,
You
I
will not
hate them.
see them.
I hate the smell of Skittles, and so that That's actually a win for me. But why?
Because it has cancer-causing agents in it.
Oh.
Same thing with El Paso taco seasoning. This too is going to be leaving your life. Can't have it anymore.
Damn, really? Because that is a seasoning I did use for many years.
Yeah.
I think we all did.
Apparently, the Louisville shooter was diagnosed with anxiety and mental health issues. And that's everyone I know. Everyone I know is going through some level of anxiety. So it's good to know that we're pointing that out. Still no report that he's white, though. Still no report on that.
I mean, the photo kind of indicates, no?
What do you mean?
His face?
Are you assuming his race? Excuse me.
Damn it. Oh.
Come on,
Caught again.
We need equal billing. If you're going to be racist, we should be racist all the way around. God damn it.
I get anxiety just coming into this space.
You should. You should be in a. You should if you're comfortable, Mark, that you're not in a place of growth.
Or we're not trying hard enough. You know.
That's true.
I have anxiety every morning when I open up Twitter and I wonder if Michael has posted something about me on Twitter. Mind you, it could be worse. I could be raucous, of course.
Oh yeah, I think he's become desensitized to it. Now he's commenting on them. He's like, "Yeah, that's a good point." I'm like, "Yeah, got him." And you edit on a Mac?
On what?
You edit on a Mac?
I read it on a...
do you edit
edit.
photos
Yeah.
I'm
editing on a Mac. Yeah.
Chopping up videos on this Mac, it's so smooth.
I know.
I hate to be that guy, but it's so smooth compared to the PC I have.
Yes, if you're doing video work, I mean, you just have to have a Mac. They just did it right. You know what I mean? Like everything. Well, I wouldn't say everything works smoothly, but I tell you what, it is very. It's quite funny to me that everyone is like learning how to edit and everyone's putting up these things. You know what I mean? Because the last thing I ever want to do is touch an editing button. I did it backwards. I should have stuck with photography and then now, you know, I mean, now I don't want to have to do anything to do with moving images, and I just want to have everything to do with still images. Because if you've dealt with moving images, still images is a fucking joke. You know what I mean? It's so easy compared to moving images. I don't know, editing. You know what I mean? It's just like with still images, you're just concentrating on just one frame. It's awesome. You know what I mean? But with moving images, I mean, you know, like shooting it, I mean, the lighting itself is, you know, you have to make sure it's all lit properly all the way around. And then, you know, never mind, then you have to go into editing and then hopefully, hopefully you get to shoot what you're editing. Because then the only thing you could do is be mad at yourself for not lighting it properly. But if you have to fucking edit other people's stuff all the time, oh, that's when it gets bad. I don't know, Michael. Are you shooting and editing your own thing? No, you're editing other people's things, aren't you?
I don't shoot, but this one, I'm kind of like more or less the director of the shoot because I'm editing it, right? Yeah. So I'm like, hey, this is what I want, and then I'll get versions. So they'll do like an initial version and be like, all right, so here's what we need to fix. Do another version. Okay, so this is what we want for all 200 videos for the e-learning. All right, sounds good. So now I'm just a victim of my own. You ever be a victim of your own suggestions? hey, we should do this. That's a great idea. You're gonna do it? Yeah. Ah, fuck.
Dude, all the time. Like all the time. I had to stop saying stuff like that. Yeah, I can do that. You dumbass, stop.
Yeah, I can do that. Ah, fuck.
Fuck.
Now I have
Now
to
I gotta
200
do it.
videos.
Yeah,
And,
no. I've
man,
learned that lesson.
I'm gonna be proud of the work, but I'm still. I don't think there was another way to do this work, right? But it's just, I don't know. Because their work represents me now and it's going to be seen by a lot of people, and I want it to win me more business. It's like, all right, so let's make all 200 videos look common and the same and have all the fancy stuff. Of course, you're listening to the Syndicate, whereof we cannot speak, we must pass over in silence. Wittgenstein.
That sounds like the dog.
Well, it is kind of, right? Like, you know, the Germans and like studied Buddhism a lot.
Get out! I didn't know that.
Yeah. A lot of their, like even Leibniz and guys like that, they were very in tune with Buddhism. Yeah.
I always wondered what the connection with the Buddhist symbol and the, the Nazi symbol came from, but I didn't realize that they had studied, like people in Germany would study.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this just in now, NPR and PBS are quitting Twitter. That's right. Public broadcasting systems and National Public Radio walking away from the big tweet.
So stupid.
Why are they doing it?
Huh?
Why are people leaving Twitter?
Oh, because they're being labeled as government-funded media, which they are.
But they are.
Yeah, but they're upset at getting the label.
Well, why?
Because people won't listen to them no more. Because they assume government-funded media with being lies.
Oh, but people didn't know they were government funded
People
until
will
this
still
point?
listen to them. They're
It-
good radio.
But you understand, right? They're going to have their following, but now that they have that label, everything is parsed through the label. So if you're like, imagine you could say, oh, you listen to NPR, you like your government propaganda. You know what I mean? That's the.
Of course, you're not going to tell you about everyone's underwear is sentient. They're not going to tell you that shit, right? I mean, that's what it is. Right? Where do you find the truth nowadays? Who has it?
Does anyone have it?
I have it.
You have it?
Yeah, it's under my pillow.
Knew it. That's why you guard it so hard.
It's Truth Fairy. Yeah.
That could be the ultimate SaaS. Truth as a service. Maybe that's AI. It's all prescriptive based on what you want to hear. What do you want to hear?
I want to hear things that just match the thing I already know.
Yeah. Give me the signal that I hear, because that's familiar. Actually, that's not a bad idea, though,
Can you give me suggestions on how I can make my opinion even stronger?
Well, they do tell you to surround yourself with good people, to reinforce that. I mean, there might be something to it. Evangelicals seem to do well. I mean, got to be something to it. Let's see, though. We'll see.
You saying Christianity is the ultimate startup?
It's definitely the ultimate insurance company. That's for fucking sure. You know what I mean?
Sorry,
selling insurance before you even called it religion.
Oh, that's like an indulgence, right? So you can buy the insurance. Yeah. That's Catholicism?
Yeah, you can't buy an indulgence in Christianity.
No.
It's the only life insurance that matters. We'll make you sure. You know what I mean?
The indulgence?
Do the commercial for the indulgence. Are your sins weighing you down, preventing you from entering the pearly gates?
That's right. Did you know that your sins are already forgiven with us? That's it. You just need to walk across this threshold. It's just like the devil's contract, isn't it? Except we're not giving you a pen, and you've already crossed over.
It's the stairway to nowhere from Simpsons.
That's right.
Whoa.
Right. We're just taking just 0.002% of your total being. We'll see you at the end. Welcome to humanity. Stay away from those Florida gays. Oh,
Yeah.
I was reading about the Texas rural town in Texas that's now thinking about dissolving its libraries because the banned books are being prevented, I guess, or allowed to come back or something like that. So now they're like, well, we might just burn down our library then. So there. That's smart.
Sounds very American.
It does.
Right? Like America. Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
In a
It totally is that. America. Fuck yeah. Allie, can you explain that art today?
Explain it? Which one?
The art piece that we're talking about. The one that you posted today of the Inky doing the egg special.
Yeah, I was just doing like a cute booklet, and it spit that out as one of the choices, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't stop looking
Michael
at
told
this.
me that Michael told me you were on Photoshop all morning trying to get that perfect.
What?
It sounds like something
That's creepy. No. I wish I put more effort into it. I think it's genius. I don't know how the AI thought of it, and I can't stop looking at those big fucking white eyes. I don't know what it is.
That's hilarious.
It's Spider-Man.
Oh, it's Spider-Man eyes, is what Mike says.
It is Spider-Man
That is
eyes.
true. That is true. I have a very strong affinity for Venom, so I could see that.
Oh yeah, I can see that. That's very cool.
Yeah, my art is taking a weird, creepy turn. I like it, but yeah. Let out some of my other art. Most of my art that I draw by hand is kind of creepy like that.
You should.
Do more creepy stuff?
Yeah. You should start drawing on your iPad.
Oh.
Have you ever seen that? I think it's called Procreate or whatnot. The app on the iPad that lets you do really cool animations and stuff with the pen. It's pretty amazing. I'll have to find the animation videos of it. It looks really incredible in terms of like how you can add motion to stuff. It's like as easy as like you actually touch the screen with the flow of how long the piece should be and something like that. It's pretty cool.
Are you talking about like a manual control net?
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's kind of like the length of time you use the pen determines the length of the clip, right? And then it just sort of measures what you're doing and highlights as you go. I'll find the videos, motherfucker.
Yeah, if and when I take on another massive project, I'm going to try to use ShotStack to automatically generate the videos. Enough of this editing with my finger business on Adobe. You should keep doing stuff in Kyber. That's your best work.
Wait, what now?
You should keep doing stuff in Kyber. That's your best stuff.
Yeah, the music pieces, and I kind of want to do like a video. I have like a video audio book on what I do. It's like 8 minutes long. Just do little clips, but I also was gonna try selling stuff on Gumroad. Haven't done that yet. Try that. Yeah, I did a
Ali
new
wants to
piece.
look. You got Ali hooked now. She wants to look it up. What is it called?
Procreate?
Yeah, Procreate. Look up on YouTube. Procreate. iPad drawing, and then look up animation. The most recent videos look just incredible. Like you can do, stickman animation. I know the stuff. You like weird anime and stuff. You'll have a blast. I haven't. Yeah,
It's
like you
so
can make.
good.
So good.
I like all the creepy stuff you've been doing lately. It's so good.
Yeah, thanks. I've been sort of playing around with this twisted anime style, and I had Casey animate a couple pieces of it just to kind of get a feel for.
I love it.
Thanks. Kind of cool to chase it and get a style you like, and then try to figure out all the other pieces. Like, okay, that's a cool close up, but then what's the wide shot look like?
Watercolor
And
style.
I like the watercolor.
Yeah, it's cute, right?
Yeah, you should upload one. So, like, if I take this image that you did, oh look, it's looking at the. Okay, let's try this. I got back into Kyber. So if I download that, it's one. Let's see what it does with this.
Hey guys, I put a photo down at the bottom. It's not my usual style, but do you prefer these sort of photos more like with more saturation or with less saturation? Like more sunsetty.
wait, are you putting something up in the nest? What are you doing?
No, it's down below.
Yeah, I kind of like the way that looks, the way it is.
Yeah? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the thing that really hits me first is the fact I can see the detail in the water on the way out, and then you get that sailboat like in the distance, so you sort of like confirming your distance. And then I love the sky, and it's sort of like burning a hole in the sky, and then you see the beach dude, the guy, the surfer out there. That's a cool shot.
Thanks. Thanks.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Thanks. All right. Yeah, I'm like literally I'm sitting, just going through stuff. Like, oh, okay, that might be something that somebody might be interested in. Oh,
Yeah, I was just talking to well, I was just mentioning about that Gumroad. Like I haven't sold anything on Gumroad yet, but one thing I really like to do is make like texture packs. I make a pack of like say 50 images that represent just really weird kind of abstract stuff. And that can be used in a lot of different imaging kind of ways. I like using it a lot with Midjourney Blend because you can like that, like your background there could be meshed with like a sci-fi scene, and the sci-fi style would probably make your image kind of look like almost like a alien landscape, because that's the first thing I look at when I see it. It's almost that kind of vibe of what you see in a glance, and that's really kind of key to like how the computer is going to probably interpret the image. It sort of looks at the dominant reference it sees in the image, the notion of what it might see. At least that's how I think about it, because it, like, I know, like right now, if I play with that image of yours as an art piece, everything I probably create will have it'll probably lead with how you capture the scene. You know what I mean? And that's kind of cool in a way, because it means that there's going to be a whole harmony of man and machine working together over the next, I don't know, hopefully hundreds of years, where we perfect that dance of what you meant and what it captured. You know what I mean? In a lot of ways, the camera is a non-negotiable assistant. It just takes the picture regardless. You can adjust the settings, but it takes what it takes.
It
We're
does,
going into a
but
reality.
it's also, so you say that, but it takes something different every time.
It does. Yeah.
Well, the way I
Yeah.
shoot, it does, because how about this? If you're in a studio and you have lighting and you're literally have controlled lighting on a product, like a fake product that doesn't move, then
Yeah.
boom, 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 your shots are going to be the same. But anything out of that, completely different, right? Because it all depends on the light coming in, like your movement, if you're moving it, the space between, as I like to call it.
I
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Space
The
between.
space between. That's going to be the title for my first big
Well,
thing. Yeah, for the space between.
why aren't we doing that as a podcast, as a new Twitter space?
Sounds like a sexy
Today on the
podcast. The
space
space
between.
between.
It is a super sexy thing because
It is a cool name.
I don't know if you've used it via sexy text, but I have.
Here we
You
are. On the
know
space
what I
between.
mean? But yeah, for real. No, but I like it. It means it can mean a couple of different things, for sure.
Cool.
But yeah, I call it the space between, especially with my ICM, intentional camera movement stuff. It is the space between, because you let the shutter open and then close, but not immediately, right? It's just a sixth of a second usually, and I'm moving it, so I am capturing the space between, technically.
That's pretty deep.
Yeah.
Capturing.
Yeah.
Tonight, I'm capturing the space in between. Maybe it's tonight. Tonight on In Between, we meet with Anne as she's in between something as we mean. Right? Gets a little confusing there.
It does, but that's how I guess I like to talk about my my camera movement stuff that way. No, whatever. The space between, the space between. It's almost like it's the space between. It's like anything. If you take drugs, you know what that's like between like between what you see and then when the drugs kick in. You're looking at the same
Well,
thing. The
here's the
space
big
between.
question then.
Yeah.
Is Twitter Spaces the space between?
But what is it
When you think?
between though? What do you?
Well, I mean, is it? But that's just it. The minute we define what it's between, the show's over. So we can't actually define like that. You have to chase around that the whole notion, and just it's a show about gibberish in its best form.
Yes.
I think the space between is not actually so much between, but it's actually between us. Like I know what I have between Alaskoshi and I is like stronger than what we would have in most of us, because he understands my in between and I never get close to his between. You know what I'm saying? I haven't talked to Alaskoshi in like, I don't know, a week, so I wanted to hear his voice. And come on up, Mr. Co-host. What you got for us? Come on, Alaskoshi. Like, what's going on? Did you go to your court case? What's happening? You don't have to talk. Co-hosting is a burden. I understand. something.
I like that Alaskoshi character AI you built. I've been talking to him.
Yeah,
he's my best friend.
cool, man. It's like no one ever says that anymore. Like, when was the last time you told somebody that you're my best friend? See, we don't say that to anybody anymore, and that's because best is actually saved for those who actually rest directly in between the space in between.
There you go. There
See?
you go.
Exactly. And this kind of gets back to traffic, because traffic is exactly the space in between the A to B of which you hope to be. In a lot of ways, you've been chasing B all your life because you always start at A. And it gets deep, but that's why I switched from Bud Light to Yingling. Wait a minute, is that right? Yinglings? I don't think that's right. Summer Shandy, because summer and the shandy makes it dandy. And that's American. Anything that's not American, well, I don't like it. I don't like one bit. That's right. Summer Shandy. It's the beer of beers.
A beer does sound good, actually.
Yeah, and it's lemon beer, so it's like
Yeah.
it sounds like an ooh.
Now I'm like, now a beer does not sound good.
It's just, if you're gonna get a Mexican beer, you're gonna put a lime in it anyways, so you're going in that direction. It's just saying,
yeah, of course. I love
right?
fucking lime or lemon in my beer. So why would that?
Right, there you go.
You know what it is? It's the pre-lemon.
Oh, it's pre-lemon. So you don't like the fact that lemon's been sitting around in the glass for weeks waiting for me to arrive. I totally see
Yeah,
that.
right?
You're probably like, God,
I like the
the last thing I want is those hops to go woke on me. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either, but it was good.
I
like it. I don't know what that meant, but it was.
Woke hops?
I like it.
I ain't having any of those woke hops.
Stupid.
I can't keep up with the hate today.
Dude, right?
I don't know what I'm
I
supposed to hate.
I know. There's so much.
There's
just so much, and it's like, what the fuck,
And I got this nephew, and my sister-in-law is like, "Hey, can you help out my nephew? And he needs to grow into a smart boy. He needs a graduate credit for school where he hangs out with the business." And of course, they're like, "Let's get him to hang out with Uncle Dan, because who knows what the fuck Dan does," which is completely true. So yeah, and the kid's got like no motivation. He's like even more introverted than I was. I'm impressed with his introvertedness. Is yeah, man. He's like 17, and he is always in a hoodie. Always has headphones on. Always on his phone or Switch. And he's a nice kid, but boy, he's just stubborn as hell.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe that'll work out.
Well, you might impress something on him. You know what I mean? Down the road.
I don't know. I always want to go old school like my dad would.
You can't do that nowadays.
My father would.
You can't. We literally cannot treat others like like our elders treated us. Like we go to jail.
don't know.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think we
Or
can.
we definitely
But there's
get
a part of me
canceled.
that's like,
We may not go to jail, but we definitely get like not even canceled. Just
yeah, I
like
get canceled.
yeah, you get canceled. You just like no, like we don't do that here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you know, is that the right way? Really? You know what I mean? I mean, I guess that's the question. No, like how they did it. Is that the right way, or are we just morphing into a better way? And this is just the in between. Like I just feel like we're in the in between, right? It's like that.
It's totally in
Yeah.
between. So we're back to the in between. All
Oh,
right.
oh
I'm
okay,
with you on
no,
that.
okay, yeah, no, all right, yeah, pull it back there.
No, I mean it's like that's what the in between is.
It literally,
It's the
yeah.
I like it. I think the in between is the illicit response, not knowing for sure if you should cross the threshold. Right? Can we say that today?
Yeah.
Hmm. You know, it's kind of like saying, "Yeah, I saw someone, and they're definitely going to go into that building, probably shoot that place up. But the best thing I can do right now is call the cops and get my camera out."
Right. No, it's terrible. Fuck.
But that is kind of true, though. It's not like you really want citizens to just run in there and do something stupid. But
No, I guess not. But I mean, if they take it, if okay, put it this way: if the laws are that as it is, then it is up to the
he bought
citizen.
the gun last week,
I
though.
know he did. I know.
That's sad.
I know he did. I know. I know. It's
Hmm.
you know, I don't have like I've had so many discussions, you know what I mean, about things like this, and I'm just like I'm kind of like I don't know. It's not like I'm done with the discussions, but you know, it's just like nobody has the answer. Like I think there are answers to this, but you know, because of the way the laws are in this country, it's almost like no way. Like why even talk about it? You know what I mean? Because it doesn't seem like to me. I don't know. And I don't know. Oh, but I guess I'm gonna say this, and I do have to go. But just real quick,
Yeah.
like you know, for me as an outsider, the way I look at it is if you know, with the trend that has been happening over the last 20 years of like children being shot in school, and if that didn't change any laws, then I don't know what will. So
Yes. And
that's and I don't know if
Mike's
that's
gonna
like
buy a gun.
whatever, you know what I mean? But that's how I you know, but that's again like I'm also a you know I'm not I don't have the perspective of an American, right?
Yeah.
I have a perspective of
Maybe I
somebody,
don't know.
you know, somebody not from here, somebody that didn't grow up in the gun culture. You know what I mean?
That's true.
So I don't know. Like I'm, you know, whatever I say is kind of inconsequential. You know, kind of doesn't really mean anything because I just, you know, it's almost like I don't have any. I don't like I live here. I have stake in the game, but you know, I don't have any sort of like
Yeah, I'm
reference.
with
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's only so much you can
Yeah,
do. I
there's only so
understand.
much. To me, there's only so much you can do. If the laws are which they are, there's only so much you can do, and then it's up to the person.
It is what it
It
is.
is what.
Oh, bingo.
Oh, in between. All right, guys. Hey, I'm gonna take off. Thank you so much for letting me just fucking
Yeah.
rant today, I guess,
Yep.
or just go on. Thank you again,
Yeah,
and
all good.
thank you for listening, as Casey would remind me to say. And I will talk to you guys later.
That's nice. I gotta remember it. Thanks for
Thanks for
listening.
listening. Thanks for listening. All right. Okay. Bye. Bye.
See
Yeah.
ya.
Mr. Nike, what's going on?
Brain to brain. A brain drain? How does he learn? Direct input. He sits him down in front of a blackboard. I said direct input. But how do you work that? Brain to brain. A brain drain? You mean he draws from your brain? Yes. When I want him to.
Yes. Those are some infamously, amazingly great lines of dialogue from the movie Saturn 13. I thought it was Saturn 5. It is Saturn 13. Sorry. That's weird animation. Did animation with that soundtrack and voice. Because Kyber treats animation and dialogue differently than it does music. So sometimes it does weird shit. And who doesn't love weirdness? Raise your hand if you love weird. Mike, what is it about you and like running these lively spaces in the afternoon and the evening? What the fuck? Where's the conversation? What are people doing?
Man, I am
Yeah.
knee deep.
Oh, you're
It's
you're in
yeah,
the world of editing right now and stuff.
I'm in the world of editing. You're like, how many steps are there? 10. What are the steps? Okay, let me go through everything.
Fuck.
So it's like,
Can you do like macros? Can you be like, "Dear Lord of Macros,
well, that's
this
what I'm gonna
is
do.
this young boy." You know.
That's what I want to use Shot Stack for next time. Like, because I'll be like, as
Yeah.
I'm directing the shoot, I'll be like, start here, stop there. I'm not gonna touch the video, right?
Yeah, I was thinking about that today. I was thinking about an AI video editor because I was thinking I could train an AI how I edit it based on like it would listen to me and I would use gestures like in VR to show like action or subtlety. Anyways, I'm just thinking, can I give it a way of how I understand the edit and then it translates that? You know, wouldn't that be nice? At least do like half the rough cut for you. I don't know. Seems like
Well,
it could.
here's what would be crazy. You feed it the docs from ShotStack, and you say, "Hey, based on these docs, write the write the JSON that does this." You never know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's definitely the game. That's a really big game changer. The other thing too, I was sort of messing around with was like I've never figured out options trading. Like I not to the point that I really want to do it. You know what I mean? So I was thinking, well, wait a minute, maybe I'll just have the AI come up with a strategy, right? So I just tried to like have a conversation with the AI on the kind of risk I want to take, with the kind of return I sort of want, with the threshold of like pain that I'm willing to accept. And then it's like, all right, well, here's like the 10 things you could do. Right? You know, that's more helpful than any, financial assistant I've ever had to date, It's kind of interesting. There is definitely like a they live kind of moment going on right now because I feel like I'm using AI more and more to help me prospect for sure, clarify like news articles and research papers and stuff. Like I can't go back. I can't go back to like surfing news the old way. I have to surf with an agent because the agent's always thinking in my interest because I programmed it to. The newspaper isn't. Twitter isn't. You know what I mean? In a lot of ways, the AI is the only thing that's going to protect me because it's the one thing that right now is maybe that is the trap, right? That's the trap of technology. Maybe that's why we want to stop it for 6 months, but that didn't happen. I don't know. All I know is it's here to stay. It's like It's like someone found a Bic lighter on campus. That's just not going back in the bottle, man. You know what I mean? The whole, like, that one campus fought with that other campus just for that lighter. And then that country fought with that country to get that lighter. And for the first 1,000 years, the lighter traveled between cultures and kings and queens because it did the one thing that so many other things couldn't do. But at one point, a scientist, a thinker, a man, a renegade, who came from the mountains. He was a man like everyone, except he was Anish. He was the Manish. He was a great man. And he said, no, hey guys, everybody can have a Bic lighter. And people are like, get the fuck out, man. There is only one Bic lighter. But and he told the people, no, all you have to do is think about this and we can totally make this lighter for everyone. And that's what happened. And that's when technology broke. Technology broke when it crossed the human chasm from artifact to technology. See, it was an artifact before. It was left here. Whoopsie. You know what I mean? We found it. Just like there's numerous other Atlantean objects that are machines that we can't even figure out because we haven't cracked that yet. But the Bic lighter, we've cracked. We cracked that. So we got the reward. But the Almighty, or God, or our governance agent, whichever you want to call it, our captor, didn't factor in our own baseline intelligence that allowed us to improvise on our current notions of what we thought was true. So we knew that the Bic was like it had power, right? It was able to create fires, but we didn't know that if we broke the code to distribute it amongst the people as we did, we ourselves would break. You know what I'm saying? Like we broke because we actually gave it to the people. And by that act of actually, it's not solely a self-sacrifice thing, but we crossed a level of creation that's basically we had an intent to manifest and create something we didn't know we had the power to even question. And as a result of that, we invoked technology, our own God. We call it technology, but we invoked that aura of manifestation, effectively willing it into existence as a whole. And so at that point, the Bic lighter was no longer hot shit, just like gunpowder spread, right? Just like writing spread, everything kind of spreads. So yeah.
So wait, is AI the new gun in germs and steel?
Well, AI is definitely the new fire. It's definitely it's kind of the rebirth of the gun in a lot of ways. It'll have the same sort of like it's gonna have its own party like that. Like right now, I would join the AI party in a heartbeat. You know, like I don't know what it all stand for. It would be a mix of left and right things, but I would totally stand for like having this fucking AI run the party. I'd be fucking all down for that shit in a heartbeat. Just because I would know how it works. I could sort of test it. I could sort of, you know what I mean? Like the more I think about that, God, humanity cannot wait for the orders of AI. We cannot wait for the order and simplicity. And yes, universal basic income will definitely happen. Why? Because we're gonna have a shit ton of abundance, a fuck ton of it. We're not gonna, you know what I mean? Like we're gonna have to solve the other problems, but like AI is already showing stories, and there's different stories out there, but it's already sort of showing the promise of sort of a kind of compounded way of thinking that we haven't been doing yet. And so, like, every time someone creates yet another lang chain model of X or Y or Z on top of OpenAI, they start getting some brand new things they never saw before. Right? So it's like, I don't know. I think, I think I think AI is going to rip through the white collar IT sector. It's already ripping through. It's already affecting. It's definitely affecting the entrepreneurial startup scene for sure. Same thing with no code tools. I got a proposal today from a friend of mine. Haven't talked to for like a year or 2 years. He worked on a retail startup a couple years ago. It's got a new thing he's working on. Does a lot of nonprofit stuff too, so I wasn't really sure what he was doing. Nice guy, clean, picks me up and he was like, "Hey Dan, you build on this piece of work?" "Yeah, sure, check it out." Timetable is like May 15th. It's like, okay, all right, well, it's nothing like getting a RFP that puts you on notice. "You'll be done by May 15th. "Yes, all righty." So you basically get these orders, right? So you got that Martin Short order, and then the budget was like $7,000, and it was like, wow, what are you trying to do for that? And I look at the requirements, and it's like, it's basically like it's a no code app for the most part, but it had a lot of stuff in it. It had 4 or 5 API calls and a bunch of other things, and that kind of proposal would normally be a 30K starting kind of thing typically. Um, so it's just kind of funny. I was just like, man, like our company from 2 years would not even know how to approach that kind of work. I remember when this happened to my brother, we were doing design research and user experience research, and he was doing UX gigs for about 40 to 50K a time. And an average UX gig was like, Nationwide wants you to do a UX review of their checkout process, and you'd take 15 people through a focus group, and you'd have them, you do some over the shoulder camera stuff and interview process. Let's talk about, what they do first, how you get to search, just look at navigation, yada, yada, yada. And those jobs were starting to get eaten by the online tools that came out at the time. It's only a matter of time before your market collapses, but you don't collapse. See, that's the thing. When people don't collapse, we cascade into things, but we don't collapse. So I don't know. It's just kind of interesting. It's I think the market and business dynamics are definitely different, and so now it's like what's the new game of math? What's the new game of math? Or is it more of a tale of that's not the focus you're supposed to do? You know what I mean? You ever feel like that sometimes? Like life, like
Well,
man,
yeah, you can successfully execute failure.
yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Yeah, and if anything, you're just doing it faster. So your mind's trying to tell you,
You
not
understand.
this way, you idiot.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Huawei.
Okay.
I'm in a train going back home. So
Oh, wow. Already.
6 in the morning, great day with my friend. And the mobile network could be dicey here,
Mm-hmm.
but I'll be in and
That's
out.
cool, man.
Hello, Dan, my man. How you doing?
Hey, Manish, how you doing?
It sounds like a broadcaster.
I like it.
Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, man. Likewise, likewise.
And Skoshi, the co-host. Hello. It's Mumbai.
Manish, I'm back into school on Friday. So I'm finishing up the electronic security course and then doing the gig with the school on Friday. It'll be an all-day thing. And then we'll polish the app off.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Hey, Manish. Just away from my phone. How are you doing?
Good, man. How are you doing?
All right.
How you been, Alaska? It's been a while.
Yeah. I'm okay.
You're free, right?
Mm,
Could be worse.
not that free
Compared to?
compared to having all of my civil rights intact.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, compared to most of the people on the planet, you have more civil rights than most, right?
I mean, be careful about this, didn't we? We originally got in trouble on a similar conversation like this around prisons, and it did not work in a similar light.
Well,
Remember?
it's a quarter. It's a quarterly, like, right? December is about 3 months away.
I'm not sure about the most of the planet, but definitely not in North America.
Well, it depends, right? Do you have more civil rights than a Mexican?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that either. Thought experiment. Noticing the lawyers aren't too happy about Lang Chain.
Yeah, what do you mean?
I love
God,
to see lawyers trying to prevent this shit. Good luck.
no, man, they're already talking about 40% of lawyers getting the axe in a lot of ways. Same thing with commercialization. There's a ton of workforce, optimization shit going on. It makes sense because they're just going to get reduced. They're not going away, but they are definitely getting optimized. Um, yeah, the whole
I
legal
remember.
system needs to be taken
Remember
apart.
we used to do e-learning 20 years ago, and when folks started going to India to get the animations done,
Mm-hmm.
eventually we started losing out on bids because our cost was like 5 times the amount because we were using onshore resources.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was like, all right, so to stay in this game, we're going to have to also use offshore resources. So it's like, you can get mad at OpenAI all you want, but either you're going to use it or your
Totally.
replacement is.
I mean, if they were the true players like BlackRock, they would have been ahead of the game.
I'm sure even BlackRock is, I wouldn't want to have their problems. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
I wouldn't trade my problems for BlackRock's. have you looked into these other things like baby GPT and stuff like that? I haven't had the brain space to process it yet, but
Not yet, really. I haven't. I just started playing around with the Lang chain stuff. I've sort of been trying to absorb that. And then messing around with some of the tools that Mayo recommended. Like he recommended Chatbase. I did an interview with a guy at Chatbase. I'll just share some of that stuff with you. I'm sure he probably wouldn't mind too much because we're all the same fabric. But yeah, I liked it. I mean, it was. I mean, I know where he's going with it. And I hooked up with a friend of mine, going to help me sort of parallel process it and whatnot. But yeah, there's so much shit though. I've been mostly just working and mostly with Bart. Just I don't know. I like being able to search. Of course, I don't have plugins yet on ChatGTP, so as soon as I get plugins, I'm sure it'll probably be just as it'll be a lot better from what they say at least. I recently rediscovered high res and mid journey, and I have not been able to go back from it. Like once you go high res and go fast, there's really no there's few drugs that are like it. I gotta say, there are just few pure, great, amazing highs than to see your own stuff just manifested with such sheer, well, beauty and audacity. The kind of creativity that AI is possible of is just it's frighteningly human. You know what I'm saying? It's deep. This week on Deep with Dan, we're going deep into why zombies are so cool to play with because they're the universal bad guy, and they have great art. You have to think about AI like that. You have to think about what is the most like drawn thing on the planet because AI would know how to draw that really well. It would be nice to see the AI draw something that it sees on camera that it doesn't never seen before. That would be nice. Like, how does it really process something it
I mean,
never seen before?
if we're going by sheer volume of prompts, it's probably boobs or ass. You know,
You think it's boobs?
it has to be pornography related, right? By just
I don't know. I mean, that's kind of cynical, don't you think? But do you
you
think
think
it should be like the circle or like, you know, like I don't know.
every time Salvador Dali's name is invoked, there's 10 times as many boob. It's just, I like think about it: cars, dishwasher, tits,
Hmm.
jackets, dicks. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you were to rank order those in terms of most used,
Yeah, I could see that. Hmm.
imagine a
Tits
Pornhub.
today on Wall Street.
So imagine a Pornhub where it's all AI generated actors, right? That's not that far away.
Didn't the guy in Canada buy Pornhub?
Yes.
Amazing. What's your what's the average Canadian citizen? What's your take on that? The notion that your country is actually the country that Pornhub was awarded to. How do you feel about that?
I think porn could get a lot more polite. You know?
You think porn could be a lot? Wait, let's walk through that. What do you mean by porn should be or could be?
A lot of porn is very like violent in the past decade or so, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
You know, so it's like if we introduce some more decorum to the foreplay.
That kind of makes me sound like do you feel like porn has gotten more destructive and violent, right?
Yeah, I would say like
It's gotten
people.
rougher than we would have liked
Yes.
it, right? Or is that
Uh-huh.
but is that just are like women asking for that, or like, like who you think's asking for it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge rise in like porn for women, right?
True.
And it's
And,
probably because you have like women actually managing the companies, which
yeah,
probably didn't happen in the
and some
first.
of these women are like straight up kinky. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, can you imagine Lagatha? It'd probably be even more violent.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah, right.
Yeah,
Germans are.
yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
All rise, get up from your table. Right. It would be vicious. It would be vicious. But hot though. It'd be a great, definitely HBO material. Like that's not daytime TV shit. That's like
It's called Max now. It's not even HBO. I heard.
it's called Max.
Yeah, they
It's
changed it.
called,
It's not HBO Max. They're just going by Max now, like Bucks.
wow. That's just crazy. Crazy. Did you hear Tupperware is going out of business? It's true.
That's
Didn't see that coming, did you?
I didn't see that coming. Yeah, and Tupperware, is known for their transparency, so it's tough.
Huge, huge. And I think it's basically, and what's interesting is they were going like hardcore during the the pandemic years. Like everything was like Tupperware was in, right? Cooking was in. We were all like marching down the center of town, like,
Oh
what do we
shit!
want? Woke and chicken. What do
Do
we
you
want? Woke and chicken. You know what I mean?
do you think it's because people are working at home, so they don't need to carry things in plastic containers as much?
I think it's actually an attack on the traditional wife movement, which people are really having issues with right now because it's seen as like, why now are we deciding to sort of bow down to like traditional values and shit like that? You know? Yeah, I mean that's just kind of a gibberish take on it. I mean, but it is a story though. The traditional wife thing, that was a thing on TikTok. She got shamed for being a traditional wife. Of course, she made a video that was gaslighting and triggering people, but it's not like she meant it like that, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you can just choose the wrong medium.
Yeah. So last night I was looking at a startup I used to know, and I found their latest SEC filing. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And I'm looking at it and going like, God, this is going to take too long for me to go through. So I run it through Bard. What's going on with this? Give me the highlights and what's happening. Right away, it's like, this company is, going bankrupt. I'm like, oh, fuck. It's like it tears it apart. But it I don't know. It was wild. It was like, again, how could I surf without AI ever again? You know? Jesus. Just get you to the point. And it's even if it's questionable, that's what's crazy is AI hallucinates like as a service, as part of its core tenet of being is going to be vague. So it makes fake news more acceptable in a lot of ways.
All right, into the breach once more. Where? Hello, where are we? This is cable 4.
You know, we need to do that version of that song where it's like, "Hello, how are we? Just told me on." Right? We could do that. We just gotta record those first 4 pieces and just make that loop.
Yeah, I could turn it into one of those remixes that I'm doing. I've been doing that to unwind, making music.
Yeah, I dig it. I made some recordings last night. It was nice. It's kind of fucking around as usual. But I got pissed off at Beatport. I installed Beatport as this DJ software because, it would give me all these tracks.
Mhm.
But then it kills off the recording feature. Like, I get it. You don't want me to record all this shit. But at the same time, it's like, let me create
What the fuck
loops.
do you think I'm here for?
Right, exactly. What do you think I'm trying to do? Like, don't sell me a service that I can't fucking use. It's like, God damn it. So, it's like, on the warpath. No for you. No you. No you. Yeah. Mm. Man, this description feature and they just put it in Mid-Journey. It just came out. It's really fucking great. It just looks at images and tries to interpret what the prompt could be, and then you can use that to be your new jumping off point. It's a truly brilliant feature they put in. Brilliant. Keeps your time and product. Although, I don't know if they can get that data. I'm sure they have it. Time and product.
Yeah.
What you got there? Anything interesting?
I'm doing work where all the thinking has been done. It's just the executing, but it's like millisecond editing. You know what I mean? Like, okay, this has to be. I want this at time. You know?
Yeah,
So it's like.
perfectionism.
So it's like.
Dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Here's the way I want this to look.
You will do my bidding, computer. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Yes, I do want to open the previous project. It crashed while I was working it. Thank God. Okay. Doing that again.
feel like it's intense. Scalpel.
It just crashed on me. So I'm like, I wonder how. You ever be like, okay, I wonder how much you fucking missed? How much my ad gonna have to redo again?
Mm-hmm. DoorDash imminent over. DoorDash imminent. Yeah, man. You're gonna need to play some GT Grand Theft Auto or something after this.
What?
Those frustrations.
Nice.
Into the Ruckus. Live in theaters everywhere. A Cincinnati. Wait, what? Blah. A man from Cincinnati goes woke.
I can't believe they made me do this. Okay. So. Well, we're gonna have to restart it anyways. All right. Okay. Save. We're gonna restart this whole machine. Quit. Nice. So everything is closed. Restart. Okay. This is almost done. Mm. Finally, The Rock has come back to the Syndicate.
Geez, nickel is under $1. That's crazy.
What?
Nikola is under $1. It's like
The car company?
yeah.
Oh yeah, that wasn't that Doom from the start. That was a joke to begin with, wasn't it?
Well, I don't know if it.
I thought that was the biggest joke in car companies
Yeah, the CEO was shady, and it just
from the start, dude.
yeah.
Yeah, and then they were like, actually, that's not really a car driving it.
Yeah,
All that kind of
it's a
shit. Now they're
truck.
rolling it downhill.
Yeah, yeah.
What? Yeah, they had a car company and they're trying to like fake it till they make it. And so they're like, look at how fast this car goes, and it's just rolling down a hill.
Incredible. Yeah. What was that? 21 that happened? 2020, late 20. Yeah, that was
Look,
shit show.
I don't think it's his fault for doing it. I think it's people's fault for believing him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not a him problem. I mean, if they're just giving money away, right? People are going to take it.
He was shady
And,
anyway, right? He had some questionable.
well, I mean, who isn't shady?
Right.
Right? Show me this walking in venture Jesus that everyone knows. I heard Akon sold the rights to Lady Gaga. I didn't even know he was involved in that shit.
Wow.
Can you imagine?
What?
Yeah, right? That guy is fucking early. You want to talk about early stage?
Good for him.
Right?
Akon had rights to Lady Gaga?
Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was watching a video on it the other day. It was the DJ Plaid.
Yeah.
Plaid TV.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course you know that. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that like I know about Ruckus. Like we have these shared experiences, but they're only shared for us, not for anyone else.
Right.
Well, maybe Mr. Raj. Mr. Raj would know about fucking. Mr. Raj got pissed yesterday.
Whoa, what happened?
Yeah, he was upset at this dude. It was so great.
What happened?
Oh, the dude talking shit about his wife?
Oh man,
What?
Mr. Raj is not happening.
What? In the space?
Yeah, go ahead and tell the story, Mike. You're a better storyteller than I am.
No, you're.
Nah, I want to hear.
You
I want
have
to hear from your
2,000 followers now.
perspective. Nah, fuck that. I want to hear from your perspective. Come on. You never want to give your perspective. Damn it, Mike. I want to hear it from you.
I know that.
I
I'm
want to.
Canadian.
Nah,
That's
nah,
our
nah,
That's
nah.
how
role.
You
that
don't get to
works.
sit out. You don't get.
It's the Canadian in me.
Nah, I do want to hear it from your perspective because I was kind of
Hmm.
heated. I was getting pretty upset.
Apparently, the wifey is whipping around with the baby without a license. Is that the long and short of it? Because to be honest with you, I was on TikTok when he was talking. There's some people that are automatic TikToks for me. And the beautiful thing about TikTok is it's selfish with the audio, so you can't hear the audio on this side.
So okay. So since Mike, you know, doesn't want to participate. This fucking guy, bro, he came in and like I could automatically. I mean, he was pretty cool, right? He was pretty cool, but then I could just tell that he's been watching too many Andrew Tate videos, and I was just like, bro, like you're doing it all fucking wrong. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, because this guy was pretty much like going on this big ass rant how he met this chick, and then he didn't even know who she was and or anything like that. They just met online, and she told him that he needed that she was gonna go homeless, and he drove halfway across the country, you know, picked her up, brought her back home. They got married, bing bang boom. Now they have 2 kids, and you know, and shit ain't going his way. And his wife's out here he's over here bitching about his wife fucking taking the keys. You know, she has no license, bro, no license at all. Like he said that she's been driving without a license forever, and she just gets up and goes and takes the fucking daughter. And I was like, bro, wait. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, you're just letting her take your kid, bro? Like, with no driver's license? Like, I was like, that's fucking irresponsible, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I was like, that's some dumb shit. My wife would never do that dumb shit. Like, cause I would just tell her that she needs to go get a license or she ain't driving that damn car, you know, especially with my kid in it. And he just didn't want to hear it. And I was like, bro, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. You ain't tried hard enough. I was like, you haven't actually sat down and had these conversations the right way to do it. I was like, if something's not going your way, I was like, and it still keeps happening, bro. I was like, you're the fucking problem because you haven't figured out the solution. The hell. Anyways, but yeah, that's pretty much what happened. And he was just calling his wife. He was just pretty much like complaining about his wife the whole time. And I was like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, why are you talking to us about your wife, about your fucking personal problems? I was like, you need to go discuss that shit behind closed doors. Like, have some fucking respect for your wife. I was like, I would never fucking talk to any of these guys about personal shit. I was like, if you want to talk to a therapist or something like that, you know, that's different. But you don't need to be talking, airing out your fucking dirty laundry to guys. Like, that's some disrespectful ass shit. And he didn't like it, and he was getting all pissy and shit. But I mean, yeah, I don't fuck with that. That's some fuckboy shit. I don't fuck with that at all.
So she was homeless. He wouldn't rescued her. That's how it started.
Apparently, she was about to lose her house, and so like pretty much it was like a fling, bro. Like they just eloped, and now they're not compatible with each other. But instead of fucking, getting out of that situation and just being a fucking good person and a good dad and just be there for his children, this guy's gonna fucking live through it and be miserable as fuck. Because when I met my wife, bro, I was living with my wife for 3 fucking years, and up until the point I married, like I was ready to fucking pop the question. I still question that shit. I was like, do I want to live with this chick for the rest of my life? This is a big ass commitment. You know, And I mean, everybody does that, bro. Everybody. And if you're not doing that, you're not questioning those things, man. You got a fucking other thing coming. And this guy got fucking hit with the fucking life reality of life. He got hit with life's choices, and now he doesn't want to fucking own up to it, and he's being a little bitch. He's over here thinking, and he was all saying that, oh, I want to make a lot of money and all this bullshit. Like, fuck money, bro. You need to fix your fucking life first. You need to be happy first. Money ain't gonna buy that. Money's not gonna fix that shit. I was like, you're fucked, bro. But anyways, yeah, that was it. I'm done. I'm done talking about that. I was getting pissed off.
Jeez. Yeah, you need a partner in this. You know what I mean? You need someone to support. So he does have to get his home taken care of.
Or maybe it's like a strategic thing where you like just let her drive around enough without the license and she'll get booked and then problem solved.
But that's what he said, bro. He said that he fucked.
No
He was.
way.
You weren't there. I mean, you were there, but Mike,
God,
he
I
fucking
was there, but not there.
dude. This guy was saying
I was
that.
looking at your videos on TikTok. Yeah.
This guy was telling us that he was like, I told her that if she keeps doing it, I'm gonna call the cops on her and have her arrested. And
Dude.
Web3, he freaking told. He asked them, how many times have you had? Oh no, it was actually Zach. Zach asked them, how many times have you had your wife arrested? And he said, well, I've done it once. And I'm like, this motherfucker actually fucking called the cops on his wife, bro. I was like, these bitches don't fucking respect each other at all. I was like, this is a fucking toxic fucking relationship. Fuck that. Fuck that.
I mean, but if you had to have a choice like between like the man calling the cops on the wife or the wife calling the cops on the man, like, we got the best of the poison.
I mean, not really, bro, because if he calls the cops on her and they decide that, CPS decides to step in and take away his kids,
Mm-hmm.
because that's, they'll consider that reckless endangerment. You know,
Mm-hmm.
fuck the guy, fuck the girl. I don't give a fuck about her or the fucking guy. To me, they're both dumb. But you know, the child has no fucking quarrels with anything that's going on,
Mm-hmm.
and the
Mm-hmm.
child's gonna be the one
Mm-hmm.
that gets the most affected by this shit. You know what I mean? When there's kids involved, it's a completely different story. You know, if it was just single, I wouldn't even you know I wouldn't even be busting the dude's fucking chops. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
exactly,
If he was a
exactly.
fucking single dude, I'd be like, bro, you're a fucking idiot. But this guy has fucking kids, bro. You know what I mean? Like, there's too many fucking deadbeats out there, and you know he was one of them, and he didn't like that I was fucking insinuating that he was. And if anybody wants to come and talk that bullshit, I'm gonna tell them the same shit. But that's just me, though.
I saw the video of your home automation. It's fucking gorgeous, dude.
Oh, you like that, bro? Yeah,
That was
I
nice.
just installed two smart fans in my house. They're badass. Now I could just tell my device to turn it on and turn it off. You know, go into different movie modes. Like I'm setting up like different routines that you can set up by voice. So like when I want to just kick back and watch some anime and with real nice ambient lighting, I just fucking tell it to movie mode and it'll fucking do it. It's awesome, dude.
When you said smart fan, I thought it was like a hologram of a person cheering you on as you go
Dude,
after
hey,
go
I'll
on
take
through your
that
day.
too, bro.
Good for you, Mr. Raj.
Fuck yeah,
Mr.
be the
Raj, you're the
fucking
best.
best, bro.
HVAC is
Dude,
in
you know
your.
how much more encouraging that would be instead of me doing that shit in my fucking head? There's a hologram of me in my head right fucking now doing that.
Yeah, yeah. You should just have it
I
on your
just need
phone.
it on my fucking shoulder.
You just it's just you watching your own TikToks, getting motivated.
Dude, I do that.
You should do
I
that
do watch my own
actually.
TikToks and get motivated. Fuck
But
yeah.
I'm saying that you should do a series where you just talk to yourself. Because right now you're talking to other people, kind of. But if you just talk to yourself, hey, Mr. Rod, the next time you're feeling down, I want you to watch this video. Suck it up, Buttercup, you fucking bitch. You know what I mean?
No, I never call myself a bitch. Never.
What's wrong with you? Drive faster. Work,
No, I just say, come on.
just
I just
roasting
say, come
yourself.
on. Come on. Let's fucking go. Let's get it. Let's go. Come on. Let's fucking go. Woo! Let's go.
Hmm.
That's what I do when I go on a run or something, and like I hit that little wall, because I'm a big dude, so I shouldn't be running, but I have a taste for it. And I hit that little wall and start, telling myself stuff like that. People probably think I'm crazy as fuck, but you know, yeah, I know Zach doesn't like him, but I fuck with David Goggins. He fires me up every single time.
Zach doesn't like Goggins?
No, he fucking hates
What?
Goggins, bro.
Goggins is a dude.
Dude, that's the motivator right there. That's the real motivator too. Everybody else, bro, I don't fuck with anybody else, dude. But Goggins, bro, because he doesn't lie to you. He doesn't tell you shit. It's just he just tells you you need to dig deep inside yourself. Fuck the money. Fuck everything else. At the end of the day, it don't need to tell me what matters to you and how you can achieve it. Dude, that dude has a fucking story. Have you read that dude's book? That thing's good. It's a
I actually saw him discuss his story for about 20 minutes. It was a video, but I haven't read the book. But yeah, with his dad and his mom and
if
um
the best way to read the book is he has an audio book on Audible, and he's the actual narrator. So he talks.
oh, that's
So he
nice.
has like so he does a narration, and then there's little side snippets of a podcast that he hosts that he has with another guy, and they talk about like all the different things that he did within the book and all the different emotions and stuff like that because he used to get the shit beat out of him by his fucking dad.
Yeah,
Like
I'll check that out.
it's really good, dude. Really, really good.
I have I have Audible. Is it still what, $15 a month? What, one, get one token a month?
Yeah, 1 token a month. I have that, dude. I have so many books that I need to read actually.
That would be a good one if it's in his voice. That's a good idea.
Yeah, it was good. I read that one. Um,
I didn't know Audible did that. I didn't know that's what
so it's
that was in their voices.
no, so they don't do it for every single book, but his happened to be that. You know, he wanted to be the narrator. Or no, I don't know if he's a narrator, but no, you know what? So he's not the narrator, but I guess he's with the narrator as they're reading the book. Like the narrator's reading the book and Goggins is in the same room, and they're like talking about, like, they pause and talk about like that error, that what happened was happening right there. It's pretty cool. Anyways, what were y'all talking about? Stop. I want to hear what y'all are talking about.
Oh, there's Zach right
Oh,
there.
there's
Bring him
fucking
up.
Zach, bro.
Yeah,
Zach,
bring
bro,
his ass up.
we're talking shit about
Bring his ass up.
that fucking dude from yesterday.
Um,
Guess whose student loans are all getting forgiven, bitches?
nice.
Nice.
$80,000.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Zach,
Congrats.
Zach, Zach. Oh, hey, I heard a rumor about you, man.
Uh-oh. What?
I hope it's not true. You don't like Goggins?
I don't. You saying that I don't like Goggins?
Yeah, you don't like Goggins?
No, I mean, I like what he stands for
All right.
individuals.
Okay.
I think that his message can be misunderstood by some, and that it can be toxic and dangerous for others.
But what about the messenger?
What do you mean?
The messenger is cool though, right? Like it's how it's received, you know. It's the problems with those who hear it, right? Not the messenger.
I
Oh, Zach.
let me tell you this. This is just my assessment, okay? I mean, I don't know. I have a thing about, I want the special operations community to be quiet professionals. And I don't think everyone feels the same way. So, I don't know. I think he's a good thing for certain individuals, but I think that the whole idea of just go do it doesn't exactly work for everyone. Like, I mean, that's just my thought. I think doing hard shit and suffering is important. I think that people misunderstand him based on how he presents it. I'm not saying that that's his fault. I'm just saying at some point you have to realize the way your message is being taken. Like, people thinking that he's running these races at a 7-minute pace for the entire race, and like some of the unrealistic expectations that it creates for individuals. And I think that it creates this, I think his presence out there sometimes creates this void where other veterans, be it from the regular army or special operations, if you are not in absolute peak shape running hundreds of miles, you're a bag of shit. Because
Zach.
what?
Zach.
What?
Zach. If you sat and watched all the Rockies in a row,
Yep.
to Rocky 8, You don't feel like you can step in a ring and box Clubber Lang? Come on. That's inspirational. Everybody feels like they can kick somebody's ass after watching like Rocky 8.
I think that
by Rocky 8, 6, you're out fighting your
I am
neighbors.
less worried about how it makes people feel motivationally, and I'm more concerned with the way that it creates an unfair representation of the veteran community, of who's good from the veteran community.
I think the problem, from what you're explaining, lies in the receiver.
Okay, so
Like
do
you could put
you
it out
think
there.
that the overwhelming societal portrayal of black individuals has not added to the issues that black people face?
Do I think that the overwhelming societal
The
issues?
the societal portrayal in media has added to people's biases when walking down the street and seeing a black person.
Sure.
And so I think that the fact that most...
Has it not, though? I mean, it's not all,
okay,
right?
but
Some.
what
right?
I think is that people like Jocko and Goggins and Tim Kennedy create this unrealistic expectation of veterans that most 99.999% will never live up to. And I think that it just is not indicative of a community of people, and people think it is.
But Rambo does the same thing.
It
does. Rambo doesn't make you want to go join the military.
Okay.
I'm asking.
No. I'm just saying
Rambo doesn't make you want to go enlist. Full Metal Jacket doesn't make people want to go enlist in the military.
No, Full Metal Jacket was the movie I watched when I didn't want to go, when I was trying to talk myself out of it. Someone killed themselves at basic training because of their drill sergeant in Full Metal Jacket. And then they did war crimes overseas. Like, what part of Full Metal Jacket made you want to?
Yeah, I don't think that's a good...
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Rambo then.
Okay, so a guy who was betrayed by his country when he came back and then hunted like a dog did not make me want to enlist.
I mean, I think, to me, Rambo was inspiring mostly because of like how well he was so devious in taking things out, and the fact he could drive that truck right through, a blockade like it didn't flinch him. To me, that's like, I don't watch John Wick to be, or what was it? John Wick is to go out and fight like John Wick. I like his guns and his style.
Jason Bourne.
Not military.
Jason Bourne's military.
No.
How dare you?
He's CIA. That's super secret cool stuff.
Yeah. Like, that's not military.
Okay. A-Team.
Again.
Who didn't want to be in the A-Team?
Again.
Nah, bro. Independence Day.
That's a good one too.
No, he's more uncommon.
So what I am talking about is the fact that every single example that you have just pulled out is this super special forces guy and not the 99%. And the reason why we have a 50,000 troop recruiting issue is that people don't realize that most jobs you just sit behind a fucking desk. And so we have this conflation that you have to be this super soldier, Captain America type to join. And I have soldiers who can't get their pay issues fixed for 7 months and are on food stamps because we don't have enough fucking people. And if we stop having these individuals that make it look like it's impossible to be in, we can get some of people in to fix these issues. This is what I'm talking about, is that I don't mind that they're there for an inspiration, but I mind when they're conflated to what the military is, and then people don't want to join because of it. Because there's fuck tons of desk jobs that are going unfilled, and because they're unfilled, infantrymen, able-bodied dudes that want to be on the front lines are sitting behind those desks to fill the jobs so that my soldier can get paid so his kids don't have to be on food stamps right now. Like, That's the issue I have with it right now.
Yeah, but I think you're making it like those inspiring stories are all cons. There's some good stories in there too. There's some good outcomes. It's not all bad, but we can focus on the
I don't think
bad.
any of those are. I don't think any. Again, I don't think Jocko or Goggins are bad people. I think that the fact that they are portrayed, they're the only ones with the spotlight that says this is what the military is and this is what you have to do and this is how you change your life. No. Like I would love it if they would give the spotlight to more average soldiers so that they could tell their story and people can see how life-changing the service can be and just help.
Colin Powell was out front.
I love Colin Powell. Who's out front now?
See? I'm just saying Colin Powell was out front.
When?
Well, in the 90s.
Perfect. Who's out front now?
Well, there are others that are out front that I can't name. Give me a few minutes and I will, but Colin Powell's dope.
I am team Colin Powell all day long. His 40-70 rule, everything he did, everything he talked about, incredible, right? Loved him. Again, officer, we don't have any issues filling officer slots right now. We have issues following enlisted, regular personnel.
But that was happening before Goggins, right? Come on, the decline of that.
Was it?
Yes, absolutely it was. Okay. I mean, the recruiting issue was happening before Goggins. I mean, seriously, that was happening. You guys saw that coming years ago. I can't say decades, but definitely in the 90s.
I'm not saying he is the cause of it. I'm not conflating him to the cause of our recruiting issues. I am just saying that my interpretation of it, and in my opinion, it doesn't help us fill the slots of boring ass jobs when the only representation that we really see out in society is Captain America type people. That's all.
The weird thing is too is like I feel like the government could just use civilians to fill those fucking desk jobs.
100%. But
like,
you cannot pay a civilian soldier wages.
Why not?
Because
you don't have to pay them soldier wages. They're doing desk work.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that so if that job is supposed to be a private first class job, right? Private first classes make less than, I think they make like 20,000. I think when I was a private, I made $20,000. And so what civilian is going to work for $20,000?
You know what? You reminded me of something that was when I was graduating from college. That was offered, to me as far as going in as an officer. And you're right. But don't you think that, or do you believe that people who graduate from college and go in as an officer, you had a lot of that, right? In the 90s.
We have zero issues with officers. We are overstrength on officers right now.
Right, exactly.
We are severely understrength on enlisted personnel. And that's my thing, right?
Yep.
And if you look at who's in the limelight for enlisted personnel, okay? Jocko's an officer. Most people are officers. Goggins is one of, if not the only, enlisted personnel in the limelight.
That's not an officer.
Yeah, so there's enlisted and then commissioned officers. Those are the two.
Yeah, that's dope then, right? Because for a while it was just nothing. Well, for a while there was more officers than you had than
100%.
enlisted
I'm
men.
glad
Yeah,
I'm glad there's someone enlisted out front. My thing is that his representation of what it takes to be in the military is conflated to what everyone needs to do to get into the military, and that's not true. And so I just think that, and some of his characterizations of it, I don't think he needs to glamorize it, but I would just say I get offended sometimes when he didn't have the best time in the military, and for whatever reason, right, I'm not doubting that it had something to do with his race, being the 36th Black Navy SEAL. Like, I believe that had to do with it. But at the same time, I think that there's so much upside to joining, and what it can provide, and I don't think that it always comes through in his messaging.
I think y'all need to fix the pay. Shit, 20 grand, bro. I don't think anybody would want to work for 20 grand. That's like, god damn. That's one thing, bro. 20 grand. You said it yourself,
Yep.
Zach. Who would want to work for 20 grand?
And that's the thing, is it's really hard, right? Like, free college and 3 hots and a cot, as they say, right? 3 hot meals and a bed to sleep in, and getting paid, and the opportunity to have a leadership position much sooner than your peers who would still be in college by the time you're leading soldiers in battle. But now there's no battle to be had. Walmart's giving free college as well, and they pay $20 an hour. So how do we compete? Well, I think we compete by saying that there's opportunity for career advancement by staying in for 8 years and you get into a manager position. But they haven't figured out how the civilian system of credentialing and the Army system of credentialing can work. The skill bridge is still not there yet. But I have nothing against Goggins. I think Goggins is fucking motivational. I think he's amazing. I think that unfortunately people conflate what he does to what you need to be able to do to be in the military. So they decide on something else. And
that's fair.
That's all.
That's fair. And I like Goggins because he inspires me to work out, not to join the military, but his life.
Yeah.
And he's jogging and he's doing the, what I mean? Yeah. So that is that extra push.
I've also like, I've had friends who, like, I've had clients who are like, man, I ran really slow today. I was like, how fast do you run? They're like an 8-minute mile, or like a 9-minute mile. And I'm like, for how long? And they're like 10 miles. And I'm like, why is that slow? Like, fuck, when's the last time you ran? They're like, 2 years ago. I'm like, that's not slow, bro. That's fucking fast as hell. They're like, well, Goggins probably runs at what, a 7? And I'm like, no, bro, he walks half his goddamn races, but he never talks about, he barely talks about that part. And so, like, because he's a Navy SEAL and you think Navy SEALs run fast, and then he's gone into this super running and he does well in it. I'm not saying taking anything away from him, but I think that there's cognitive biases on the receiving end, of course, that don't get talked about. And then you think about that. And a lot of the people who find inspiration in him are not just like regular people. It's a lot of entrepreneurs. It's a lot of big names, because they go and see him speak and they pay $10,000 a plate to see him speak. And now you have people who are in the hiring process that have this thinking of what a veteran is, and it doesn't meet expectations. When you meet a veteran who has PTSD and is fat and out of shape and can't even get up or has a disability. And now you have Congress discussing taking away disability pay based on the amount of money you make outside. And it's just, the whole system right now is just pissing me off. So sorry, not a I came to talk about my student loans, but I've been dealing with a whole
Oh,
bunch of.
You're good,
congratulations.
bro.
You're
You're
No.
good.
good.
It's
Hey,
Thank
but
you. No, that's
I'm.
hey, let's let Pylon speak. Let's let Pylon speak.
I
We've been talking
I
too
went
much.
I went on a
What's good, Pylon? Go ahead.
tirade just because I've just been having this like one after another of things popping up from like military shit and people.
It's okay, bro. We like you.
congratulations on
That's
the
what
Yeah,
it is.
student loans, man.
thanks.
That's a huge accomplishment. Yeah.
Uh, so we're trying to get more people to join the army. If that's the goal, I know that in my country at least, I remember a while ago they did kind of like a recruitment drive, and they did exactly what you were saying, Zach, in terms of showing regular people, and it was like, I became an electrician or through the army, or I became an engineer and never thought I'd be doing this sort of thing, and all the cool stuff that they got to do. But you could see they were like regular people who like worked their way up, so they could see a career path. So maybe they could do that for their recruitment drive. But I mean, at the moment though, the job market, like there's so many jobs out there now. So, if you're someone who is looking at different career paths, well, maybe it's more attractive to you're getting more job offers from the Walmart or wherever, and the army doesn't look as attractive. Whereas if the job market was really tight, you'd probably have more people look at the army or the military. So yeah, I mean, that may just be a function of that. I've also heard that there's a lot of people now who can't get in because they can't meet the fitness test. I don't know if that's true or
Oh,
not.
it's really really bad. It's the mental health because you can't have any ADHD medication. You can't have other medications. So that all falls under mental health, which I think is ridiculous. You can't be on other specific medications, so health in general, and then just basic fitness. I mean, go and do 150-pound deadlift and a kettlebell run, and then try to run a 2 mile in 19 minutes and see how you do. And yeah, I mean, I think it's getting to the point where it's almost a national security crisis. The fact that we cannot find able-bodied individuals, not that want to join up, but that can physically join up.
Dude, you know what's funny that you say that is that, and so right when I graduated, I actually went to go join the Air Force, and they fucking told me I was too fat, and they turned me away,
Yeah,
bro.
I had to lose 130 pounds to join the army.
They fucking told me I was fat, bro. I was like, what? I could run circles. I told the fucking dude, I was like, I could run circles around your guys. I was like, dude, I'm a fucking athlete. I was like, I just, I got a little bit extra, fucking defensive
Yep,
tackle,
we have height and weight standards, so you have to look
fucking
the
yeah.
part.
They went off my BMI.
Yep.
I was like, bro, I could fucking deadlift like fucking 700 pounds. Like, come
Yep.
on.
And that's the thing is like because of our height and weight standards, it's waist measurement, and if you bust tape, what they call bust tape, you're considered fat. And I mean, that's the shame of it is that they're still living through like you have to look the part of a soldier, regardless of how.
Yeah, but I did look good,
I
bro.
know.
Come
It's
on,
just
bro. Come on.
that. But if you think about it, right, that goes into it is like we think of soldiers statistically. People when they think of soldiers think of this like super muscular dude. Most quote unquote good soldiers are really, really thin because it's mostly cardiovascular endurance that you need. We like it's
For modern warfare though, do you need to be that fit? Because can't they like relax the rules? That's what I'm thinking. Because that would solve basically all their problems by the sound of it
it
if they relax the rules.
in terms of should we go into a large scale conflict? the idea of quote unquote modern warfare is going to go back to the same type of warfare that we had during World War II, because the jamming capabilities and the scrambling capabilities, I mean, we're doing exercises where we cannot use our radios to communicate in long term, like we can't keep them on because they have ways of tracking the radio communication. So like there's a there's a lot of just humping it, just with a ruck on your back, just walking. And so I think warfare has changed, but it will digress very quickly should a real conflict ever kick off.
I just think that's so weird though, because like most of the dudes that like I have a bunch of friends that joined the military, and like they were super fit, but like after the second year, bro, they fucking got fluffy as fuck. They like I had a bunch of friends that got big, bro. Like so I don't understand. Like okay, so it's okay for you to go in fit, but like you start to degrade over time. Like
Well,
it's
most
just
people, they're
it's kind of
it
weird.
is so a lot of people, it's stress, right? The strain on your body, especially if you're married. Like, man, all you want to do is just eat because you're just fucking you. You get home. I mean, my first 3 years, I got home at like 8 o'clock at night, and I'd leave at 3:30 in the morning to go to work. Um, and did that for 2 years. God, I'm so lucky I didn't have a kid back then. But yeah, I mean, it's just different. It sounds like the guys you knew went to like tank units. Um,
Yeah, dude. One of my friends was all fucking. He was all telling me, he's like, bro, we used to throw these little muffins at the freaking kids over there. I'm like, bro, that's fucked up. Why don't you just hand it to them? Dude,
but yeah, I
Can I
just
jump in with a
fucking
question real quick?
throwing.
go ahead.
Yeah, Zach. So I've heard you say before you're active duty military and in the Army, correct?
Yeah,
But I don't think I've heard you say before like what it is that you do within the Army.
I'm what they call a forward observer. So, um, do you have any experience?
No, I'm not. I've never been in the military. I
Oh,
do a lot of contracting for the military, but it's like in an environmental context. So operationally, no, I don't really know.
yeah. So, what I do, they call it a fire support specialist or a forward observer. We go attached with the infantry, and we what David Goggins did in the Air Force as a combat controller. It's kind of attack P. It's kind of what we do is we go forward with the infantry and do. I don't like saying what the infantry does, so we usually stay back a little bit, let the infantry do their thing, but we provide large scale integrated fire support. So artillery, mortars, bombs off of aircraft, gun runs from helicopters or planes, B1, uh, uh, both lethal and non-lethal means, and electronic warfare deployment, or the deployment of electronic warfare. So we do all of those things, plus naval gunfire. Um, I think that's it. Yeah.
So
So
that sounds to me a little bit like just the unit that you, or I don't know if unit's the correct word, but the group that you operate with is sort of already at a fairly high operating level, or at least you're not
the
common grunts, so to speak.
the the when I was in the 173rd, we were it was a airborne unit, so everyone there was kind of like, no one's taking cars or tanks or anything out into the operational environment. You're walking everywhere. You jump out of planes, all that kind of stuff. The op tempo there was a lot higher, but it was because we were stationed in Europe. Russia just invaded Crimea. We jumped in, secured the western side of Ukraine, and then jumped into Turkey when that coup happened, secured missile sites there for us and all these other things. So op tempo was really, really high there. And then I went to JBLM and got a little less hectic. And then I came here to Fort Bliss and it was way less hectic. But then it picked up now that we're on the PAX chart rotations to Poland. And so it changes just based on what unit you're in. So it's not so much based on, I mean, each job has a different level of operational tempo, but each unit then has a different operational tempo as well. So it all depends.
Our A-10 attack Warthog airplanes as cool as they look?
The A-10 Warthog attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are infinitely cooler than they look and sound way more menacing than they make them sound online.
Yeah, I love the whole. I love that stuff. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yo, what's good, Alaskoshi? What's good, brother?
Hey, what's up, Mr. Rogers? I was just wondering, you guys that were speaking about your admiration for Colin Powell, how you felt about his speech to the UN Security Council based on faulty intelligence of WMDs in Iraq, leading to the deaths of around 4,500 Americans and so many of these wounded warriors with PTSD and TBIs. If that affected your opinion of him at all?
Not at all. War is hell. It's unfortunate, sad, but Colin's still dope.
Yeah, like to me, Flavor Flav can kill somebody, but I love the way he wears that clock. I don't know. I think Colin Powell is good. I don't know anything, but isn't there a General Milley that's good or something like that? Like the old, I don't know. Zach,
Yeah.
who's the general that's still out there that still talks against Congress and weird shit?
Milley's he was just, is he still? Hold on, I should know this, but I'm gonna Google it.
What's the one guy that's still visible? He was sitting. I don't know. He's visible. He was during the Trump era. He's still there.
He has the real square head.
Yeah. What's his
That's
name?
General Mark A. Milley. He's the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Yes, he's cool. I wouldn't mess with him, but he's
Yeah, every time he's on camera, he seems like he seems like he would champion what you were talking about, Zach, in terms of you would like a more discreet military, right? You would like it to be I don't know. You mentioned how you want to run it.
He's a long tab with a dive badge. I doubt it. You just, once you get a star, the only way you get a star is if you get very, very, very good at the political game.
So if you have 5 stars, and you're really good.
You're phenomenal.
All right. Well, then.
So if you look at
what's the deal with the Pentagon?
If you look at the badges he wears, if you just look at him in uniform under all of those like ribbons on his chest, you're gonna see this like blue long like ribbon and then a short one. That just means he's special forces and he graduated Ranger School, the hardest leadership school in the Army. And then under his Ranger tab, he wears his dive badge because that's the absolute hardest school in the Army. Like, badasses of badasses don't get that badge.
So what do you think about the Pentagon leak? Is this planned leak, disinformation style, or is this legit? We have all kinds of fuck ups going on in Pentagon town.
Come on, Dan. It's a recorded space. Be respectful.
I'm
I mean, why does it matter if it's recorded? What?
It's recorded space. I mean,
I
have a beer with Zach or
You can't
something.
have
Don't answer
opinions
that,
for
Zach.
what
You
you
don't have
think
to answer that.
happened. I don't know.
I
All
don't
right, never
I
mind.
You
don't
don't have to answer that.
I don't. I'm gonna reserve the right not to answer this, like the mushroom guy on Joe Rogan.
Hypothetically, though, right? Hypothetically.
Dang, Roger, did you just what I said? This is
You
recorded
can't do it
space.
hypothetically.
Yeah, you cannot do. Dog, take him out for a beer.
All right, so let's just do some conjecture around it then. I think I think that's an inside piece that was allowed to go out, and it just adds to the current confusion on the table. And we don't largely give a fuck about what the media say, anyways, when it comes to military operations. You know what I mean? You know how many plane crashes or bombs that blew up that, man, we didn't know what that was, but man, we sure as hell did know what that was. You know what I mean? Gotta believe your government's capable of that. Otherwise, we should not be number one. You know what I mean? Like, if we can't admit our superiorness and ability to pull off executed military actions, then obviously we're not America, right? Because I thought America does that better than anyone. I don't know.
So Zach, you were talking earlier, and part of the reason I asked you what you did within the military was because there was a little bit of a discussion about the lack of numbers joining up, especially like people who are qualified, regardless of whether the qualifications might need some adjustment. But anyway, yeah. Here's a silly idea. You know, I think maybe the armed forces needs like a reality show, like a getting ready for boot camp reality show or something like that. You know, or like track like whatever a
How
group of people that
how
go
old are
through
you?
basic. I'm 43.
Okay, yeah. If you were 18, 17, 16, 19, your YouTube would be flooded with stuff like that. Because I think the Army paid somewhere in the 10 million range to YouTube just for advertising and content projection and something else. And they pay influencers up the wazoo. We just had some fucking influencer come to base the last month and ride around in a tank and do all this like pretty much micro influencer marketing for us. So it's there, but the Army is very, very good at understanding who they're trying to recruit, and while they can't find trillions of dollars in their budget, and where that all went, they're very good at trying to like get information at the right people. My buddy's a recruiter, and the dossiers that they give you on who you need to get in front of as a recruiter and the type of person who joins in your district, like he's a recruiter in San Francisco. I mean, how impossible of a job to try to recruit people to join the U.S. military from San Francisco. And he said you just get this dossier that was just so thick, not on individual people, but on just like the profiles and like what you should talk about and the questions you should ask and leading them to it. So, yeah.
I need some Bear Grylls, man. Get Bear Grylls come over and.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You got to have
No.
you got to
Again,
have
right? Bear
you got to
Grylls,
have some
SAS. What
you
we
got to have the
need,
celebrity panel,
we
and you
just
got to have
need
the house that's like
someone who's a little out of shape, not fat, but a little out of shape, and you know, got a really great job at when he got out, and you know, isn't too over motivating, but can say like, look, I went from no prospects, no college degree, and nothing to
no.
this.
I think you got to make it more fun than that. You got to like pit pit the different branches of the military against each other in the house. You know, you got like some sort of a house where it's like all of the Navy guys and all of the Army guys and the Air Force guys are all competing on teams against each other, and you know, make it like you gotta play into it, not make it serious, but make it stupid.
Yeah, like they have a CrossFit games. Like they could do something like that for the different branches of the military against each other. That would be dope.
We have the military games.
Is it televised?
No.
Oh, there you go, bro.
Best
So it
Ranger
ain't doing nothing.
competition. If they
It ain't doing nothing. It's just there.
if they televise the Best Ranger competition, I feel like that'd be cool. What is HIMSS 2023? Oh, health tech. I guess it's in Chicago. All right, I am gonna go chill with my family. Did anyone? Oh, actually, before I leave, did anyone watch? Oh, Ruckus left. Never mind. I was gonna talk more about David Goggins and how him and all the other Navy SEALs that are beefing right now. It's pretty funny.
Oh, get up! There's like a fight between the SEALs.
Oh,
can you imagine? Like,
it's really, really bad right now.
What are they fighting over?
Like there's certain individuals in the SEAL teams that like every Navy SEAL knows, right? Like everyone knows their story. Even people who aren't in the SEALs but are just in the Army or in the Navy know this guy's story. So Mike Day, he got like shot like 28 times and like was unconscious and then like gained consciousness and then like
it's like the 50% of
killed a whole bunch of like I think it was Taliban at the time and saved 2 people and got out alive. Well, he ended up taking his own life this year, but you know, he's super famous Navy SEAL. And like David Goggins was on like a podcast and then another Navy SEAL from Congress, I can't remember his name, the one with the eye patch. Anyway, he was on the same podcast and they asked him about David Goggins and he was like, look, like David doesn't know, I don't know any deployment that he's been on. I don't know any SEALs that know him or that served with him. And I don't think anyone really liked him. And then David Goggins went back on the podcast and was like, you're a fucking liar. And now they're just like going on podcast after podcast to like throw shade at each other. It's pretty bad. Part of me just wonders like why hasn't Jocko had him on his podcast with his notoriety and they're both of their notoriety in this domain of pushing yourself. Why hasn't he been on his podcast? And why when Jocko's on Rogan's podcast, because Rogan loves Goggin so much, why doesn't Rogan ask him? Or is that an off-limit topic? I just don't know. But it's like coming to a head like right now. Like all these SEALs are coming out and talking shit about each other because it's everyone wants the spotlight right now.
Yeah, the easiest way to get attention is to start beef, like you're about to release a rap album.
Yeah, so you can like look it up. It's Goggins podcast fight. I think it's like podcast fight with congressmen, but they went back and forth, and then it was like they're showing each other's text messages out of context. It's just like,
oh
wow, it's
wow,
bad. So, it's sad. But I was gonna ask Ruckus if he saw it.
Maybe they just both need to go on Joe Rogan and like, hash it out. They can settle it by who can sit in the ice bath longer.
or they can go on The View. No, all right.
All right, I'm gonna go. Thanks. I will talk to everyone.
Take it easy. Of course, you're listening to the Syndicate, whereof we cannot speak, we must pass over in silence. Wittgenstein.
In a dark world of Christmas magic, everyone knew that Claus was running out. The dark game was about to end. Chapter 13. Jesse ran down the hill and proceeded to go to the old well. He was concerned about Susan, who had fallen in just recently. He opened the well to look down, and sure enough, Betsy was on the ground with Susan down at the bottom of the well. "Are you okay?" he said, reaching down as if to give her a hand, knowing full well that his heart raced, his stomach notioned him to the notion that the Taco Bell truck would be around the corner at any minute. He had to choose. Did he save a life, or did he get the crunchy gordito? "Hold on, let me get a rope," he said, stalling. Knowing full well that Susan could perish, he ran out to the street, looking both directions, hoping that a truck would arrive. And then it did. "Hey, you doing, son? Are you want a crunchy taco?" "I sure do," he said. He looked at the menu and paused, thinking about the rope he should have got. Susan still at the bottom of the well. Crisis unfolding. It began to rain. "You want an umbrella?" "No, it's okay. I like it." He willingly accepted the pain of the rain coming down rather hard, knowing full well that Susan was at the bottom of the well and he should really get there. Taking the pain from the rain was less. His waves were taking on the crisis, feeling as terrible as she did, because the rain was truly painful. She was getting rained on too. "I'll get the crunchy gordita. Can I have the sauce and the guac?" "Not a problem." The man performed and put together the taco with ease. The camera zoomed in as the lettuce fell into the taco shell. Ground beef and sauce looked precious. Sure enough, he handed it to him. "That'll be $2.85. The boy didn't have any money on him. Everything's $2.85 these days. The boy said. "What do you mean?" No, that's the price." "You mean for your life?" At that moment, the kid took 2 steps back and shot the taco driver. The man fell. "Why?" Honestly, the kid didn't know. He'd been diagnosed as mental illness, all those issues. At that point, he had to decide what to do. Go to the gun store, look at a new AR-15, or go back to the well. This is a story made in America, spontaneously for you here in this broadcast, with no relevant purpose, no specific agenda, other than to say that creativity is important. Whether or not you represent Susan, the taco truck driver, or the young boy who decided to take a life is up for you to decide. The Syndicate doesn't decide these things. You do. And thanks for listening.
Thank you, Dan. I enjoyed that. I think it reminds me of sometimes like our national radio service. Like if it's a public holiday or something and they haven't got a
Yeah.
presenter, they'll just have someone tell a story.
Yeah. That's kind of where I wanted to go. And then I was like, halfway through the story, I'm like, God, all my stories are kind of boring and obvious sometimes. I was like, what would be a shockingly bizarre thing to do right now? I was like, oh yeah, let's kill the taco driver. And then let's try to imply something like a deeper meaning. See, that's what Michael, I think, is really good at. He's always really good at implying a deeper meaning that you may or may have not considered. But for the joke, see, is to actually make you consider it, knowing full well he's moved on to the next joke. See, that's mastery, man. That's mastery. So it's a good exercise to force yourself to into an improv moment, and at the same time, like I fuck up a lot. Like I say words too fast, they come out wrong and stuff. Um, but trying to figure out like how you take the story, and then I always worry that I get too morbid, right? I mean, clearly this kid's on the bottom. Well, we should get him out. But then the kid decides to go to the taco truck. And then he decides out of the blue to shoot the taco truck driver for no particular reasons, which is kind of like the out of the blue today, right? Who would have known this 25-year-old kid would buy an AR-15 and then a week later shoot somebody? Like, part of me, I wish the gun companies and the gun stores were actually part of the program to like stop shootings. And here's what I'm thinking. I think that there should be a pledge when you buy a gun. In fact, they ask you, "Oh, you're getting an AR-15? Sweet. How many people are you thinking about killing?" Like, that should be on the form. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I would say that shit to every fucking person who bought an AR-15. Who are you thinking about killing in a couple weeks? Do you have any guesses? You know which church? You know what I mean? Because that's the only reason why you buy this gun. Like, everybody who is a good owner already has a gun. We're not worried about them. We're worried about all the people who shouldn't be gun owners that go off and buy guns with the sole intent to use them the very next week. Shouldn't that be a system of pattern? Couldn't we just LoJack every person who actually decides to buy an AR-15? Like, that's cool, man. Actually, here's the deal. You buy an AR-15, you get 2 Uzis for free. But here's the deal. You get LoJack, motherfucker. You get LoJack. And, we can watch you for a year and a half. The guns are free even. Shoot as much as you want. We just want to make sure you don't kill somebody we just want to make sure you're not in a space you shouldn't be in. You know what I mean? I do think the gun stores should sort of like have a pledge. Like, I don't understand why every gun in America right now would say, "Fuck it, I'll sign that pledge." Right? I pledge not to mow down people with any of my AR-15s or any semi-automatics. Shotguns and pistols are still full game. I can still shoot with that. Right? It could just be just as deadly. I just can't kill you as fast. Potentially. Or at least I need more skill. But if I need more skill, I have to show my personality more, and then you're going to detect me otherwise. You know what I mean? The system needs to be given a chance to detect. That's all I'm saying. And we choose not to detect. Why? Because fucking gun owners are the wokest motherfuckers on the planet. Why? Because gun owners are like, "I have right to bear arms." Well, if you read the actual whole thing, it's the militia actually has the right to bear arms. And it's not to mow down people either. You know what I'm saying? So it's just I don't know. It's another fucking stat. You know what I mean? Just wait another couple weeks. Someone else will be dead. Like, when does it end? It doesn't end. And then we have to say it is what it is, and then you like fill out the bingo card. I get it. Sorry. I had to fill up some space. No one else is talking. You know what I mean? I'm doing my part. Squeeze is not good either. No.
I'd ask Pylon, but he just gets in the way, you know?
I know. Pylon's also Evil Dan. Like, he's not even like as good as an Evil Dan as Evil Dan. Like I could bring Evil Dan out. You know what I mean? But he's a dick. I don't like him. You know what I mean? He reminds me a lot of like the old Alaska Oshi, the one you remember. Shut the fuck up. Like that one. Like, just a really raw fuck you, Loshi. You know what I mean? But Alaska's focusing on something new, man. He's quiet. He's going back to his roots. What color is the boathouse? You know what I'm saying? What color is the boathouse?
I bought a new phone the other day. I just felt like the conversation needed to be lightened up a little bit.
I hear what you're saying. I'm trying to do I just think we need to vent more, Like, the whole thing of like, hey, it's a recorded space, you can't talk about the Pentagon thing. Well, clearly, the issue is that we're paying people at the Pentagon 20 grand, and that's not enough to keep secrets within the USA. You know.
Were you here earlier, Dan, when they were talking about the like recruitment for the military and stuff?
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
I felt like I gave some solutions, but I don't think they got taken on board. But
Well, I mean, like anything, like we can't solve anything in the space other than watch Mike actually code something from scratch. That's the only thing that he can do in this space. We can't solve the homeless problem, although Michael's probably figured it out and patented, but he's saving it. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm done with that, you know. Mid-Journey added this fucking killer feature. Did I already talk about it? I think I did. It's
what
called Describe.
what did they do in Midjourney?
They added this feature called Describe, which is like Clip Interrogator. If you remember Clip Interrogator from what's his name? Pharmapsychotic. Pharmapsychotic. Anyways, but basically it looks at your images and then it reverse, comes up the prompt. So I'm taking a lot of stuff that I made as like textured background image. Like I made messy art in Run by ML. And because Run by ML is not really known for like doing necessarily like beautiful image art. It's not really known for that. But you can make a style and play around with stuff. Anyways, um, interpreting those images in Midjourney, fucking mind blowing. The stuff comes back. It's so funny. Runway's image is completely distorted, but Midjourney is like, oh, you want the masterpiece number 6,400? It makes these beautiful pieces. And I have to modify them a little bit because I'm trying to do this sort of undead anime storyline concept. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm actually just generating a bunch of content. And the great thing about most anime is that, um, the art and story, like you'll figure it out. We just need to get a cool story in here and we'll figure it out. But yeah,
That's pretty
fun.
cool. So you can pass in the like an image, like a painting or an
Yeah,
image, and then it'll
yeah, and
tell
it
you
gives
what the
you
prompt is.
yep, and it gives
That's
you
cool.
like you can launch 4 new sort of threads off that one image. And then you can modify that prompt as well. So not only does it give you the prompt, but then you can go in and add more stuff to that prompt. So like I always add things like 16:9, like it's the resolution I want, or I'll add in this particular case, Ghoul in Pain / Rage Punk Vigilante in style sci-fi anime. And I'm adding that in the middle of the prompt with the other stuff. I'm getting lots of just really funkadelic stuff, you know.
Uh, I think I've asked you this before, but are you subscribing to the Midjourney? Like you're paying a?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
yeah. I have a pro tier, but yeah,
Now, can I ask you, how did
yeah,
you get the pro tier? Did you? Because I believe there's like I really hate the Midjourney like interface with Discord. I mean, I tried to
yeah,
go there the other day and it's like, oh, it's even subscribe. I'm like, couldn't get to the page where I just
yeah.
keep redirect back to Discord. And then it was like, oh, the other way you can do it is you can write like a prompt, which is like subscribe
Right.
something. So did you do like the prompt way or?
No, I just did the create an account, and then I go to the Midjourney website, and there's a part in there where you can manage your subscription, and
See, I don't get.
But I signed up a long time ago, so I've been in the system for a while, so I haven't
Okay.
been part of the new UI.
So I'm going to go there
Yeah.
now and I'll tell you what I see. So if I go to Midjourney, just give me a minute.
You have to kind of log into Discord. It's a little tricky, but follow Midjourney's prompts, their website prompts, just like because I can't see it, but
Okay. So All right, so I've got a Discord account which I set up specifically for this. This was a while ago, and I never really. Okay, so if I go to midjourney.com, and then it comes up with this code, whatnot, and then it says join the beta, which I already have, and then it's got sign in. So I click on sign in.
Yep.
Okay, it's signing me in, and then it redirects me now to Discord, and now I sign into Discord. It says Midjourney bot wants to access your Discord account. I go on authorize. Okay. And okay, now I have a managed sub. Okay, so I do have a managed sub. All right. Okay. So. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. No, this is a lot better. I'm pretty sure I didn't get this last time. So I do have.
Yeah.
I can now sign up for the basic plan. Because I tried testing it out, and people said, "Oh, you just go into the forum and you type imagine or whatever it is, and then you type your prompt." And I did that, but there were so many other people doing prompts at the same time as me, it just got completely lost. So I was like, I scrolled and couldn't find my artwork, right? So whereas if you subscribe, how does it work? Does it all your artwork go in sort of one channel or whatever you call it?
Yeah, you basically have one. Like I kind of like have a direct message with the Midjourney bot. I forget how to set that up, but you set up a direct message with the bot, and then you just have your own dedicated thread where you do all your stuff with the bot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I want to subscribe, to be honest, because I'm already paying a lot of subscriptions to, well, not a lot, but
no, I know what you mean. Like having one too many goddamn sites that you're signed up for.
Yeah.
It's like I have 7,000.
Like if I was using it all the time, then yeah, definitely I would. But I haven't really got any use cases at the moment. So yeah, I did consider a while ago, like, oh, maybe I should do an AI art course because I saw that some guy on Udemy was making a crazy ton of money on doing that. And then I tried to sign up for Midjourney and couldn't get it working, and I sort of gave up after an hour. And I thought I'll come back to it, and then I thought, I'll just leave it. I'm not really I'm not that passionate about it, so I thought sometimes it's not a good sign to make a course if you're not passionate about it.
Yeah, I'm that way.
You don't do it justice.
I'm that way with hardware. It's dangerous. I'm like, oh, I'd love to fuck with that. And then I'm like, wait a minute. You're never going to play that instrument. Well, I might play that instrument. I'm just not playing it right now. And so, like, with gear, it happens all the time. It's terrible. But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. It's cool seeing what you guys do with it, though.
It weighs you down, though. Like, the more things that you sort of like bring into your life to sort of be a part of your life, they become technical debt. You know what I mean? Like, especially with music instruments, like you buy the cool super sampler 6000, it does, beatbox. Well, it's totally badass. Probably takes you a half a day to master it. And then what happens? You play it for a week and then you go off and work 2 weeks and you come back and you can't understand the device. so it's like, that's why things like the guitar will never die, because it's like anyone picks it up and can get some sound, but it might not be the greatest sound. But yeah.
Did anyone catch the interview yesterday with the BBC? I don't know if you've already
No, I
talked about
missed
that.
it.
Oh, you missed
What was
it.
going on?
Oh, you got to listen to the replay. I was listening to it live, like a Twitter space with Elon and like the BBC. And it's pretty funny. Yeah.
But it seems like Elon called him out because he couldn't show any examples of hate speech on Twitter. But I mean, can't we both agree that we think that there is hate speech on Twitter?
Well, yeah,
I mean, that's like saying there's no trolls on Twitter. I mean, aren't there trolls on Twitter?
yeah, everyone's making a big deal of that. Like, oh, Elon destroyed him, blah blah blah, and I was kind of thinking the same sort of thing. It's like, well, I don't know if it's gone up or down, but it is definitely there. And just because someone can't think of an example, I don't know how much that guy uses Twitter. And even
That's just he just got owned by Elon being better at the conversation. That's all.
yeah. I think as well, like when I was trying to think of it myself, I'm like, well, have I seen hate speech on Twitter? And then I'm like, yeah, I mean, in spaces, sometimes we come across it, but then I was trying to think of tweets, and then I'm like, yeah, it's hard to define what that is. And, and then they started in this space, they started talking about, well, what hate speech is. And Elon gave the example of like, if someone says that they want to murder someone else, then that's hate speech, or incites someone to kill someone, something like that. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, that's hate speech. But I'm sure there are other stuff that's not to that level, but you'd still say it's hate speech. But you got to draw a line in the sand somewhere, and then you've also got to have your free speech. So yeah, but I mean, what was quite interesting from the thing was like, um, it just seemed like a real casual conversation, which was kind of weird. And Elon was like cracking himself up. It was pretty funny. And at the end of it, like the Elon was like quite happy to like keep the interview going, but the guy from the BBC was just like, "Oh, I thought we only had half an hour. I was told that you're real busy," and he's like, "Yeah, I am, but I can keep going." And he's like, "I haven't got any more questions." So it's like, okay, and then it's like he left, and then like Elon just brought some other guys to the stage, like Ian Miles, what's his name, and some other guys, and had a chat. And it was just like it just carried on for a bit. And then at the end, he was like, Elon was going like, "Oh," to the reporter, "Do you like BBC?" It's like, that's pretty funny.
Wow.
But yeah, it's well worth listening to the replay.
Roger that. Yeah, I saw Trump sued Cohen for $500 million. Although they've been suing each other for a couple of years now, so there's kind of a habit of tit for tat lawsuit action. But I like the what was one of the charges? Unjust enrichment. How dare you enrich yourselves unjustly in my presence? Like anyone who's made any money doing any dividend stock investing, you insult me. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just think it's funny. This drama goes on and on. Meanwhile, we don't know where the new candidates will come out. We need a new top three. We know Mathios is going to run. Sack might run. And Meta Baby. We could win it.
I think Zach has actually seriously talked about running for office in like maybe 10 years' time or something.
I could see him doing it. This is why we need to plant the ordinal or the NFT in the possession that has like, a tiny, I don't know, text file of like swear words or, I don't know.
Would
Like a threesome, maybe like an old threesome with like a Korean couple and two rednecks, just something you can't understand too easily. We just throw it on a drive and wait for the right time. And then we release it to the public and then it goes out. Ta-da! President Zach newly released material showing a three-way with a midget what does it mean? Right? You know what I mean? And then the spin happens, and then there's like even more spin. And
Would you vote for Zach if he was on the ballot box?
would I vote for Zach?
Hmm.
Sure. Yeah, I've never known anybody, so why not vote for somebody I know? That's kind of cool. Plus, I kind of want to go to parties that he would have, and I'd probably want like a certain level of like Zach brag power. You know what I mean? So I could be like, guys, I really want to stay late. This has been a great space, but I gotta go. And you know what did they say? President calls. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, like it's a great thing. What an honor, Lord Zach, Lord Zachary. What do you call? What do you speak of? Being me the head of those who are woke. You know,
Would you run for office yourself, or you wouldn't even consider it?
I would I?
Yep.
Um,
I'm assuming you're over
sure.
the age of 35.
Yeah.
Yep. So you could
Yeah,
even be
definitely over the age
president,
of
and you're
35.
born in the US.
Yeah. Yeah, I was born here.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
But I did go to Hawaii once.
I'll need to see your birth certificate, but you sound like you're ready to run.
No, I mean I think that again I'm a free candidate, so I believe in the freedom and choices of all candidates or all people. Of which, as you know, my platform is open. What I call open green or touch the grass. They mean that literally in our campaign because we actually smoke the grass. So I mean, if you're gonna touch it, you might as well smoke it. That's one of our key things in this right now. It's
What
it's getting a lot of favorability from the Canadians at the moment.
what was that thing
Go ahead, Nick.
where Bill Clinton said like he's
I did not have sex with that Canadian. What?
no, the other thing where it was like he didn't inhale it. He just sort of like
Oh yeah.
so you could say
Yeah,
that,
man.
you know?
Well,
If there's like,
just
oh, you had
remember,
a hit on a bong and you can
in
say,
the
no,
spirit
I
of
didn't inhale it.
yeah, in the spirit of the things that Trump says, if I can hail, you can too. You know what I mean? They're gonna come for your inhaling. You know, I think I would do pretty well because I think I could capture a lot of um the more country kind of dynamic because I can jump into that character. I can go right into the like, you know what? We are bringing coal country back. Luann, I know that you've lost everyone in your family. Joe, you've lost everybody in your family. And Susan and Ron, you don't even live in this town anymore, but you came here to say that you would if you did, but you don't. You're not from here. We will bring back coal somehow because I need your vote. But it might be complicated once I get in there. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do my best because that's what a traditional American value is to just try to do your best. We didn't have to promise. The Lord didn't promise us salvation. We had to work for it.
What would come in real useful as well is the your voice's money course, because you've done that course, so you know how to use your voice in a certain way, maybe a more persuasive way to connect with
Exactly.
the voters.
Son, you can do so much. Pylon, I don't know if you're an immigrant or whatnot, but I like your name. You're a special kid. But here in the States, like your voice is your money, and your money is your time, and your time is what kind of underwear you wear. And if you're from America, you're wearing Fruit of the Loom. You're not wearing nothing else. If you go walking around with those Prancy Calvin Kleins, you can just get the fuck out of my county. You ain't part of this county. You ain't part of this land. You know what I mean? Some hillbilly with some automatic lawnmower. I shot it on. John had that thing going up next to my fence, trying to run the perimeter through a GPS. Fuck that shit. I put a line mine out that thing, blew that thing the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? I like that character. That's a fun character to get lost in.
I think with politics as well, like these days, people just vote for their team. It doesn't really matter who it is. Like it could be like, it could be even like someone who's like, I don't know, a vegetable, or someone who's like a crazy person, or I don't know what. Like the bar is so low at the moment. It could be your Marjorie Taylor Greene. It could be your Roy Moore. Or it could
You know,
be.
a lot of people don't like Marjorie, and I don't either. Really, I don't care for her at all. But she does. She represents a degree of Southern American culture that I think and identify with. Like I recognize her. Like she is in every that kind of Southern girl is all over the South. You know what I mean? Same with the actually, what's interesting is there's not too many Trumps in the South. A fucker like that would get run over by a car real quick. So that doesn't really work that much. Now, maybe down in Miami, where you got a bunch of like, fucking Wall Street types, mostly fraudsters, folks that basically suck down as much PPP as possible. I mean, God knows I did, but, we all had to. Those are hard times in the pandemic. Did you ever, were you in, see now, like Vietnam pandem's like our Vietnam now. What were you doing back in the pandemic? It sounds cool. Of course, it's a mockery compared to all the people that lost their lives in the Vietnam War. But, we've forgotten about Vietnam. Isn't that terrible?
It is.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people lost their lives in the pandemic as well.
True. A lot of people did. And I was driving in my with Marystown, Springfield here in Ohio over the weekend, and we drove by and a giant banner, giant billboard, COVID shots kill. I was like, wow.
Did Michael put that up, or who put that?
No, exactly. I mean, it's just
Sorry, Michael.
This is the city of Jesus saves as well. So, and hell is real. There's both of those. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not so much. You know what's sad is it goes back to that goddamn phrase. It is what it is. It's what happened. It was the progression of time and the decisions that they could make, and they made the decisions that they could do within those time frames. And it doesn't really. I don't know. It's like, do I like it? No, but it happened. I don't know. I don't know. And of course, now we have crazy new departments. Maybe it's all just a sham. I mean, hell, we have a whole new department in Congress. All it does is advance mRNA research. Like that thing came out of the pandemic. They have their own $600 billion department. Maybe it's just a new wave of things. Like maybe we're on new antibiotics, right? We've been going on and on about how antibiotics are running out. Maybe we have to, reduce the population in order to save the population.
Yeah, I think
This week.
I don't
Yeah.
know what else they got for the mRNA technology, but from what I've heard, I think it was Moderna are working on something that it wasn't a vaccine, but it was something that's related. I think it's an mRNA. I don't know how they deliver it to the person, but it's mRNA, and it's meant to like be given after someone has a heart attack, and then it helps like repair the heart muscle. So yeah, maybe it is a vaccine actually. So anyway, that seems pretty cool.
It would make sense that the thing that caused the heart problem would be the thing that could fix it.
Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of poetic, like the Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail. What happened? There's an adverse effect. How do we fix it? What caused it? Yeah, let's use that. Fight fire with fire.
Yeah, well, it's like some of the mRNA. I think those two mRNA vaccines, they were associated with some people were getting shingles as a complication.
Well, isn't it interesting that
but
Elon Musk brought it up? in the interview.
Yeah.
Like when he was talking to him about misinformation, I was like, oh shit, Elon really went there, huh? Saying the quiet part out loud.
I was just going to say with the shingles, but you can prevent the shingles by getting the shingles vaccine. So it's like that was kind of like something that's kind of poetic, that one of the side effects could be mitigated by having another vaccine. Yeah, but yeah, it was interesting when he brought up the COVID
He didn't
vaccination.
hesitate at all, right? That was his go-to example.
Yeah, but he's also got like what, $1 trillion? I mean, isn't he slightly impervious to just about anything?
I don't know what the BBC, because he's kind of accused the BBC of doing something. I was a bit fuzzy on like what he accused them of, like spreading COVID misinformation or something. I was like, well, what did they do? Because that's when I thought the reporter could have questioned him, like, well, what was it that we did that you just, that you saw as misinformation?
I think he's just trying to point out the fact that, is it possible for you to be incorrect even though you're a news organization? Yes. Okay. So who's more a perpetrator of misinformation, me or you? Keeping in mind that I have infinitely more writers on my team than you do and no editors.
So what do you think the answer is? I think the answer is Twitter has more misinformation capability than. Yeah, okay, all right, good. Because it sounded
Yeah,
like we were going to
but
say the other thing.
no. So it's like when you look at it, like he's basically interviewing the media that he's replacing, right? Who's interviewing who?
Yeah,
Right?
I know, but I mean that's not exactly a 2023 notion. I mean that notion existed in 2010 when they existed. It just wasn't at mass or at what level yet. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Well,
not
I
a
mean,
brilliant sort of
but
like
the
Twitter
reason,
now an understood thing. Like it was understood
but
10 years
but
ago.
the but the reason he's bringing all this up is because people were deplatformed over their opinions over the past few years, right? So, I mean, that's what he's really driving at in the background. I mean, how many accounts were added back when Elon
I
took
don't
over?
really think people were that deep. I mean, the people that were really deplatformed were Trump and
No,
okay,
there was a
so the people
ton
that
of
were
COVID people.
bombastically like the Steve Bannon Infowars types. That's actually a good banning. That's not a you know what I mean?
Bannon is a good banning.
Yeah,
No,
I
but like,
mean it's like
but
okay,
how
the
many
people
COVID?
who were like Alex Jones and the QAnons, they were allowed
But how
back
many
on.
COVID
That's not
people?
exactly.
But like, how many COVID people were deplatformed? A lot, and they were all brought back when Elon Musk came back. I think that's what he's getting at.
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know how Elon can sit there and say Twitter is somehow more prone to the good side than an organization like the BBC, which has been trying to do good, effective journalism. I would think to some degree they're highly respected. The Guardian is. I mean, I don't know. It's just like it's like NPR. It's like how do you throw shade on fucking NPR? I mean, they've always been there. It's just like the radio. They haven't overly been political. Have they been overly left? I don't know. I guess potentially. But then again, people want to watch and listen to Infowars. They go and get their content on Infowars because they're state sponsored. Like the thing that the NPR and the Nation are like the state sponsored notion. Like RT, like Russian. What was the RT news? That's definitely state sponsored in Russia because it's like the Russian army owns that TV station, right? Like there's I don't know. It's just it's a stretch to say NPR is state sponsored. It's just
Yeah, because
it's like to say that's almost like saying Elon Musk is American. He's not. He's from South Africa, right? Not American.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't want to say that because I think it's an American story. But again, if we want to cut through and like sort of choose our choice of the narrative, then yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just another form of gaslighting. So he just out gaslighted the BBC, but that doesn't make him a better person. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing.
Um, Yeah, because I mean, maybe like with the BBC, I think they get money um given to them from like
See, just the
people
fact that you even have to
licensing.
go to that point to attempt to do that research is exactly how you've been defeated in that conversation. That's the whole point. The whole point is the other person doesn't know the leverage of the truth either. But making you like think about how you have to get online and maybe do that research is the dude, man, that's a stab. Like I just like that's like through the heart and the spleen all at once. Yeah. And here you go. Let's get on the Wi-Fi. You can look that up. You know what I mean? Come on.
You know, it's kind of interesting because it's like, okay, if you want a free speech platform, then you're going to get misinformation. You're going to get people making decisions based on basically stuff that's not true, or, you know.
You're using speech. You're calling it a free speech platform, even.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what I see Twitter is at the moment.
But it never had that brand. This is sort of like the story of sort of like imagine BMW eventually over time being known as like a slowpoke car. You know what I mean? Like we're changed that brand because Twitter was never known as a free speech platform. There was no notion of this thing being free speech until the word free speech became heightened in our social dialogue because of the left and right polarization. And it's just known as a social network. But it then became a place for battlegrounds because we were able to wage war with our tweets. And then we were able to use bots to basically show incorrect data demographics as to how many things been retweeted or liked, which then created false notions of truth, which then we all just piled on because we were bored and we didn't have anything else to do. The truth is boring as fuck. But here are two people just beating the shit out of each other in a parking lot. This is cool. Get this on. Hell, let's stream this shit. I mean, it's an extension of that, in my opinion. See what I'm saying? Like when I got on Twitter in 2008, it wasn't free speech. There was no
What?
one talked about free
Whoa,
speech.
whoa, whoa,
You know
whoa,
what I
whoa!
mean?
But back in 2008, it was like the Wild West back then, wasn't it?
It's just the internet, man. They were doing a audio podcasting tool. We were playing with that, and they started Twitter. And then yeah, there was 10 years there where I never heard the word free speech. And then suddenly people are like, "Oh, you're on that free speech platform?" I'm like, "What? What, you drive an Uber? You drive one of those Nazi telegram cars? What? That's what Uber is. It's a Nazi telegram car." You're like, "What the fuck?" So it has a new
Well,
thing.
it's got a new owner, and that new owner values free speech.
I don't know. And it was just, and the funny thing is that I doubt that Elon would even call it free speech either. But again, he just goes with where the public's going. And if the mob is going to basically throw a stone and murder somebody, he's actually going to be there saying this is what the mob wants. He's not.
Well, yeah, I
You know
don't
what
know.
I
I
mean?
can't speak for him, but I mean, you know, what you're seeing at the moment, though, is like there are different platforms, and they're kind of getting a bit more political, I guess. So, you know,
There's
like,
dozens. Yeah.
yeah, like I mean, when you think of the different platforms, and you can kind of think where they sit on the political spectrum in terms of like an average. So you could say like, oh, Reddit sort of leans more left, right? Twitter at the moment leans more right. Facebook.
See, that's just it. We're now we've, we're thinking like that. We think like the analysis engines. We think like the polling systems think. We think in whatever definition of granular analysis we want to do. That's 28% left, but it has a 48% rightness. You know what I mean? It's just weird to hear that stuff. I like everyone's got their own stuff, but
I mean, there's
well,
going to be a mix of people on every platform, right? But I'm just talking in terms of like a whole.
I don't know. It's kind of like to me. I'm sort of burned out on the other aspect of things, which is kind of the everyone's got a I don't know. Everyone's got a platform. Everyone has the go do your research. You know what I mean? It's sort of like you in gaslighting. You learn how to sort of have the conversation. It doesn't matter, knowing full well you're there to have a conversation. But I'm not saying that that's the conversation we're having. But I'm saying that the general dialogue in how people react, I think, comes from the systemic boredom that people have today. I mean, Zach can't find anyone to join the military. I know tons of employers that can't find anybody to work. Um, Inflation's bad. There's a report that says 42% of Americans live check to check. Of course, we always get that thing. People are always living check to check, but even more so check to check. I don't know. Are we in a doom and despair notion? I don't know. I feel like we're in a mix of like crazy opportunity time, and it's like a mindset thing. I mean, is there definitely things changing? Shit, yeah, there's tons of shit changing, but is it the? I don't know. I kind of bought into this change. I expected this change. Wanted this change to happen. This change happens because we get on the other side. What's on the other side of the change? Well, even more change and cool change. Let me just take an art break here and tell you about the latest art pieces. Holy shit. I just wanted to say that. The runway ML pieces that were just totally completely abstract, weird things that I saved because I wanted to use them as blend elements. Oh my fucking god. In Midjourney, they create masterpieces of total bizarreness. And just stuff that I can never I don't think so. It's just a really cool feature. That's so fucking cool. Every one of these things was like it's like a fucking adventure film. Gotta get into this. Oh my goodness. Just like it's the power of AI art. Like in a lot of ways, I would try to figure out how to make just enough to live. So all I did was just make art. You know what I mean? That's the other story I think is wrong in America. This notion that everybody wants to work to make $700,000 a year. No, that story's gone. I think people want to work to be comfortable. And then if they can get to some level of comfortable, then they'll play with options and stocks. But I do think people are learning to be gamblers way too early. Like everything is out to take your money right now.
Have you, maybe this is a bit of a personal question, but do you think you've reached that level where you're financially comfortable and then you can just kind of do what you want?
I always am in a state of fear. Like I'm better now than I was 20 years ago, but I also like I don't know. I look at my life when I look at 20 years of it and said, "What the hell were you thinking?" Like what were you doing back then? What was that? That was just was moronic. And then I meet kids today that are making, twice what I make. I'm like, hi. But they're also signing on for a world that I'm not signing on to. So that's the biggest thing. I mean, what's crazy about um, consulting and your own thing is you control your own schedule. That is actually more valuable than the cash in so many ways. Like, imagine that. What if you made just enough to get by, but you could call your own schedule, like that versus you can make as much as you want, still call your own schedule. I don't know. There's a lot of people I think would be like, wait, I'll do that first one. But no, it's like I don't know. I think about my father and how he sort of exit stage left and what his plan was. Of course, he had a lot of kids. I don't have kids, but I like to think of others in the family and, where are the kids in the family and where can I be there for them? And I set up, it's funny, I set up some college fund type stuff in crypto a long time ago, just as like a kind of like oh shit, I got some money and I could have done it, a larger way through traditional money and whatnot, but I was like, let's just kind of put it on the roulette wheel of if it does well, it's good for the kids. If we lose it, well, it was just like, it's like you crash a rental car. You know what I mean? It's like crash rental car cash, which is like $3,000 or something like that. And there's a little bit there. And that'll be for Grace and a couple of the kids. I don't know. Somebody. That was it. Yeah, that's it.
I feel the fear, like in terms of that sort of stuff. I mean, yeah, like I feel like I'm not at that point where I'm able to just sort of like play with stuff. Like I'm still
totally not. I mean, I don't think anyone really gets to that. Well, I mean, the Elons of the world, but then they have their own issues. You know what I mean? But
yeah, like dealing with the BBC. But I mean, you know what I mean, though. Like, I mean, I've still got a mortgage to pay off, and maybe I'll feel different when I've paid off the mortgage.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I'd like to design things kind of minimally, though. Like, I mean, I don't live. I don't know. I feel like I live in this like hippie hut of a house, but then at the same time, it's the vibe. 3 cats, crazy studio slash, the hallway of weird art slash, you know, the deck with a bonfire pit that maybe you shouldn't have that pit on the actual wood deck, but no, fuck it, we're just gonna go ahead and do that. I don't know. It's funny. I live I feel like I feel like I want to follow what my dad did, which was just have a house. That was it. But I have like most of my brothers though have gone through like 5 houses, where they just kind of go from house to house down. But didn't do that. But I mean, for a long time, I didn't think I was really successful at anything for a long portion of my life. Just didn't. I didn't know the value of what I was worth until I stepped out on a limb and started doing my own shit. That was the only time I started to see like, oh shit. And so, and that's what I think is what's interesting is I don't know, the universe allows you to fuck up. Allows you to think that you're supposed to chase the money when in reality that's not what you're supposed to chase. And it gives you room to fall down. And it gives you room to get back up. And that's a blessing.
Do you think the people who chase the money end up not getting as much, or they end up getting the money? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I think they definitely get the money.
Okay.
I mean, look, there's hard work pays. I think typically I would say hard work pays. I mean, I think it's definitely in the eye of the market and the eye of the opportunity, primarily. But traditional narrative would say hard work typically pays off. Smart work definitely pays off. Opportunistic work, trying to help others, pays off. Being a steward typically pays off. Being a crook, sadly, typically works. Living with it, that might not be harder, but typically people seem to live with it better. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I think what I was meaning was that, like, let's say people who chase the money, well, let's say they chase the market, and I'm thinking of myself here, like producing something that the market may want versus following their passion and then just seeing if the market will come to them. Like
Yeah, that's not
those.
necessarily taking the money. That's just pursuing the passion. That's different to me. That's pursuing the passion. Money will always show up with the passion. That's the whole point. To me, that's the whole point. Is like when I'm lost or when I'm trying to find myself, I've been lucky enough to have a degree of the universe with me, right? Assuming I'm open for it. When I'm not open for it, well, then yeah, the universe is not hanging out with me. But that's why I sort of fight to try to stay in a level of like harmony, and like be like, well, what the fuck does that mean? So that's like doing audio journaling and making sure I'm not stewing on shit. It's also like course correcting as fast as I can when I feel like my gut is telling me I'm not in the right path. It's also preemptively telling people about something that may offend them before it actually offends them, because you know full well that 9 times out of 10 it typically offends them, and you just want to get over with. You want to have that conversation at the same time that you're trying to tell them you're going somewhere. There's yeah.
I'm Yeah, because I mean, if you look around, you see people who have followed their passion,
Yeah,
but
sure,
and
but they
they've
don't
got
cross the
successful.
threshold of monetization. Yeah,
Oh, I was going to say that. I was going to say the opposite. Well, you see those people too. So kind of see
yeah,
a mix. You see the people who don't cross the threshold to monetization.
correct.
Definitely, you see a ton of those. But then you also see the people who have crossed that threshold. Um, and yeah, I don't know. And the things that the things that people are passionate about, they're things that lots of other people are also passionate about, and so it's going to be harder to compete in those markets. For example, art is like a real good example. So many people love to make art, so it's going to be kind of harder to sell your art because there's so many people doing it. Whereas if you pick something that's kind of more boring, like I don't know, something else like
Mm.
electronics or something, like there's not
Yeah.
going to be as many people who are passionate about it, and you might be able to
But that's just
carve out.
one rule of business. I mean, the other rule of business would say you should work on Harry Potter related art because there's 10 billion fans of Harry Potter. You should be with whatever is actually most dominant in the population of who you're trying to sell to. You could say, I want to be on the abstract uniqueness of what they think would find refreshing. And that's one position. But another artist could take a business position of saying, fuck that. I'm going to make a bunch of copycatted fan art for Harry Potter because I know I can generate 10,000 pieces tonight and I can move 40% of them by Tuesday if I use this SEO. Right. So it's like, it depends on your business strategy. It's like there's lots of another direction is that we're actually doing all this completely free. All this is going to be done free. Why? Because I want to open up this relationship. I mean, half the time that's more valuable than the first fucking proposal. You want to open up the relationship. Why? Because I can get the more money. The same thing. I want to open up the awareness. I didn't know anything about the Dayton Innovation Fund. It's tied to the GI Bill. Yeah, apparently it passed in 1968. And it means that they always have to spend $385,000 every year before April 27th, right? Well, they've only spent 6,000 this year. They're going to lose it if they don't spend it, right? I mean, there's all these kinds of ways to do just different kinds of things. I don't know if I made any sense or not, but yes.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, because there might be something that is lots of people are passionate about it, but because of that there's lots of customers at the same time. I guess you got to be careful not to confuse the suppliers in the market with the consumers, because you
Well,
might
that's
have,
just it.
I
In the
guess.
startup world, that's part of the drug. Startup world, part of the drug is be the startup that actually has a problem and then also be the person that solves it for them. that's that's an actual psychosis that occurs in the entrepreneurial startup founder world, which is it's the Finding Nemo fucking egg syndrome. It's yeah, I mean you're like, God, if only we could do X, and then you're like, dude, I know how to do X. Wait a minute, I know you. I am you. Oh, dude. So yeah. But yeah, you should go all in on your mid journey, man. That description thing is just
Yeah,
too amazing.
yeah, I should have a go at Midjourney. I'm kind of like I took some screenshots of the when you thanks for sending through those on the chat the music making AI tools.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna have a bit of time coming up in like a couple of months, and
Cool.
so yeah, like and so I'll have a bit of time to like
Definitely,
to
you
have
got
a
to play,
play
man.
around with that. Yeah,
Yeah, be curious
that's
to
what I'm
see.
quite. Yeah, I'm quite uh, curious to see what I can do from that because that's something I am more passionate about.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, then you got to get Fruity Loops because that's the tool that Mike uses to do his music. It's pretty easy to use.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've got that. I haven't used it in ages, but I bought a license for it like 10 years ago, and I at that time I even had a MIDI keyboard that I had hooked up to Fruity Loops, and I've still got a license key for it, so I've got to go to the website and download it. Actually, I I tried to find like because I'd made some music on that a while ago, and then I must have deleted like there was an extension. I've forgotten what you call it, but it was like kind of like an extension pack of these plugins. Yeah, plugins. I think that's what you call it. And it was like there was one like plugin, and I must have deleted it. And I'm like, oh, okay, so all my tracks seem to have gone. Um, but I should try and download that plugin again and uh, yeah, it was called Nexus, and it came with a bunch of sounds. And so hopefully, if I reinstall it, then I can get my projects from way back then working again and export them to MP3s or something.
Very cool.
But I'm really keen to like, because often I'll have an idea for like a riff, and what I really want to do is like put that in as like a reference. So knowing like, with the AI art stuff, you can pass in like a reference image. Like I'm thinking, surely with these music ones, you can pass in like a music tune, and then it'll expand upon that.
Yeah, I think I will do that. I know I think it's an Ariel or ARVI, whatever. That one definitely um, definitely has it. And then some of the others are pretty cool. Like Boomy allows you to sort of like rap over it, which is cool. So you can make a song and sort of go through multiple tries trying to rap over it, which is fun. And Sound Draw, you pick the mood, you kind of, and then you can get the stems. So you pick the mood, and then you can get the files kind of broken out and the DAW kind of action, which is cool. Yeah, man, some good stuff in there.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Because if you can export it to like a MIDI file or something, and then you can do quite a lot with it,
Yeah, you should be. Have you tried generating MIDI with ChatGTP? I'm sure you can.
No, no, I haven't tried that. Didn't even think. I thought that
Yeah.
ChatGPT just kind of produces like text, although I don't know
Well,
what the
but it
MIDI
might be
format
able to actually. I guess my thinking is that MIDI can be represented in a text file of some sort. I'm sure.
might be actually.
Um,
Yeah.
so it'd be interesting to see. Like I know Google Bard will code in that Sonic PI, which is a sound programming language. It's actually pretty cool. You actually can compile in the compiler, and it runs like a looper. So it's like going tum, 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 psh, tum, 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 psh. So it's playing back, and then you can go right to the code and be like, all right, now add this snap. So it's like a live looper but with code. I found that was pretty cool. Um,
That's
also,
pretty cool. Yeah, I guess I was just thinking of a chat GPT, even stuff like, like say Google Earth file. Google Earth file uses KML, which is very similar to XML, and XML is just like a text format. So you could even ask, this might even work, like ask ChatGPT, produce me like a Google Earth KML file with place points for capital cities. And it'd probably do it actually, probably
well,
create
so
like that file.
yeah, so here I'm in Google Bard, and I said, write me a 4-part MIDI loop for the almond break. And so here it is, the almond break. Track 1, kick drum, C4, C4, C4. Track 2, G3. Like, I don't know what the that's
Yeah,
kind of
because
interesting. It was trying to figure it out.
I'd have to look into the format because it's been a while. But yeah, that sounds like you could probably just save that into a file and away you go. That's pretty cool.
And what's
Uh,
cool is that you could add with the line chain, you could add more specific music theory, maybe potentially, or the music theory that you want to teach. Da-da! Even more. Are you excited about even more? Let's see what ChatGPT says. I feel rusty on ChatGPT lately. Just now, see, ChatGPT is like, I can't even do that, man. Mm-hmm.
I might have to give Google Bard a go, but I'm not sure if they opened up Google Bard to like internationally yet, or is it still US only?
Wait, which one? What's the question? Sorry.
Oh, Google Bard, is
Yeah, it's
that
free.
only available in the US?
Oh, you're shit. I think you're right. It might be only available in the US.
Okay,
Yeah.
that sucks. I think even in Canada they're not even like allowing it. So how are you finding Google Bard anyway? Like, is that
I like it.
if
It's
okay?
fast. I mean, this is the thing that kills me. I don't know. I can't stand lag. Um, but yeah, it's it's fast. I like the voice input. I like I can search the history now, right? Like I can look at things. I can say what happened yesterday and say ag tech, or I have a lot of like set prompts. So I'll say summarize. I like giving it articles. I give it a link online. I'll say summarize this and give me 10, opportunities for a mind blowing SaaS concept. You know what I mean? So I can like prospect, analyze, and like helps me hunt down guests for shows. It's kind of fun to sort of like look at a news story, find the origin point, drill down into the source of who it was, what else did they do, you know.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, because I think that's a big thing with ChatGPT that I'm finding recently is like, you know, it's like I ask it something and it's like, sorry, I don't know about much about what's happened
Right.
since 2021, but I can tell you this, and I'm like, okay, but I really want to know kind of with some context from what happened yesterday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if if Google Bard has more of that real time knowledge or more recent knowledge, that would
I,
be really good.
I feel like it does, but it's not as sharp at writing as ChatGTP. It's decent. It got an upgrade on its math, like it just got upgraded recently on math and coding. Um, I think it's gonna, yeah, I think it's gonna be an interesting thing for sure to follow and use. I think, but I also think once ChatGTP has plugins and it's more like readily available, it's not available to me, right? So as soon as that has plugins and some voice control, I think they're definitely going to be in the same line. But I don't know, you know, Google's got stuff planned. They're making some big strides on their version of the line chain stuff. Their whole new build studio and shit. It's just it's an interesting approach. It's quieter. It's like not flashy or anything. It's kind of subdued, but I think they're going to be. They're sort of like underdog at the moment, misunderstood. They have a bunch of money, but everyone's perceiving that they will kind of suck at it. But we'll see. I don't know. I feel like they're going to have some.
Yeah, is it going to be kind of like that? How there was I forgot what the formats were, Blu-ray and something else. I remember, and the
Well,
then the
yeah,
one
you
that
are going to
people
actually have
thought
a
should
format
win.
for when it comes to the glasses. I do think there'll be. Well, yes and no. Like there's going to be application. It'll be up to the applications to make everything work. Just like, like, so for example, Epic will have to make Fortnite work on Apple glasses, Android glasses, to be, the Meta's glasses, Tesla's glasses. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be up to the software companies to take on the interoperability that they need to be on all the networks. But there are going to be distinct layers. Like Apple's going to have its own ecosystem, just like it has on their phones, right? But then again, Facebook makes the application run not just on the iPhone, but also on the Android and everywhere else. So, but there'll be distinct differences in sort of capabilities of the layer, just like when, for example, Apple came out with the core side of their developer kit, which was, they had core audio, they had core graphics, they had core machine learning, all these things. Google was kind of slower to the punch on Android. Android kind of got pieced together from, believe it or not, the Sidekicks days and a couple other stuff. It was sort of just, not to say that Apple, didn't slap their own shit together, right? They just took their operating system and crammed it on the phone. But Google was just slower to the punch in terms of making that transition as clean, but it was always going to be a major competitor. So I see a similar release. Like I see Apple releasing and working on complete redundancy, meaning that every freaking device works exactly how it's supposed to. There is no, they got version control down. Whereas Android, when they first launched, they just did not have version control down. And that's why we hated working on it, developing it in the beginning, because like there was like 12 different versions of the operating system and you had to like adjust the app per operating system. I mean, imagine making a video and you gotta like, change it into like 16 different types of VHS tape. It's like so, but it got better. And I know Google is doing it because Google just showed off some cool augmented reality stuff. So it'd be interesting. We haven't really seen or heard and talked about their hardware, but they had Google Glass, and so we know they're still baking on that to some extent. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, that whole, what's great about that is that we don't have any of that shit in our brain right now. It's like our brain is free from that noise, but it's coming.
Dan, Pylon, if you don't like the idea of using Discord, try signing up for Leonardo.ai. I put a sample image at the top. I was doing it in the background.
Yeah, Leonardo is super tasty.
Does it produce like similar type of quality?
Yeah,
because it seems like
Oh yeah,
everyone.
definitely. And it has all the cool models. Like you can make your own models. You can also use other people's models that are like specific for anime styles or specific for realistic styles. I mean, Midjourney is always going to have its sort of its look, just like Wombo kind of has its look with its unique styles. But I feel like Leonardo's trying to be like right down the middle, trying to cater to more, um, especially the people who are making it. I feel like Leonardo is really catering to the collab book folks. that make their own models and stuff, because that's a big thing that people want to do.
I'm going to put some stuff at the top. It's a picture of pearls. There's a Sailor Moon thread. What else was there? Oh yeah, the superheroes it did was really good. I put those to the top. Oh, how to train the model. I'll put that at the top as well. That's a cool thing with Leonardo. You can train your own image model. That was crazy.
Yeah, because I saw the stuff you did for Leonardo, and it does look pretty cool, but it all kind of looked like that, I don't know, like that animated type cartoon character stuff. And I thought it was kind of specifically for that. Like if you asked it to like,
Oh, no, that was a specific model that I trained.
okay, got it.
You'll see the
So,
other threads at the top with some variations.
so you could ask it to do like a realistic portrait of, you know, okay.
Yeah, let me put them to the top. So that its art time has the superheroes. I don't think I can. How do I? I'm not sure if the Leonardo has like a portfolio somewhere. Huh. Here, I'll show some weird ones. I did Ali's octopus with the eyes of an egg.
What's their pricing model?
It's free. I'm sure you can pay to get extra stuff, but yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I did. You know that picture of Minnie, Mickey Mouse, that I used for the tutorial? Yeah, that's Leonardo.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. You all. Let's see here.
So I might sign up for an account now that I know it's free and there's no like.
Oh, dude.
It doesn't use Discord or anything, right?
No, that's the best part. I mean, after a while, I got used to the Discord thing, but I put in some of KC's stuff, and hold on. Let's see. All right, let me put it down here. This comment section. Yeah, this stuff was sick. Forgot what I asked, but I was like, yo, this could be a cool thing for KC. All right, check it out. It's at the top. This is dude in a suit.
This is really good for like, I don't know, teachers and educators and stuff, because you can create materials and add some, you know, how often there's like, you've created something, you want to add like just an image or something to freshen it up, you know? And it's like, and then you're searching on like one of those websites where Pixar Bay or something, and you're trying to find like a free image that's got Creative Commons on it. And often you just can't find exactly what you want. You kind of settle for near enough, you know? But with this one, you can just ask it, you know? And you get what you want.
Yeah, like Curls was working on like a Terminator thing. And it did Terminator pretty good. But it swapped the eyes in a weird way. It's a sick jacket.
For one of my courses I did, it was like for my Python course, I had a lesson, for example, on math operators, and it's just like real basic stuff. So I've got the less than and greater than symbol and all the other operators plus multiplication as an asterisk, all that. And because I thought, okay, first of all, there's some people who haven't done any of that stuff since like high school. And then I had like as for the like greater than less than symbol, like a way to remember it. And it was one of the ways is to think of it like a crocodile mouth. And so I thought, oh, okay, I'll go. And I used at the time I didn't know about Midjourney and that. So I used like a free one, which was used to be called Dali Mini, and now it's called Crayon. And then I just basically copied it from there and pasted it in. But it kind of like it wasn't so good with the cartoons because it was cutting off the side of it. When I noticed it seemed to do that with a lot of cartoons. So something like Leonardo, if you asked it to do a crocodile with its mouth open, it'd probably do a much better job.
Yeah, but see, even that's limiting yourself just to prompts. Of course, with ControlNet, you'll be able to do all the other more. You can do in painting. You can do all this stuff to make it more exact. So if the prompts just get you to a piece of it, you can use in prompt. You know what I mean? You can use a lot of other services to sort of direct it. And then, what I like about the blend function is it sort of forces styles together, or lets you cross style. Like you can take a picture of the Muppets and apply it to Star Trek, transfer the style of the Muppets to the humans in the other shot. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Those are fun things to do.
What do you mean by blends the image? What is it where you give
Yeah,
it a
that's
reference
the
image?
blend function on the Midjourney side that I like a lot. It's the main reason I really like mostly. I haven't seen it in another tool just yet, but I think it's probably akin to some other effects. But essentially, you have, imagine you have an image of a barn, right? And then you had a picture of like steel chips. It would take the effects of maybe one image and apply it as a material to the other, right? It does that. So it's style transfer by photo or by image. So it'll copy the image aesthetic look. So if you take like a 70s photo and you apply it on something more modern, it changes it like back in time. It'll like force into another era or whatnot. So it's just cool. It means that the AI is it's a mixture of image and text that it's always thinking about what it sees at the same time. You know what I mean? So it's just like getting yourself in that mindset can help you explore the AI as well, I think.
So can you like get an image and let's say it's like a picture and it's got some mountains in the background and
Yep.
you don't care about what's in the foreground, but you want to kind of use that style of the mountains in the background, but use it in another prompt or image.
Yeah,
So can you you don't have to cut out just the mountains first, or
correct.
do you have,
Yeah, well, I
okay.
mean, the blend function is more of a like it's rolling the dice. You don't know what you're going to get. That's why it's kind of fun because you don't know what you get. But maybe one it's going to be heavily informed by the other image. So if one image is a cityscape and the next image is mountains, it's gonna try to do two things. Well, one, it'll definitely do an image where it'll put the mountains behind the city. And the reason for that largely is because it has a lot of images in its current known database where that commonly occurs. The mountains are typically behind the city. You see the city and then you see the mountains. Otherwise, you'd see the mountains and you might not see the city, right? You know what I mean? So it's gonna base it on what it has seen already or what has already been known, not just from an image standpoint, but then also from a sort of like, are there any other text, conceptual notions of putting a city and then putting mountains behind it? The answer is yes. Tons of references, right? So it's going to do that render. It'll also do another render potentially where it's going to take the interpretation of the height of the buildings as potentially what mountains should look like. So it'll do another version where it'll actually draw four little mountains that look just like the height of the skyscrapers, but made of the mountain material, right? So it's going to do lots of different sort of variations based on not only what it sees in the image, but what it knows of the composition of shots and all of history, blah blah blah, right? And then it's going to look at the what you're asking it to do. You're not giving it a prompt. You're saying, "Hey, computer, take these 4 images and make me something new." So it's going like, okay, this is a particular type of task. That's another key thing of the AI, because you're initiating the AI. As soon as you give it the task, it's narrowing that pipe of like, what the fuck do you want to? Oh, image creation. Okay, cool, I got it. That's a huge piece of the AI, because there's a lot that can happen in that like world between what are you asking for and, oh, I understand it. There's a shitload of magic in that, right? But yeah, so the it's the same thing with like ControlNet. Is my understanding. I haven't played with it, but ControlNet is gives you a stick figure that you can then insert into the character of what you may render, or you can actually just put the stick figure in any shape you want, and then you can say astronaut, and it's going to map out, an astronaut by the, defined shape of what you put in there, so you can, make anything walk and so forth. That'll also be a key part of the animation stuff. Will be keyframing ControlNet, right? So you have it in one position and then you have it in another. And of course, we're probably doing keyframing in sort of the traditional way, just because no one's built a polished tool yet, but all the tools are coming together pretty quickly, so. And then of course, if like Wonder Dynamics company has got the super hot shit where it's like, you film yourself playing tennis and then you tell the computer, make that Darth Vader, and then makes it look like Darth Vader is playing tennis. I mean, it's like perfect match technology. Yeah, we'll see. Some of these tools have to get closer to the beta phase before they're really, before people really run wild with them like they have, I think, currently. And even the image tools are not like, I want to see Gen 2 from Runway LML right now. That's the sort of hottest thing that no one can get into at the moment. I'm looking forward to that, where you can, we're going to get to a whole new era of making videos. It'll be interesting, just with a prompt. Yeah. This and more on weird and wacky tales from the Syndicate. Did you know that once Mars was actually just a small ball of shit? That's right. According to flat earthers, Mars is actually cat shit. Check us out next week. We'll tell you more. Syndicate. We're not brought. Are you worried about being brought to you by NPR? State media running your life.
I put some more of the images I've been flipping through Leonardo, just to give you some idea of its range.
Allie does a lot of creative Easter egg art. You could ask her about some of the stuff that she's done. True. Or I don't know, Mike, did you assist on that last one? Were you actually helping draw any of those Easter eggs that were on there?
All right, I've got to do some real work, but I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
Roger that.
Yo, 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 what's poppin', guys? Anyone home?
Just rolling crypto Twitter.
Fire, fire, fire. Any alpha?
Nothing really different. I've been checking out this guy who has been using the new ChatGPT plugins to edit code like directly on his local storage using Docker. So
I see.
what about you, Jake? What are you up to tonight? Or day? Where you
Nothing much. Just going over some Discord chats, rooms, and stuff to catch up on stuff I missed. Other than that, it's a pretty slow day. Are you like a programmer, Rocky?
Yeah, I'm a front end engineer.
That's dope.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I enjoy the work. It's nice to be able to make stuff look cool. I mostly do e-commerce, so selling stuff online.
FBA, dropshipping?
Yes, I've done dropshipping in the past. It got much harder after shipping with China kind of changed with the tariffs. So margins are more difficult, and then marketing got more
Have you
expensive.
tried
So
Temu? Unlimited margin
I
with
have
that.
not.
There's like a loophole you can use with Temu if you're doing dropshipping.
Yeah, how so?
I don't know much about it, but my friends, they're into dropshipping and ecom, and they're just loving Temu, and because of like how cheap the products are, and it's free shipping, and you actually get the product fairly quickly.
I'm trying to create this. I'm basically like trying to see if there's a use case to kind of like merge NFTs with like e-commerce, more of like bulk buys. Because one of the high costs for a brand is like customer acquisition, right? Um, and so you're either paying that to the large social media sites for running ads, which has been getting more expensive, right? Or you're like nowadays you're either paying like micro influencers or just the large influencers, which can also be expensive. Um, Another area that I want to look into is if you could basically do this through an NFT collection where you as the collection owner would basically negotiate like a bulk buy from a particular brand. So for me, like my background is like in gaming hardware. So my thought process is like, okay, like you start off in that niche. Like your collection is like, I don't know, like 8-bit art for like keyboards or whatever. It could be anything, whatever. Right. And then because you now have this dedicated community of, custom gaming keyboard lovers or collectors, um, you can now possibly have a higher ROI compared to paying an influencer. Um, and then you basically would do a group buy and then you pass the discount savings to your holders, right? And then of course the collection would take a royalty and then over time build up a treasury. I would have to crunch the numbers pretty hard to see how this would work. And the products could rotate. You can either rotate products within a given brand, or you can rotate between multiple brands of the same niche. Yeah, the difficult part is, of course, like logistics and shipping, though, especially since NFT holders can be in places that shipping doesn't necessarily go to, or it could be really expensive. But I think, like, I guess you could make it where the person redeeming it would pay for the shipping. And then if it's too expensive or they don't like it, the cool thing about it being an NFT is that now you can sell it, and then whoever wants it, like the physical product, will buy the NFT and redeem it at a discount, essentially.
Yeah, but I don't know. When I got another idea. Are you into like liquidations and stuff like that?
Like what is it? Like cars and houses and stuff, right?
But for like ecom, like Amazon liquidations.
Oh, gotcha. Like the pallets.
Yeah, I was because you just told me something just sparked up with like that, but in front of, you know how like it's messy where you have to sell pallets in big bulks. I was thinking, I mean, it just came to my mind right now, just using NFTs as a medium for like all the transactions of
Oh
that.
yeah, that would be pretty cool. I mean, like, you can market it as like eco-friendly 'cause you're recycling, and like things like brands like Amazon and the larger brands like don't want to pay to deal with returns and things like that. So that would be pretty cool.
You're right. But what you said was also cool, but it's just that you have to like think a lot of other like ends because there's like a lot of points you have to like fix before jumping in. 'Cause there's the
Right, right,
consumers.
right. I think like testing it through pallets would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, definitely, because I've done liquidation in the past and it's just a mess. Like uh, the whole process is very like physical.
The only downside of doing something like pallet pre-purchase or some kind of liquidation is that like you would have to put in the initial capital, right? Like the way I kind of want to set it up where like the group buys, like you
You
basically you like
you
you basically
just
go ahead.
you just go to all these liquidation warehouses and then you just basically just bulk like just set like some sort of agreement or a contract and just move all of that into like a in a NFT type of marketplace. You're just making the marketplace.
So like you're not like buying it beforehand. Like you basically only buy it if
N-
the
no.
collection
I mean,
sells out or whatever.
there's services like Zipper Buy here in Columbus where they buy that stuff, and then it's like an auction site you can go to and buy the pallets and stuff. If that's what you're talking about, you want to connect with those people. Zipper Buy is a group that does that.
Yeah, yeah, but like I think the risk there is that like you have to buy it like beforehand, right? The way that I
Yeah.
want to do it with brands is that like we don't do the group buy until like the collection holders like commit like that they want the product, right? It's just
Yeah,
like
but that's
like
but that's like no different than Groupon back in the day, right? Where it'd be like luxury cruise, but
yeah, yeah. I
only
mean group
you
buy.
get it
Yeah,
when 700 people click, right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but I think that type of idea, a lot of people do use that in like shipping containers when you're ordering stuff from China. So there's like
Yeah.
containers, like section, they're like sub lease type of sections of the
Yep.
containers. And I kind of see where you're going with it, but it's just that, uh, yeah,
Well,
I
because
think
like the
that,
novelty is that you can sell your membership essentially, because that like that's the NFT part. Is that you if you let's say it's a product like let's say like the NFT is the membership, right? And the product type like rotates. And let's say that you're a person who doesn't want that particular product, you can now place it on the marketplace for someone else who wants to purchase it essentially.
but then you'll have to kind of just like put capital like on the spot, right? Upfront type of stuff when you do buy all that.
As the user or as the
As
collection?
the user.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, because I wanted to make it, I mean, not but it's just, I think it would be better idea where like the users don't have to pay any cost and they just have to like, you you just being the middleman and to just putting like the NFT technology behind it and maybe like at the beginning make it like that and in the end you can scale it up to whatever you're thinking of. Because I don't know, I just feel like the cost is going to be high, like when you just do like the end stage instead of just making us like I don't know how to explain it. I have to like think on it a little bit more.
I mean, people do it with Kickstarters. Like you pay into it before you even get a product like prototype, you know. Um, so I think there are people there who want a particular product, but the value proposition is that you get it at a discount, right? Because it's a group buy.
But who's like doing like all the quality control, quality checks? Like, will you, as the one behind it, do all of that?
See, that's the thing. Like, I don't want to deal with like low quality like stuff. Like the goal would be to work with like reputable brands, right? Where you don't necessarily have to check like the quality. Is that like they're already known for their quality, right? Um, and the incentive is that like for a particular brand, like they're already paying out money for marketing and customer acquisition costs. So like as long as the math checks out, right, and you can show the ROI on that investment, then it's something that they would be interested in.
Uh, do you know what do you know about uh what PBTs are?
What is that? What is PBT?
It's basically like physical backed tokens, not like crypto tokens, but they're physically backed digital like tokens. So essentially, you owning those tokens uh, equals you having the actual goods.
Like what does it mean by having the actual, like, you have the right to redeem it from like
Right to
storage?
redeem it, yeah, or right to like sell it, right to transfer it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm familiar with how they're doing it with like trading cards and collectibles.
Yeah, but this will be like using like digital like token as a form of verification for the physical good.
Right. So like people would send in like, I don't know, like first edition like Shadowless Charizard Pokemon card or something, and it's locked in like some vault that's temperature controlled, and then the token itself is a representation of the card, and you can swap it on an NFT marketplace back and forth. And then whoever wants to eventually take it out, they can redeem it from a custodian essentially.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would use the same concept, right? But just like for like physical, like e-commerce type of products.
I just feel like NFTs can play like a major part in e-com, just like how we do business or transact in general.
Yeah. I mean, I just there's just like not like clear. I don't want to say like infrastructure. I guess just like a clear, I don't know, like systems design of it yet. But I think there is something there, right? If you're able to like essentially like swap items that are like closer together, so you can reduce like shipping costs, right? In terms of like distance.
Yeah, just I mean, just think about all these ideas, like where you could have like some sort of a swap, like a DEX, but like for physical backed, where you could like it'll be like user control, where you can be like, oh, I want to trade my hoodie for this beanie, and you can swap these, like kind of like like a DEX or like a OTC DEX.
Yeah. Like like I am a big fan of like apps like OfferUp, right? Peer to peer, just like retail transactions. Um, but yeah, it'd be
But
interesting to be able
but
to swap.
but it'll be like done all through like a smart contract, It just
Yeah, all
everything
through a
digital.
smart contract, and you don't
Yeah,
necessarily have to swap the physical thing.
exactly. Just
But
the
you can
digital,
like
but
you
that
be
yeah, but you having it's like kind of like using StockX, like if you've used it before, where you have to like send in the the goods to StockX, and there'll be like the custodial, like who like verify goods, and
yeah.
you just get like the token, and you can do swaps with the token, like in the future OTC, or like all that stuff.
I mean, in a way, like we already do that with Amazon FBA. I mean, they hold the physical product, and then there's like no token, but it's
Right,
essentially
but
living
this will
in your
be like
Amazon account.
this will be better than like your business is doing it. You as a consumer can be like, okay, it'll be like using it as like a self storage kind of in a sense. Uh, No, this is what happens when I talk about something. I just go down the rabbit hole, like finding another thing that connects with that thing.
Do you follow crypto pretty closely, Jake?
Yeah, I'm in this space like every day.
So like like it wasn't that long ago, probably like 2 weeks ago, like the whole like Balaji bet that he made. What are your thoughts on that?
The what? Sorry, say it again.
So the guy Balaji, like he made the whole bet like, oh, Bitcoin would be like $1 million in
Oh,
like 90 days
Balaji.
or something.
Yeah, it's more like just some marketing, like bringing awareness type of stunt. Um, and the stuff he highlighted were like, yeah, if all of those hit the right check mark, then sure, you'll have like a crazy run up on BTC, but will they hit? That's the question, and I don't think they will hit.
Yeah, so like I think after he made like those tweets, and then I like to like listen to like counterpoints, both sides of the coin essentially. And so there's like another person, his name is like Ben Hunt, I believe. I think he went on Bankless and kind of like set his like counterpoint to it. Um, and so like there's like, of course, there's like a group of like macroeconomics people who believe that like, um, fractional reserve system and fiat is like was and is needed. Like that's their argument, right? Is that like we needed the fractional reserve system to like drive, I don't know, like business funding and growth and things like that, right? Um, and like the argument is that like we can't be in just like a pure Bitcoin world, because of just like I guess the creation of money. Um, well, I'm in the boat of that. Like we've operated on debt for like so long that like we're essentially like borrowing from the future, right? When you're using debt to like fund things, and we just like kept borrowing from the future, where like we're possibly getting to the point where there's just like not enough future to borrow from. Um, so
Yeah, I think baby boomers have like literally bankrupted the whole like on a global scale, like, and all that falls under us. Well, I don't know how old you are, Rocky, but yeah, all that stuff is just like a cycle of endless just dumpages.
yeah, because like the argument was like, oh, like without like fractional reserve systems and being able to borrow and fund like businesses, like we would like stop like growing, right? Like as a country. I mean, in the
That's
United
not
States.
true.
But like for me, it's kind of like, I mean, I just don't think you should spend what you can't, what you don't actually have. You know?
Yeah, I mean, if fractional reserve system is just like a Ponzi, from what I see, you know, like, have you seen like the ohm forks in crypto?
Yeah, yeah.
So I that's what I think fractional reserve system equals to the ohm forks. Like sooner or later, it'll just come crashing down.
Yeah, it's like part of the argument for fractional reserve is that like there's like that like what is it velocity like the term like the velocity of money, right? It's because you can like lend out that same dollar um, across multiple banks, right? Um, but I'm just thinking like how would we do that in like a Bitcoin or crypto only world? I mean, wouldn't that just be like leverage, like collateral leverage in
Well,
DeFi?
they started like using Bitcoin bonds, if you know, like El Salvador accepted like Bitcoin bonds now. You can use that as like
Gotcha.
some, yeah, so it's not just leverage. They're like coming up with a lot of options. But there will be like synthetic Bitcoin options, and you can like classify them as kind of like the fractional reserve system because they're synthetic. And I think, yeah, synthetic Bitcoin.
I mean, isn't that just like what we already have with the ETF? Because it's not spot Bitcoin or the futures.
Yeah.
So I was reading something recently about like like the top VC backed like startups, um, and how like they were claiming like 99% of them were just like not operating at like a net profit. Um, it's kind of interesting that like only recently like Airbnb was like the only one that was like significantly like in profit. Like where is the money just like coming from to keep these
Yeah,
VC backed like
fractional
tech
reserves.
startups like growing
It's just
going?
fractional reserve, like what we talked about. Banks will lend it to them, and they're just gonna. It'll be like endless.
Gotcha. I mean, yeah, they would just issue more stock, right? Like,
Yeah, and I'll give you an example. BlackRock, they had this, I think, ETF for REITs, for like real estate development fund, and it got so bad